Buenos días. Tenemos que empezar.
Good morning. We have to call this meeting to order, so we would kindly ask all delegates to please take your seats so that we can count how many people are present and see if we have a quorum.
Buenos días, good morning. If the delegates can take the seat where you have your nameplate so we can count to see if we have enough delegations to start the session. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you very much for those who took the seat. We have quorum. So we are going to start the morning session. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias, bon dia, and in Dutch, goedemorgen. I am the Vice President, and today I will lead this session And we will start today with item number 5.1, report on the collection of assessed contributions. I would like to bring documents CD 60, 10, and addendum 1 to the attention of the Council and invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Report on the collection of assessed contributions. Item 5.1. The Executive Committee was informed that as of June of this year, one member state was in arrears in the collection of assessed contributions to the extent that it was subject to the provisions of Article 6.b of the PAHO Constitution. The committee was also informed that 13 member states, participating states and associate members, had fully paid their 2023 contributions, having paid these in full. 6 had made partial payments, and 23 member states had yet to make any payments at all for 2023. As of May 31st, 2023, the Bureau had been forced to utilize $32 million from the available cash balance in the Working Capital Fund in order to meet the commitments funded under the assessed contribution budget. In the committee's discussion, gratitude was addressed to the Bureau for the support provided to member states and for its efforts to ensure more efficient use of funds. The committee adopted the resolution CE 172.R1, thanking those member states that had made payments in 2023 and strongly urging other member states to pay their outstanding contributions as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. President. Thus, we conclude my report on this item.
Thank you very much. I yield the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to present the item.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I'm pleased to present item 5.1 of the status of assessed contributions. The assessments from the member states constitute a significant part of the resources supporting the organization's biennial program and budget. Prompt payment of both the accumulated arrears and the current 2023 assessments is imperative for the organization to efficiently implement the full program of work. The total assessed contributions due September, this is as of the slide that you see, is as of September 18, 2023, is $78 million, including member states, participating states, and associate members. 17 have paid their assessed contributions in full. 5 have made partial payments. However, 20 have not made any payment towards their 2023 assessed contributions. We have received $46.2 million, which is 43% of the contributions for the current year. The current collection is below the historical average for the same period and is even lower than what was collected in the first 8 months of 2021 and 2022, which were also challenging years compared to the historical average. One member state owes assessed contributions since 2017. This member state is in arrears, such that it is subject to the Article 6b of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. It has arrears totaling $14.5 million in assessed contributions. As of August 31st, the organization had to access $50 million from the Working Capital Fund and $0.7 million from other sources in order to meet commitments of the assessed contribution budget. The utilized balance of the Working Capital Fund will be updated once again at the end of September, which will include payments received within the month, including $29.2 million received from the United States and $2.4 million from Mexico. The organization looks forward to receiving the balance of assessed contributions in a timely manner in order to implement fully the biennial program of work as approved by member states. I wish to thank the member states who have diligently fulfilled their payment commitments for their support to the PAHO and the health of the Americas, especially Barbados, Belize, Canada, Colombia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Jamaica, Nicaragua, Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, Uruguay, and the participant states, France and the Netherlands. I would like to give the update that last week we received payments from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Honduras. I respectfully invite those who have not yet made their payments to do so promptly to prevent any disruption of the organization activities. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casapantonio. I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. I see that Chile wants the floor. Not? Okay. Yes, still room for asking the floor for the members. I will give the floor to Mexico. Buenos días, señor vicepresidente.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. The Mexican delegation takes note of the report on the current status of collection of assessed contributions. We reiterate our commitment with the organization in compliance with our financial obligations, having met the corresponding payment until 2023. In a situation where we still suffer the results of the pandemic of COVID-19 and the financial situation, Mexico reaffirms its commitment and full confidence in the work of the organization that will provide certainty to continue strengthening national health systems. Our delay in the payment of contributions in some cases reflects the financial difficulties that we have in order to meet said obligations, and we are concerned that the increases requested to the contributions, in particular of WHO, go beyond the payment capabilities of some states. To this, we add that these increases sometimes have been done without an analysis based on real needs, and there is an inequitable distribution for the region when compared to other regions. Mexico believes as essential values that the efficient and effective use of resources used transparently and with clear accountability regarding the benefit obtained therein. We always trust this organization that will continue contributing in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. I yield the floor to Mr. Casapantonio if there is no other members asking for the floor. I yield the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to respond to the comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Mexico for the comment. Indeed, the situation is very difficult fiscally for member states as well as PAHO. My colleague Ronnie yesterday presented that PAHO is managing with real reduction of 50 million if you take into consideration that the assessed contributions were not increasing during this time. I want to thank the member states for their support during this time. At the same time, PAHO is working efficiently and effectively in order to meet its obligations of technical cooperation commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director, do you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to thank the countries that have made payments. I think that it is important to recognize that even countries that are facing very economic complex situation, they have made their payments. I think that this is a clear demonstration of their commitment with the Pan-Americanism and the best way to keep the organization working and providing technical cooperation to all the countries. The situation improved a little bit between the executive committee meeting and today, but we are almost in October. So I want really to encourage all the countries that have not made their payment yet to do so. You know that we are, of course, increasing and trying to mobilize more voluntary contributions. Personally, I am working since my first day in having bilateral meetings with donors, with governments that can make voluntary contributions, with private donors, with foundations, with other stakeholders. But the access contributions, I think that is the basic source of for keeping PAHO running. This is I think that a payment that is very important for us, and it's not good for the organization to have to borrow, to make some loans, internally loans to pay the salaries for our staff. I think that for this reason, I really want to encourage all of you. We know the situation, that we are recovering from the very important impact provided by the pandemic, but the best way to recover and to keep health as part of this recovery process is exactly also making the payments and to keep the organization ready to provide the technical cooperation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Director Dr. Barbosa. I now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 5.1, proposed resolution, collection of assessed contributions. The 60th Directing Council, 1, having considered the report on the collection of assessed contributions, documents CD 60/10 and Addendum 1, and the concern expressed by the 172nd session of the Executive Committee with respect to the status of the collection of assessed contributions. 2, noting that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is in arrears in the payment of its assessed contributions such that it is subject to Article 6.b of the Constitution of the Pan-American Health Organization. 3, noting that as of 18 September 2023, 20 member states, participating states, and associate members have not made any payments toward their 2023 assessed contributions. 4, noting that as of 18 September 2023, only 43% of the current year's assessed contributions has been received, and $50 million of the working capital fund has been utilized, jeopardizing the full implementation of the biennial program of work for 2022-2023 as approved by the member states. Resolves: 1, to take note of the report on the collection of assessed contributions, document CD 60/10 and Addendum 1. 2, to express appreciation to those member states, participating states, and associate members that have already made payments in 2023. 3, to strongly urge all members with outstanding balances to meet their financial obligations to the organization in an expeditious manner in order to efficiently implement the program budget for 2022-2023. 4, to request the President of the Directing Council to notify the delegation of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela that its voting rights continue to be suspended as of this 60th Directing Council. 5, to request the Director to A, continue to monitor the status of assessed contributions and the impact of delays on the financial health of the organization. B, advise the Executive Committee of members' compliance with their financial commitments to the organization. C, report to the 61st Directing Council on the status of collection of assessed contributions for 2024 and prior years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. I yield the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. I will give the floor now to the United States.
Thank you. Thank you for the continued work on this and for reviewing the collection of assessed contributions. One question we had is that in the presentation, it was noted that the balance of the working capital fund was accurate as of the end of August, whereas in the resolution, it's noting it as of 18 September, noting that the United States made our payment recently, and it looks like it was noted as of September 1st. I would just ask if that payment, which puts us back onto our customary schedule for payments, would have made a substantial impact on the working capital fund, and if it would be more accurate to update that to be as of an earlier date, or if we had a more accurate figure for the current time, just to make sure that we are aware of the current situation in that regard. Thank you.
Mr. Casampantonio, please.
Thank you. We just wanted to communicate to the member states the most recent information we have regarding the collection of assessed contributions. For this reason, we presented as of the 18th, and we noted also the additional member states that provided the contributions now. Now, we prepare financial statements internally on a monthly basis. That's why the result is as of end of August. It's not continuous. But as you noted in our presentation, overall, the rate of payment is well behind the previous years. So as the contributions are coming, the expenses are going. So I don't see significant change from the utilization of the working capital of 50 million as of now. I hope it answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casampantonio, and also thanks for the contribution, United States of America. Are there any members to ask the floor? If there are no objections, the President declares the resolution adopted. We will move now to the next item. And the next item is item 3.3, election of the 3 member states to the Executive Committee on the expiration of the periods of office of Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname. I would like to bring document CD63 to the attention of the Council and report that the nominations of Canada, Ecuador, and Guyana were received. I yield the floor to the Secretary to present the item and report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this item. Secretary, please. One moment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Executive Committee, under the Constitution, is composed of 9 members of the organization, which are elected by the Conference or the Council for overlapping periods of 3 years. This year, it is incumbent upon the Council to elect 3 members to replace Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname, whose terms on the committee have expired. I also want to explain that although France, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the United Kingdom have voting privileges, they are not eligible for membership of the Executive Committee under the Constitution of the organization and the Rules of Procedure. Associate members and observer states are not entitled to vote, nor may they be candidates for the Executive Committee. The only other members not eligible for election this year are the 3 outgoing members of the Executive Committee, namely Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname, because a member is not eligible for re-election to the Executive Committee until 1 year has elapsed since the expiration of their term of office. Also, the current members of the committee, that is, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Jamaica, the United States of America, and Uruguay, are also not eligible for election. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 51 of the procedures states, Rule 51 states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the election of the ad interim director, whose number, when the number of candidates for elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled, no ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. And Rule 57 states, the term of office of the members of the committee shall begin immediately after their election and shall continue until their successors are elected in accordance with Article 15, Paragraph A of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to inform the Council that since there are only 3 candidates pursuant to Rule 51, Canada, Ecuador, and Guyana are elected to the Executive Committee. I now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution formalizing the decision of the Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 3.3, proposed resolution. Election of 3 member states to the Executive Committee on the expiration of the periods of office of Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname. The 60th Directing Council 1, bearing in mind the provision of Articles 9.b and 15.a of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization. 2, considering that Canada, Ecuador, and Guyana were elected to serve on the Executive Committee upon the expiration of the periods of office of Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname. Resolves: 1, to declare Canada, Ecuador, and Guyana elected to membership on the Executive Committee for a period of 3 years. 2, to thank Brazil, Cuba, and Suriname for the services rendered to the organization during the past 3 years by their delegates on the Executive Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. If there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. We are now moving to item 6.1, election of 2 members of the Advisory Committee of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. I would like to bring document CD 6013 to the attention of the Council and ask the Secretary to present the item and report on the statutory provisions concerning this item. Madam, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Latin America and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIDEME, is a specialized center of PAHO established in 1967. The center's objective is to contribute to health development for the populations of the regions of the Americas, promoting cooperation among countries, the democratization of access to scientific and technical information, legislation, and the sharing of knowledge and evidence to support steady improvement of the health, education, and research systems. In accordance with the governance structure established by its statute, BEREME consists of 3 permanent bodies: 1, an advisory committee; 2, a scientific committee; and 3, a secretariat. The advisory committee is composed of 2 permanent members, one appointed by the government of Brazil and the other by the director of PAHO, and 5 non-permanent members selected and named by the conference or the directing council of PAHO from among BEREME membership described in Article 4 of BEREME's statute. According to Article 4 of the statute, selection of the 5 non-permanent members should take into consideration geographical representation and be rotated every 3 years. However, the conference or the directing council of PAHO may indicate a shorter rotation period in cases where it is necessary to maintain balance among the members of the advisory committee. The directing council is asked to elect 2 non-permanent members to serve on the BEREME Advisory Committee on the expiration of the periods of Colombia and Costa Rica. Since the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure provides elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the election of an ad interim director when the number of candidates for elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled. No ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I inform the Council that since there are only 2 candidates pursuant to Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, Cuba and Guyana are designated to serve on the Advisory Committee of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. I ask the rapporteur to submit the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 6.1, proposed resolution. Election of 2 members to the Advisory Committee of the Latin American and Caribbean Center of Health Sciences Information, BEREME. The 60th Directing Council, 1, bearing in mind that Article 6 of the Statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BEREME, establishes that the Advisory Committee of BEREME is to be comprised of 1 representative appointed by the Director of PASB and 1 by the Government of Brazil as permanent members, and that 5 non-permanent members are to be selected and named by the Directing Council or the Pan American Sanitary Conference of the Pan American Health Organization from among the BEREME membership, which at this time includes all PAHO member states, participating states, and associated states, taking geographical representation into account. 2, recalling that Article 6 further states that the 5 non-permanent members of the BEREME Advisory Committee should be rotated every 3 years, and that the Directing Council or the Pan American Sanitary Conference of PAHO may indicate a shorter rotation period in cases where it is necessary to maintain balance among members of the Advisory Committee. 3, considering that Cuba and Guyana were elected to serve on the BEREME Advisory Committee beginning 1st January 2024 due to the completion of the term of Colombia and Costa Rica. Resolves: 1, to declare Cuba and Guyana elected as non-permanent members of the Bereme Advisory Committee for a 3-year term, 2024 to 2026. 2, to thank Colombia and Costa Rica for the services provided to the organization by their delegates on the Bereme Advisory Committee over the past 3 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Rapporteur. I open the floor to the plenary for discussion. If there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. We will continue now with item number 5.3, appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. I would like to bring document CD 6011 to the attention of the Council and invite Mr. Christos Casapantonio, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item.
Gracias, señor presidente. Punto 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. 5.3, appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 2024-25 and 2026-27. During its session in June, the Executive Committee was informed that a single nomination was received for the position of external auditor for the next 2 biennia. That nomination was from the government of Chile, which nominated its Controller General of the Republic to the post. The committee expressed gratitude to the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the valuable service it has provided the organization during its term as external auditor, and encouraged the Bureau to arrange for the Controller General of the Republic of Chile to present its proposal during the current Directing Council. I thank you, Mr. President, and I conclude my report on this item.
Much, sir. I yield the floor now to Mr. Casapantonio to present the item.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I'm pleased to present agenda item 5.3 on the appointment of the external auditor of PAHO. The audit of an organization by an external entity is one of the key instruments ensuring transparency and oversight in its operations. The appointment of the current external auditor of the Pan American Health Organization will expire at the completion of the audit of 2023 financial period. The current external auditor, the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, has held the appointment for the past 3 biennia. Chile nominated the Controller General as the external auditor for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. The nomination was reviewed by the Audit Committee and will come before the Directing Council. The nominee will present their credentials at the 60th Directing Council to support the appointment decision. The Directing Council will elect the external auditor in accordance with its rules of procedure. Once the election has been completed, the Directing Council is invited to consider approving the resolution in Annex A. I would like to take this opportunity to express appreciation for the support for the Member States in this very important endeavour. I remain at your disposal for any question you may deem appropriate. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casapantonio. I'm pleased now to invite Mrs. Valentina Monasterio Galvez, Director of External Audits of the Office of the Comptroller General of the Republic of Chile, to make a presentation of the proposal.
Buenos días. Good morning. I thank you for this opportunity to present the Chilean proposal for the appointment of external auditor here at PAHO. I'm Valentina Monasterio. I am the external auditor of the National Controller's Office of the Republic of Chile. I'm here with Pablo Viqueiro, the Assistant Director of the External Audit Office. And what we have done is to prepare for you a video, which we think will be illustrative.
Comptroller General of the Republic of Chile, CGR, is a supreme audit institution of the state's administration. It is autonomous from other institutions or bodies of the government and has the ability to self-determine its scope of audit. SAI Chile has knowledge and experience in the application of IPSAS, being the body in charge of adopting these standards in the Chilean public sector. We audit financial statements under such standards in both national and international entities. In matters of external audits at the international level, SAI Chile is a member of the United Nations Board of Auditors from 2018 to 2024. In that role, it currently maintains a portfolio of 12 United Nations entities, including UNICEF, UN Women, United Nations Population Fund, and United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund, among others. The staff of SAI Chile is composed of 2,177 officials, 50.3% are women. Out of that universe, 865 officials fulfill auditing functions. To develop the external audit processes, SAI Chile established a specialized department, Department of External Audit, which is currently integrated by more than 50 financial auditors and professionals with the skills, knowledge and experience to provide a first-class external audit service. SAI Chile has a vast experience in the use of big data analytics and modern softwares in auditing, and is always at the cutting edge of new technologies. It is a data-driven organization. Our auditors have high skills in IT audits and specifically in ERP software. Likewise, our auditors have knowledge of big data analysis methodology and software for auditing. We have human resources and technological infrastructure that allow us to guarantee the security of the data of the audited organizations, the protection of the confidentiality of its information, as well as the reportability and traceability of the work carried out in the audits, allowing us to exchange best practices and to boost the impact of our work.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. And we have further another little presentation. I hope we can bring it up. I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible as to give you a sense of the external audit of Chile. What we have done here for PAHO, also our situation in the field, and then the final report that we get and that you will finally see, a financial proposal and a few closing remarks. I am very sorry that the representative of my office couldn't be present today himself. So the Comptroller's Office of the Republic of Chile is the senior-most accounting office of the state of Chile, oversees the executive committee and other political bodies, the public office, and looks particularly to the proper use of public funds. It fulfills an accounting and a legal and a public office to ensure that every entity in the public office works within the stated purview, following the legal framework that has been assigned to them and with the most efficient use of public monies. We have 667,000 public standards, of whom a great percentage are women. 835 are focused on auditing in the various different public entities, including health services in Chile. In order to fulfill the role of external officer in Chile, we have a department, of course, that backs this up. More than 50 professionals are working in that office, and they have each one the purview, the experience in order to offer the topmost level of expertise to PAHO. As external auditors, in terms of our background, as you know, back in 2018, the Chilean Comptroller's Office stood up as part of the External Auditors Committee of the United Nations. We have 6 years to fulfill, of which 1 remains. We shared that with other topmost accounting services of the People's Republic of China and France. 19 different entities of the UN system have been covered by us, 118 visits to 94 different offices in 49 countries. Of the various entities in our present portfolio for auditing, we have UNICEF, UNFPA, Population Fund, UN Women, the Pensions Fund of the UN, and presently 3 peace missions in Lebanon, Kosovo, and Cyprus, to be exact. Most of us have bachelor's degree in the auditing field, but there are also lawyers, architects, public functionaries, engineers, you name it, all of whom together offer a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to this issue. This, we believe, gives us a very good array of different particular knowledge in the different areas, in financial areas, techniques to detect fraud, public financing management, and public finance in general. There's also a question of ensuring the security of information and data science, among others. The entire team is perfectly fluent in English, with particular fluency in financial language in English, financial vocabulary, I should say. Others, of course, also offer an array of other languages, such as French and Portuguese, aside, of course, from the native Spanish. The program we've designed for you in the context of PAHO would be the following concept. First of all, risk analysis, which covers the following key elements. First of all, an understanding of the entity to be audited and his or her environment. This focuses on the objectives, organizational and operational, and offers a particular insight into the elements of that entity that might have an influence on the operation and that might just lend itself to some misguided understanding of the objectives. Then another goal has to do with a good grip on internal controls. There, the team will look at these key operational goals and any control that has been introduced in order to decrease risk to an acceptable level. There will be, of course, auditing procedures that will come into play in specific circumstances with a view to have sufficient and adequate data to go on. The principal systems of financial operation outside and within the internal procedures of the organization are the ones at play.
The third objective is the identification of significant risk. The audit team will conduct risk assessments for PAHO and will determine the materiality and planning, and will also assess the risk of material incorrections. The precision and accuracy will be done on the basis of a risk assessment considering the materiality and the importance of all transactions. Based on that, my audit team will develop annual plans, audit plans that will point to the scope and reach and the main focus area for each audit, specifically the audit work that implies field work. Also, we shall define the areas to be audited, considering those that might be critical in the various units of the organization. These plans will be carried out through a preliminary analysis and review of the documentation that will enable us to obtain relevant and useful information in order to proceed to the audit. Only in exceptional cases, the Controller's Office will perform remote audits, always enforcing the international audit standards. But my team is prepared in order to audit on site. During the pandemic, our experience in the United Nations, we did audit in a combination of on-site and remote audits. We learned a lot from doing that. There's some methodologies that we can still use, but this is an audit that will be done in person. My team is ready to travel and to establish contact with the places where we are to audit, because we believe that always the audit in person brings an additional value and also enables us to have a more relevant and more specific and accurate reports for the institution. Next, I will show you some key stages that show the external audit process that is followed for PAHO, but which is also applicable for any international organization. I see that it is a very small print, but I will briefly describe that starting from the top to the bottom of this table, we describe 12 different stages. The first one is at the stage of the agreement of the terms of commitment of the audit that is signed between the Audit's Office and PAHO, and then we move on to different stages. We have the understanding of it, the accounting entity and its surrounding, which is at the familiarization stage, where we also work with the outgoing external auditor. In one third stage, we have knowledge and preliminary assessment of internal controls. That is a procedure that is followed in writing. And then we move on to determine the materiality and the tolerable error for the institution in keeping with the conditions for that year that we are trying to audit and for which we're designing a plan. Then we move on to another stage of identification and assessment of the risk of material errors. And these are the stages where we identify the significant accounts, we identify the processes and all significant transactions, and we determine the inherent risk and control assessment. Further down, we move on to the response from the audit to the risks assessed. And it is here where we apply our tests, the analysis of the audit, which is always based on a set of tests that we've designed in order to obtain the evidence which supports our conclusions. In here, we designed the specific audit strategy, the audit plan, as well as programming and scheduling the audit. At a later stage, further down, we move on to obtaining the evidence for the audit. We describe and show the tests that we've created for you. And then further down, regrettably, we cannot see it because of the fine print, but we move on to the final stages where we follow the audit procedures. So we assess how ideal the evidence is and adequate. And all this information is moved on to the last bar, which has the preparation of the audit report, which is the one that we delivered to you. And this is, in a nutshell, the description for member states as well as for the Secretariat in order to make whatever decisions you need to make. I will briefly explain a little bit about the field work. The Controller's Office has That is to say, the Controller's Office of Chile has the necessary resources in order to provide a high-quality service to PAHO by assigning staff that will be exclusively dedicated to its audits, with full availability of time throughout the entire period of the mandate. And based on the understanding of the commitment between the audit office and the organization and its operations, the financial statements as of December 31st, and based on the experience obtained as an external auditor for other agencies, funds, and United Nations programs, the Controller has estimated that on-site audit for PAHO will require 440 auditor days, that is to say 22 months, which includes planning visits, interim visits, and final visits in each one of 4 financial exercises comprised between the 2 biennia, that is to say 2024-25 and 26-27. The annual visits will include, obviously, visits to headquarters here in Washington and at least 2 local offices, country offices or centers, to be defined under the risk-based approach as I described it. The Controller's Office in Chile has also defined that a team made up by 7 auditors plus 1 supervisor will be entrusted with this work. And also, the team will always be headed by a director who will be responsible for the quality control, director man or woman, who will be responsible for verifying the quality of the audit and communication with the management and governing bodies of PAHO, and shall be present in Washington during the visits to headquarters, but also during the submission of the report, so that we can have an active dialogue about that input, and we could also have this person present in any other cases where it is necessary or is agreed on with PAHO. All the different findings that result from the audit work will always be communicated and discussed with management during the development of the audit. Likewise, the additional comments and points of view will be considered as part of the conclusions and recommendations of the audit report. Now we move on to the preparation of the report, which is the final stage. The process of preparation and issuance of audit reports will comply with the requirements of the financial regulations of PAHO and will also be subject to any prior agreement reached with the management. In principle, it is important to follow a model that is similar to the previous external auditor, because that is the format with which you are familiar. That is to say, the people reading the report are already familiar with that process. Likewise, the Controller's Office will provide communications in writing, reporting about the deficiencies that are observed, and these will be submitted to management. It is not at first sight with the report that management finds out about the results of the audit. These will be communicated as we comply with the different stages. Now we come to the final stage of the audit, and this detailed report is delivered, which describes the observations and recommendations in order to improve the internal control environment of the organization, the updates to observations from previous years, and the level of progress reached with the implementation of these previous recommendations. We will also deal with the significant matters that will be brought to the attention of management and also governing bodies, together with the opinion of the audit on the financial statements. Obviously, this is one of the pillars of the external audit report. In order to ensure that our report will comply with the highest quality and content and presentation, the Controller's Office has defined 3 essential requirements. The reports have to be complete, timely, and they must also be relevant, be efficient in the way we communicate the findings of the audit and how this is transmitted to the readers. Those who read the report must be capable of reading the report and have an executive idea regarding the problems that we're trying to communicate. Very briefly, I will show you the financial proposal. Obviously, having gone through all the conditions and factors that can somehow impact the cost of this external audit, the Controller's Office will cover these in keeping with the standards applicable to PAHO, according to the following annual price that covers the expenses of the auditors. Now, I will briefly wish to say some final words and give the floor to Mr. Bermudez on his behalf address this directing council. The General Controllers of the Republic of Chile undertakes a commitment to provide the organization an external audit service of high technical quality and financial profitability, sponsored because of its vast experience at a national and international levels. Would like to make available to PAHO our professional and technical capabilities to continue contributing to accountability and transparency of international organizations. In our office, we hope to contribute to the work of PAHO by offering excellent work in keeping with international audit standards. Thank you very much for your attention.
Would Mr. Bermudez present now, or?
No, pero...
No, but Mr. President, if you so deem it, if there's a question, we'd be ready and willing to answer.
We will now proceed to the plenary for discussion. I open the floor now for the discussion. I will yield the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and thank you very much for that very important presentation. I was particularly impressed that you started with a video and also had some additional slides. I think what we wanted to understand, given your extensive experience with the UN, the various UN agencies you mentioned, whether you could offer a few more ideas regarding how you might approach things with PAHO. I like that you had one example of working remotely versus in person, but are there other elements of the work that you've done with other UN agencies that you think you would bring in for this first year auditing PAHO that we would be able to discuss? So that's really our main question. Just while I have the floor, though, I wanted to be sure and thank the government of Chile and the Comptroller General of the Republic for your interest in taking this on. It's no small feat, and I just want to reiterate that we really welcome this update on the receipt of your nomination to take on this role for the next 2 biennia, and then also thank the National Audit Office of the UK, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland for their excellent work as PAHO's external auditor for the past 3 biennia. So thanks for letting me add those additional comments, but thank you for the opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you. I want to thank also Mrs. Monasterio and Mr. Bermudez for the presentation. Are there any other members to ask the floor? Then I yield the floor to Ms. Monasterio Galvez to respond to the participants' comment.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the distinguished delegate of the United States of America for this question. The experience that we have had as auditors of the United Nations, I would say, is absolutely in the core of our proposal here today at PAHO. The first time the Comptroller General's Office of Chile is auditing international organization was at the United Nations. It was elected by the General Assembly in 2018, and that is the first time that we built a team to be auditing actually in this great arena with a huge number of funds and programs in our portfolio. So the work that we have been doing these past 5 years have accumulated great knowledge on auditing international organizations, how to come and comprehend the culture of an organization, to be able to do an audit work that it's not one layer of bureaucracy more, but rather a tool, an instrument that is for the use of the institution, of course. It has to be tailor-made, not in the sense that I lose my independence as an external auditor, but in the sense that the recommendations that I am able to give to the organization really are accessible, are doable within the resources, within the possibilities of an organization. There is no point of doing recommendations that are completely impossible, fantastic, but just in paper. I really need to be able to comprehend, to understand the reality of an institution, and be able to design recommendations that are for the best interest of the organization. That is something, of course, that we have been mastering during these 5 years in the United Nations. You will see that in our portfolio we have UNICEF, UN Women, peacekeeping operations. It is my team. They have been now training for this. You cannot just go in and audit, apply your all these designs, planning your fantastic plans and everything that you have designed on before going into the field. You have to be able to be flexible. You have to be able to engage, talk to people, interview them, see what is the reality of the organization. So we have been doing it. I am personally very, very happy with the job that we are doing. My team, the Chilean auditors are doing in the United Nations. We are auditing at the same table with the audit institutions that have been auditing for many, many years international organizations, as France, China, India, Germany. So now I have a team that is completely the best of the best that we can offer to PAHO. And also I would say that it's important because we have something else to add, not only that international experience, but also our local experience. The Controller General Office of Chile, of course, we are going to be able to engage in Spanish, for example, when we go into the field. That is also gives you a special kind of flow in the communication. We are also audit on the same international standards that PAHO, IPSAS standards, that PAHO applies to the financial statement. My auditors in Chile also apply them to the public sector, and also we audit the public health system. So that is something that I can also add to the external audit of PAHO. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to ask Director Dr. Barbosa, if you have any comments, Dr. Barbosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I just want, first, I think that it is important to recognize and to thank the excellent work that was provided by the outgoing external auditor, the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. They have provided an excellent service to PAHO, the quality of their recommendations. I think that it really improved a lot to increase efficiency, effectiveness in this organization. And of course, if the Directing Council also approved the new nomination of the new external auditor that was discussed in the SPBA during the Executive Committee, I want to welcome the Controladoria General de Chile, I think that, as you know, PAHO has 3 layers of auditing. Our auditing system, let's say so, we have the external audit. That's a very important part with the external vision to review all the procedures that we have in the organization to ensure that we are following the rules, that we are providing more efficient and more effectiveness to our work. We have also the internal audit that I mentioned at the beginning, that we are increasing our capacity to perform more auditings in the country offices, in programs, in centers, in the organization, because I think that this is the best way in the moment that we are also providing more delegation of authority, decentralizing the delegation of authority is also important to increase the oversight of the organization. And we have also the audit committee that kind of supervises the system and makes the system function. So based on the evaluation that was performed about the credentials presented by the Controladoria General de Chile, I think that the Secretariat is very confident that they will be able to keep the good work that has been provided so far, and we will keep for the next 2 biennials the organization following the best standards, the best practices to improve the efficiency, transparency of this organization. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Director. I yield the floor to the Secretary to report to the Council on the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the number of candidates does not exceed the number of vacancies, Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure applies, and Rule 51 states, elections shall normally be held by secret ballot, except as concerns the election of the director when the number of candidates for elective office does not exceed the number of offices to be filled, no ballot shall be required, and such candidates shall be declared elected. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I would like to inform the conference that since there is only one candidate, pursuant to Rule 51, the office of the Comptroller General of the Republic of Chile has been elected as external auditor of the Pan American Health Organization for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. I now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 5.3, proposed resolution, appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027. The 60th Directing Council 1, having considered the report of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau on the appointment of the external auditor, document CD60/11. 2, noting the regulations, rules, and practices of the Pan American Health Organization, resolves 1, to appoint the Controller General of the Republic of Chile as external auditor of the accounts of the Pan American Health Organization for 2024-2025 and 2026-2027, in accordance with the principles and requirements stipulated in financial regulations. 2, to request the Director, A, to establish contractual terms and conditions between organizations and the appointed external auditor to cover the modalities of the external auditor's work in fulfilling its mandate per Annex B of document CD60/11, which provides further background information on the appointment of the external auditor. B, to express its appreciation to the National Audit Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the excellent service provided to the Pan American Health Organization for the financial periods from 2018 through 2023, especially with respect to the commitment to its mandate and the quality of recommendations provided, which have contributed to increased efficiency and effectiveness of the organization's operations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. I yield the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. If there are no objections, I declare the resolution adopted. Yes, dear ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with one more item before we will proceed to the break. And that is item number 5.4, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information. I would like to bring document CD 60/12 to the attention of the Council and invite Ms. Pamela Zuniga, legal advisor of Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table.
Señor Presidente, Director.
Mr. President, Director, distinguished delegates, men and women participating at the 60th Directing Council. It is for me a pleasure to introduce Agenda Item 5.4, Amendment to the Statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIREMI, document CD 60/12. The Latin American Center, that is to say, Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIREMI, is a specialized center of the Pan American Health Organization that provides technical cooperation on health sciences, information, and communication in the region of the Americas. Established in Sao Paulo in 1967, BIREMI promotes the development of a national, regional capacity and infrastructure for the management, organization, indexing, preservation, and dissemination of and access to scientific information, knowledge, and evidence, keeping abreast of international state-of-the-art methodologies and technology all over the world. PAHO technical cooperation through BIREMI has made a significant contribution to the dissemination of quality information in health. From its inception in 1967, BIREMI has operated under the legal framework of a maintenance agreement subscribed between PAHO and the government of Brazil through the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, the State Secretariat of Health of Sao Paulo, and the Federal University of Sao Paulo, whose campus housed BIREMI facilities. In 2009, recognizing that BIREMI's institutional framework did not adequately meet the center's governance, management, and financing needs, the 49th Directing Council, through Resolution CD 49R5, adopted a statute for the center where, amongst other things, established different membership categories and a new institutional category for BIREMI. Besides establishing this new statute in Resolution CD 49R5, the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau was asked to undertake negotiations with the Brazilian government in order to conclude a new agreement with BIREMI that will better define the responsibility of the government in connection with the maintenance of the center and to strengthen the immunities of BIREMI in that country, as well as to undertake negotiations with the government of Brazil and the Federal University of Sao Paulo in order to ensure continuity in the operations of BIREMI within the walls of the university. However, at that time, the negotiations with the university did not progress. And in 2015, after almost 50 years of having the facilities within the university premises, the university notified PAHO that BIREMI could no longer maintain its facilities at that campus. As a result of that, in 2016, the Bureau relocated the BIREMI's facilities to a rental premises in the city of Sao Paulo. In keeping with the changes that have taken place since 2009, it is necessary to amend the articles 10th and 11th of Bireme to show that Bireme is no longer occupying the facilities of the premises of the University of Sao Paulo, and thus to provide flexibility to the office to relocate its facilities as necessary. The changes proposed have been made in consultations with the government of Brazil, taking into account the comments received from the Executive Bureau of PAHO, as well as Bireme's Advisory Committee and PAHO member states. With this, I conclude my presentation, Mr. President. Thank you very much, and I'm ready and available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zuniga. I now yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item.
Gracias, señor presidente. Informo sobre el punto 5.4, modificaciones del Estatuto del Centro Latinoamericano y del Caribe de Información en Ciencias de la Salud, BIREME.
To Bireme. Back in June, we informed the committee that the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health and Sciences Information, known by its acronym BIREME, which would move from the Sao Paulo University in Brazil to a different place with the possibility of further movement in future. The committee did adopt Resolution CE 172R10 to that effect, recommending that the Directing Council approve the amendments to the Statute of Bireme. And that, sir, concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for discussion. Then, Dr. Barbosa, Director, I will ask you for comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really very brief one. First, I want to recognize and to thank Brazil for its continued support to BIREME. That BIREME was born as the regional medical library 50 years ago. We kept the acronym because it's very well known in the region, but now it's a totally different technical cooperation that BIREME is providing. It's a specialized center on health science information that has facilitated in Latin America and the Caribbean the access for evidence, for journals, for scientific information, and also supported the countries about how to use scientific evidence and their translation to public health policy. So I think that's a very important center, and I want to thank Brazil for the continued financial support to keep the center there. And also to thank the Executive Committee first and this Directing Council, because we need to make this adjustment in the statute of BIREME, because it was, when it was created, it was in the premise of the University of São Paulo, as Councilor Pamela Zuniga presented, but since some years ago, the university decided that they needed the space, so BIREME was moved to another site, and Brazil could face some legal or some auditing problems with their internal, not their internal, the Brazilian national controller, because how to justify that Brazil is providing money to pay a rental if in the statute of the center it is said that it is in the University of São Paulo. So this will, let's see, to have the real situation reflected in the rules of the center, and at the same time to give more flexibility. So if in the future we need to move from another city, this will be there. So it's a very simple, but this will allow more flexibility, and I also want to, not only Brazil, but all the member states that are participating in the technical committees of BIREME that are doing a real excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agenda item 5.4, proposed resolution. Amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIREMI. The 60th Directing Council 1. Having reviewed the proposed modification of the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIREMI, or the Center, as described in the document, amendments to the statute of the Latin American and Caribbean Center on Health Sciences Information, BIREMI, document CD 60/12. 2. Considering that in 2015, after almost 50 years of BIREMI's residence at the Federal University of Sao Paulo, UNIFESP premises, the university notified the Pan American Health Organization that BIREMI could no longer maintain its headquarters on the UNIFESP campus, for which in 2016, the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, the Bureau, relocated BIREMI's facilities to rental premises in the city of Sao Paulo. 3. Recognizing that in light of these events, the statute of BIREMI needs to be modified to account for the fact that the center is no longer physically housed on the UNIFESP campus, and to grant the Bureau the flexibility to relocate the center's facilities as necessary. Resolves to approve the amendments to the statute of BIREMI attached hereto as an integral part of this resolution. The attached annex proposed statute of BIREMI is available to you all online. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. I yield the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions. If there are no objections, then I declare this resolution adopted. Then now we will go to a break, a 20-minute break, and I request you all to be on time here at 11 o'clock to continue with the other items in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios. Se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones, más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos, Inimatrelvir, Ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 812 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío. Desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%, aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primera visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí. Sí, despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aim to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to strengthen
PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders,
Muy buenos días.
Good morning. I am very pleased and very happy to be able to come back and preside over this session today. I would like to thank the Vice President who was here this morning at the helm of this meeting of the Directing Council. For me, it is a pleasure to take advantage of the time that we still have ahead of us in order to move forward with the agenda items that we still have pending. So you won't get rid of me that easily. So having said this, let us now proceed and move on to agenda item 4.6. And it has to do with a strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. I bring to your attention document CD 60/9, and I invite Dr. Anselm Hennis, Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table. Welcome, Dr. Hennis. Please proceed. And I yield the floor before that to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this agenda item. Please, sir. Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.6, Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the Region of the Americas. The Executive Committee welcomed the strategy and acknowledged the need to prioritize the issue of mental health and suicide prevention. Member states were encouraged to prioritize mental health at the national level and allocate the resources necessary to improve mental health services. Delegates expressed a concern at the persistently high suicide rates across the region and acknowledged that the COVID-19 pandemic had exacerbated mental health conditions. The pandemic's particular impact on the mental health of children and adolescents and on the mental health of health workers was noted. Support was expressed for the strategic lines of action and the importance of applying a gender, equity, ethnicity, and human rights perspective in efforts to improve mental health and suicide prevention was acknowledged. The priority given in the strategy to persons living in vulnerable conditions was welcomed. Attention was drawn to the need for public information campaigns to tackle the prejudices and stigma surrounding mental health conditions. The need to reduce barriers to access to mental health services was also underlined. The Executive Committee adopted Resolution CE 172R5, recommending that the Directing Council approve that strategy. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this agenda item. Thank you very much to the representative of the Executive Committee for the report on this agenda item. And now we offer the floor to Dr. Hennis to introduce this agenda item. Please, sir.
Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates of the 60th Directing Council, I am pleased to present agenda item 4.6, Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the Region of the Americas. Thank you for the opportunity to present this strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention, because although mental, neurological, and substance use conditions are a significant source of morbidity and mortality in the Americas, as many as 90% of people living with these conditions do not receive the required care. Additionally, the prevalence of suicide, which claims nearly 100,000 lives each year in the Americas, has increased over the past 2 decades, in stark contrast to other WHO regions, where similar prevalences have remained stable or indeed declined. While the COVID-19 pandemic has led to increased rates of mental health conditions, disruptions in essential mental health services have limited availability and access to care when they have been needed the most, particularly for those living in vulnerable situations. Recognizing the ongoing mental health impacts of the pandemic on the region, In May of 2022, PAHO launched a high-level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19 to provide guidance to the organization on strengthening mental health systems and services during and after the pandemic. The High-Level Commission recently launched its report titled A New Agenda for Mental Health in the Americas in June of this year. The strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas builds on the existing policy for improving mental health based on concrete actions for building back better mental health. And it also incorporates recommendations of the High-Level Commission on mental health and COVID-19, including the inclusion of mental health as an integral part of universal health access and coverage, the importance of digital health solutions to extend services, the participation of Afro-descendant and indigenous populations and those living in vulnerable situations in advancing mental health, and critically, prioritizing the prevention of suicide. This strategy aims to guide and support countries in the region in improving mental health and suicide prevention using an equity and human rights-based approach through 6 strategic lines. Build mental health leadership, governance, and multi-sectoral partnerships, and integrate mental health in all policies. Improve the availability, accessibility, and quality of community-based services for mental health conditions, and support the advancement of deinstitutionalization. Advance mental health promotion and prevention strategies and activities throughout the life course. Reinforce the integration of mental health and psychosocial support in emergency contexts. Make suicide prevention a national whole-of-government priority, and build multi-sectoral capacity to respond to people affected by suicidal behaviors. And sixthly, strengthen the systematic collection and reporting of mental health data, evidence, and research. We thank Member States for their invaluable contributions to the consultation process, which took place earlier this year, and also for the input of the Executive Committee. We invite the Directing Council to review and approve the strategy and its recommendations. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hennis, for that report. I'm now very pleased to offer the floor, ladies and gentlemen, to each of you who may wish to intervene in this debate. We've got a number of requests on our list of speakers. And next up is Belize. Go right ahead.
President, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Belize to express our unwavering support for the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas, as presented here at the 60th Directing Council. Mental health is a crucial aspect of overall well-being, affecting individuals, families, and communities. The global mental health crisis has reached alarming proportions, exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Belize recognizes the urgent need to prioritize mental health and suicide prevention. We commend the Pan American Health Organization for developing a comprehensive and evidence-based strategy to address these challenges. The strategy's 4 pillars, governance, promotion, prevention, and care, provide a holistic framework for action. Belize is fully committed to implementing the strategy and collaborating with regional partners. We pledge to share best practices, experiences, and resources to achieve its goals. Madam President, we have taken an inclusive approach in order not to leave anyone behind. Madam President, these are some of the achievements we have made in Belize in addressing mental health issues. We have completed the mental health policy. We have drafted the suicide prevention policy. Training has been completed in the MH-GAP to all primary care and secondary care facilities countrywide. The training of police officers across the country in mental health education. We have strengthened the acute mental health services, the strengthening of the community outreach program countrywide by filling all vacancies and ensuring resources needed. Through political will, we are working with human development to identify needs of mentally ill persons, to include cash assistance to families and expansion of shelters for rough sleepers in Belize City. A proposal with the IDB has been approved to expand the chronic mental health facility to care for persons with chronic illness who cannot be cared for themselves or in their homes. We are currently working towards developing a crisis management team, which would include health, security, and social teams geared towards persons actually ill to be treated with the respect they deserve. In conclusion, Madam President, Belize wholeheartedly supports the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. We are committed to working collaboratively with our regional partners to prioritize mental health, reduce stigma, and support those in need. Together, we can create a healthier and more resilient future for our citizens. Thank you.
I thank you, Minister. I'm very pleased to offer the floor at this time to the representative of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam President. The Bahamas supports the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. During a meeting of a group of PAHO member states to discuss various mental health strategies several years ago, there was great understanding that though we may not be where we thought we needed to be, significant work was being done in the area of mental health awareness and services strengthening. This present strategy provides a greater opportunity for member states to demonstrate the alignment of existing activities with the regional objective of improving mental health and suicide prevention. Madam President, in the last decade, the Bahamas has established a layered network of mental health services delivery that seamlessly transitions from primary health care facilities to tertiary level services. Additionally, we have crafted guidelines for the establishment and operation of substance use disorder counseling services delivery facilities at the community level. Some of the more recent highlights of the Ministry of Health and Wellness's work to date includes the passage of the Mental Health Act 2022, and this piece of landmark legislation is closely aligned with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and promotes the management of persons in communities rather than institutions. On its way to full enactment, the Bahamas Ministry has overseen the cohort of 41 psychiatric nurses in training, a series of workshops aimed at sensitizing and training peace officers in conflict intervention training, and the crafting of protocols for the uniformed services on how to interact with persons displaying signs of a mental illness. In the near future, we anticipate the completion of the establishment of a Bureau of Mental Health Counselors to support the management of non-communicable diseases and to assist with the screening and management of mental health illnesses. There has been the formation of a national network of mental health and psychosocial support services groups based on each major family island, and a series of trainings to psychological first aid for first responders. Additional trainings in mental health gap action plan is also planned. The establishment of a peer mental well-being club in high schools and a national adult safeguarding task force to support the welfare of the unhoused and others with chronic medical illnesses. Finally, Madam President, the Ministry is completing the final round of review of a national mental health strategy, which once complete, will reflect a strategy for mental health research and data management, and a strategic line of action dedicated to the prevention of suicide. Madam President, the Bahamas remains committed to the assignment of appropriate resources to support the preservation and restoration of good mental health, and encourages fellow member states to remain dedicated to the cause of equity in mental health service delivery. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I am pleased now to give the floor to the representative of Barbados.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, Director, colleagues. The Government of Barbados thanks the Pan American Health Organization Executive Committee and the Secretariat for this very important and timely report on the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. Mental health has always been a priority of our Ministry of Health and Wellness, but after the COVID-19 pandemic, we have noted an exponential increase in the number of individuals accessing our primary health care mental health services when compared to pre-pandemic years. We are now experiencing a worrying trend in the increase of children and young adults seeking and requiring mental health services, and hence urgent and decisive action is required in this area. Barbados firmly believes that investing in community-based mental health services is critical to a modern mental health approach in which mental health services are delivered in the community where people live, work, and play. We have therefore taken the decision to increase the community-based mental health practitioners, including the hiring of psychiatrists, psychologists, and counselors, so as to broaden our intervention base. Further, the Government of Barbados, in collaboration with PAHO, has embarked on several initiatives with a view to strengthening our national mental health services. These initiatives include the development of a new comprehensive mental health plan and roadmap for mental health services in Barbados, the revision and modernization of the mental health legislation using human rights and community-based approaches, development of a mental health hotline as an outreach method for the vulnerable in our society to complement existing mental health services, engagement with the media towards a better understanding of how they should report on suspected cases of suicide with confidentiality and compassion, promotion of the Child Guidance Clinic as a means of early intervention for at-risk youth, the promotion of the Mental Health Commission as a vehicle for public engagement and public discourse on mental health, and the creation of a comprehensive directory of mental health services. In addition, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is collaborating with the Ministry of Education to improve its ability to identify high-risk youth for early interventions. Madam President, in order to achieve our overall transformation of mental health services in Barbados, we recognize the need for multi-sectoral stakeholder engagement along with robust public education. In conclusion, we thank PAHO for its support thus far and look forward to its continued assistance so that we can truly transform the management of mental health illness in Barbados. We therefore endorse the 6 strategic lines of action and support the accompanying resolution. I thank you.
I thank you, sir. And our next speaker is the representative for Brazil. Thank you very much, Madam President. The policies for mental health and suicide prevention in our country is historic. It goes back into the 90s when we met in Caracas, where some of these policies were first launched. Over the 3 years of COVID-19, we always said that it was critical to be based on equity, human rights, and the individuality of each person, taking into account the actual context, vulnerabilities, and priorities of each country. Now, PAHO has been, we believe, playing a wonderful and crucial role in terms of roadmaps, in terms of very conceptual and technical breakthroughs in the Americas, and in that regard, we can only applaud the organization for this strategy that is being launched for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas, which has been launched to great and deserved applause. Bravo to Dr. Ravas, to Dr. Hennis, to Dr. Sosa, so many others for everything that has been done to make this initiative well known and greatly applauded, as I've said. Particularly as we recoup from the pandemic, we're looking to how we can do better in terms of the psychosocial support not in hospitals, but community-based. So, Madam President, the member states, now that we can strengthen our capacities, will be able, I hope, to do more to offer truly inclusive mental health and suicide prevention for all. An essential part of that will, of course, go to human resource availability and proper training and the public health policies with sufficient financing and investment in order to be sure that these particular elements, improving mental health and suicide prevention is not lost in the shuffle. For Brazil, this is a priority. And we can only tell you how very much committed we will be continuing to launch on a basis of equity and human rights. And finally, Madam President, what we do need is more technical cooperation. We all know that. And we can only hope we can get regular reports on how we're doing in this matter. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Concedemos la palabra.
I'm now pleased to give the floor to the representative of Bolivia. Bolivia considers that mental health is absolutely key and absolutely rests on special policies, but with a very particular attention to the lessons we learned over COVID, particularly for the mental health workers who were, as we all know, at the front line with their own taxing mental health problems. We know how the virus itself has weighed on the mental health of individuals, including boys and girls. Tremendous increase in anxiety and the levels of depression, and further intake of alcohol, barbiturates, and other psychotropic substances. Now, we are putting together a mental health program based on intersectoral input by all involved, both governmental, civil society, etc. And an important part of this plan is to get people out of institutions. Prolonged stay in institutions is not a good thing. And it certainly leads, alas, as we know, to human rights abuses and certainly not improved mental health. So we hope that neurological transformation, particularly in boys and girls, and psychosocial issues that come from psychotropic active substances in coordination with other different entities, such as the Ministry of Education and public government. We are working to reduce the demand for drugs. Our plan also focuses on suicide prevention, especially for the young kids, adolescents, working to avoid alcohol and tobacco, but most especially within our SARC context and our single health emphasis on prevention and on health promotion at all times. We think that mental health and the prevention of suicide could not be more important for the Americas, and you may be sure that we will be front and center pushing that strategy to the end. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleased to give the floor now to Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. In my capacity as Canada's youth delegate, I am pleased to deliver the following statement. Canada firmly believes that mental health is a fundamental pillar of overall well-being, and we are committed to promoting mental wellness and supporting equitable access to quality mental health services for all individuals. We applaud PAHO's efforts towards improving the mental health of all populations and communities in the Americas, and commend the development of the strategy to guide member states, particularly as it pertains to populations in the most vulnerable situations and minority groups who are disproportionately impacted by mental health issues. We also recognize the important contributions of the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19 and their report. Canada is acutely aware of the devastating and immeasurable impact that suicide has on individuals, families, and communities. To help guide collective efforts in this regard, we strongly support the explicit inclusion of suicide prevention as a strategic plan of action in this strategy. Further, we have seen that sustained community-based investments focused on mental health promotion have the potential to improve health outcomes over the life course, and strongly agree with the strategy's emphasis on improving availability, accessibility, and quality of community-based services. It is well recognized that suicide and mental illness can affect certain population groups disproportionately, such as indigenous populations, women, youth, and LGBTQ2I persons. It is therefore critical to acknowledge diversity within these populations and support approaches developed by and tailored for them to further improve mental health outcomes, which include equity and gender equality considerations. To help guide these efforts, Canada wants to emphasize the importance of disaggregated data to be able to understand specific contexts in order to effectively tackle mental health challenges and implement successful health promotion and suicide prevention strategies. As the youth delegate, I've had the privilege of connecting with more than 150 young Canadians who generously share their personal journeys with mental health. These dialogues illuminate the significance of addressing upstream social determinants, including employment, affordable housing, food security, and other related factors in promoting mental health. We must also consider the intersection between climate crisis and mental health. Youth advocates highlight the impacts of climate change on mental well-being, which can lead to climate anxiety. To promote well-being, we should prioritize holistic strategies that encompass addressing social determinants and taking meaningful climate action, paving way for a healthier and more sustainable future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased now to give the floor to Cuba. Thank you. Madam President, the 6 lines of strategic action that this document sets forth goes right to the heart of the plan of action that we have in Cuba, as a matter of fact. And we update, of course, the different elements depending on the epidemiology report and the various state of our different circumscriptions. Different investigations, different elements of research have been carried out, including the National Plan for the Prevention of Suicide in Cuba that goes back to 1987 to 20. That was that period of time. And our group on mental hygiene, epidemiology, and others have allowed us to track every case of attempted suicide or suicides that have actually succeeded, as it were, breaking it down into gender, into different types of elements. We have had epidemiological studies done. And part of the objectives, as we know, under the 2030 agenda, includes working against suicide. And certainly the Cuban mental health plan has very clear goals that we have tracked systematically in various different scenarios that go from anxiety to different types of research. In June of 2021, suicidal behavior was in fact included for the first time in our group in our chapter on social prevention and attention to particular vulnerabilities. That decision, we believe, is going to give us a better basis on which to carry out further research, which we consider necessary, such that the entire country will be involved in that research. And our Ministry of Public Health updated all of this, the 2020 to 2023 group, focusing particularly on people at risk, people particularly vulnerable, because we deeply believe that suicide can be prevented if you see it coming in time. Gotta spot it. And therefore, our measures to protect our well-being are considered paramount. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Very pleased now to offer the floor to Honduras. Thank you, Madam President. Honduras is very pleased to receive this important document, CD60/9, all the more so because it tracks our presidential commitment to focus on mental health from a multi-sectoral standpoint. And in that regard, let me say, we are moving resolutely forward in the drafting of a national law that will rest greatly on the proposals of this very paper. We're also focusing on a mental health policy that looks to strengthening the focus on mental health in the overall health system, beginning at the primary level. In order for these various initiatives to have a chance of success, we need to make them sustainable. And that's why we now have a very new mental health program that will be bolstered by sufficient human resources, we hope. Honduras fully supports this draft resolution, and we're very grateful to the Directing Council for your kind attention at this time. Thank you. Our next speaker is the representative for Uruguay. Madam President, thank you very much. Uruguay is very pleased to have read document CD60/9, Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, because this absolutely tracks our own strategic plans. We have normative steps that have been taken. We now have a national mental health plan that goes from 2020 to 2027 with a very high emphasis on human rights. The person that is entrusted with mental health is particularly tasked with setting up new institutions, but avoiding the prevention or internalization of persons other than when this is absolutely necessary. We have community mental health workers that are trained in mental health with an emphasis on health and socio-psychiatric measures. And in terms of promotion and prevention, we know that there are intersectoral elements that are important. Sensitization campaigns, particularly for those in the health sector, as a matter of fact. The strengthening at the first level of a primary care, in training and collaboration among the different levels of attention. After COVID-19, we set up a 24-hour free phone line to assist people who feel they're in trouble. A development of comprehensive support aims at drilling down on the specific nature of issues that are raised. Evidence-based. Now, we already had a pretty good system of information on mortality as a result of suicide, but starting in 2019, we started to track failed suicide attempts that are very much present in every single emergency center in the country. We have academic support in this regard. We also have a 2020-2025 suicide prevention program to detect populations at particular risk, including their families, and that emphasizes what can be done to ward off that particular difficulty throughout the national territory, the aim being to intervene in good time with proper diagnosis. Uruguay, by the way, has also been very much involved with other countries, comparing and contrasting different initiatives, including WHO PAHO systems, including indicators for mental health at the regional level. So let us take this opportunity to tip our hats to all of the mental health workers who have made such a difference to us all. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I'm pleased to give the floor now to the representative of Spain.
Disculpe.
The President presents her apologies. There is a correction here. Spain is an observer country, so we continue now with Haiti, and we will be very pleased indeed to give the floor to the representative of Spain later on. But apologies to the Spanish delegation, and Haiti has the floor. Madam President, mental health, positive mental health, is so critical. Anyone who is in any way involved in this field understands how deeply true that is. Problems of mental health represent enormous risk. This comes as a result greatly of poverty and other elements, but where suicide is an ever greater danger, premature death or cardiovascular disease, HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis being other scourges that we certainly must be aware of. But poor mental health is at the same time the result of and a cause of poverty. It is a tremendous challenge to us all, worldwide. Poverty, poor levels of education, poor health, abysmal levels of living and dignity can only lead to an erosion of dignity and mental health in every family, in every region. So we must bend over backwards to do better here. The region has the highest level of prevalence of mental health. It's the second highest rate for depression. Every year, practically 100,000 people in this hemisphere kill themselves. 100,000 every year. Surely, this has to be tackled, and we in Haiti want to be very sure that we pay sufficient attention to mental health, and we have that in our 2024 mental health program. And we are going to keep emphasizing how important the rights, proper consideration of people with mental health in their particular situation in order to humanize any assistance in mental health and be sure that this happens as at the get-go at the primary level. And when there's crisis, that people involved in lending assistance be well aware of the particular issues of mental health. The prevention of suicide has to rest on proper mobilization of resources. Haiti, therefore, very much supports this resolution and hopes that it is duly implemented. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now yield the floor to the representative of Ecuador. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ecuador understands the importance of a strategy to improve mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. During the pandemic, we had to confront a very complex number of multi-causal problems that affected mental health, and it's crucial to recognize this as an integral part of health in our region by promoting mental health, preventing mental diseases, and providing timely assistance to suicide behavior. We are firmly committed to reducing our suicide rates. We have a national mental health policy with a prevention focus by training community actors in using the manual on the prevention of suicide for community citizens. We have adopted these tools using an intercultural focus in order to be able to reach the many different peoples, nationalities, adolescents, and young people in the both rural and urban areas. We have strengthened our hotline 171 to provide specialized care when someone is undergoing a crisis. And we have developed and financed, up until 2025, a project to strengthen community mental health and provide attention to the socioeconomic phenomena of drug use, with the use of psychologists and psychiatrists in mobile units, with the use of pharmaceutical drugs for the prevention and addressing the epidemiological mental health problem, including a national survey on drug consumption. Our country has also adopted a law on mental health that aligns itself with the strategy that's been presented today, and it's about to be published. The vision is comprehensive, including human rights, which deinstitutionalizes care and promotes it throughout the community. We have trained staff in primary health care, psychological primary care, and we see a greater demand for mental health services and for the need to have strategies to prevent suicide. And this hopefully will drop the suicide rate in the next 3 years. Finally, we are completely in agreement with this document, and we reiterate the urgent need to address mental health in a comprehensive manner to prevent suicide, taking into account the unfair situation facing the young and vulnerable population, including the social, economic, and cultural determinants that affect them. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now call on the representative of Panama. Panama believes that mental health is a human right, and we guarantee national coverage. And we have identified suicidal behavior as a public health problem. We view this from an intersectoral and interinstitutional perspective. However, Madam Chair, the challenges in continuing to keep mental health as a priority and to develop strategies aimed at preventing suicidal behavior and risks requires the allocation and mobilization of more resources in order to be able to respond to the needs of those populations that are much more vulnerable, including those who are in a crisis situation and disaster, as well as indigenous communities, Afro-descendant populations, and the LGBTQ+ population. Since we are a strategic country for the transit across the Western Hemisphere and one that provides mental health to migrant and refugee populations in the region, the delegation of Panama highlights the importance of reiterating to the Directing Council that Darien is not a route, it's a jungle, and therefore it's very important to include strategies that target mental health and psychosocial support to the population that is migrating in those areas. The implementation of the proposals made in this document are considered to be opportunities to improve the elements that will make mental health a public health priority in order to ensure social, economic, and health development throughout the region. Madam Chair, for all these reasons, we are very pleased to approve this document, CDC 60/9, the Strategy for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the Region of the Americas. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Concedemos.
I now call on the representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Madam President. Guyana aligns itself with a strategy that is being proposed to improve mental health and suicide prevention in the Americas. Guyana, like many nations, faces a mental health challenge. It is a challenge characterized by stigma, suffering, and far too many lives lost to suicide. But it's also a challenge we can confront and overcome if we stand together with resolve and compassion. First and foremost, let us acknowledge that mental health is not a niche issue, but an integral part of overall health and well-being. It affects people of all ages, backgrounds, and walks of life. It is neither a sign of weakness nor a burden to bear in silence. Mental health is a fundamental human right, and every individual deserves access to quality mental health care and support. In the past 2 years, there has been significant advancement in the field of mental health. With the help of PAHO, Guyana was able to replace its outdated 1934 mental health ordinance with modern rights-based legislation. The new Mental Health Promotion and Protection Act was passed in Parliament in September 2022, followed by new legislation on Suicide Prevention Act in November 2022. A new mental health strategy is also expected to be completed before the end of 2023. Under the new strategy, emphasis will be placed on delivering mental health care at primary health care levels, with referrals to psychiatrists at the national level. We're also placing a lot of attention on addiction. The Ministry of Health has also recently started to use telemedicine, and in particular, telepsychiatry, in several remote communities that are in need of this type of support. In addition, the Ministry of Health with Columbia University and with funding from the NIH has been conducting research to better understand the factors surrounding suicide in Guyana. Once this becomes known, we will then be able to respond appropriately to suicide in Guyana. To summarize, our dedication to enhancing mental health and preventing suicide in Guyana is a pledge towards the welfare and advancement of our nation. It is a commitment that we make not just to ourselves, but also to our children, family, and communities. By working together, we can establish a society where mental health is given the attention it deserves, where individuals feel comfortable seeking assistance, and where the tragedy of suicide is replaced with hope, recovery, and resilience. Let us move forward with determination and compassion, for the path to better mental health and suicide prevention in the Americas is one that we must walk together. We support this resolution.
Muchas gracias.
I now call on the representative of the United Kingdom.
President, the UK and its overseas territories warmly welcome the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region. We are committed to treating mental health with the same urgency as physical health and support increased prioritization and financing of interventions to achieve this. The UK agrees with the key actions identified in the strategy in alignment with the WHO Mental Health Action Plan. The inclusion of mental health and psychosocial support in emergencies and disasters is particularly relevant for our overseas territories who are vulnerable to the impact of climate hazards such as hurricanes. We would like to thank PAHO for this strategy and would like to encourage that any outcomes from it consider the unique circumstances of small islands, including in any technical guidance. Most evidence for mental health interventions are from larger countries, and so we would also be interested to hear whether there are plans to develop evidence-based recommendations for small islands. Finally, we would like to note and welcome the recent Bridgetown Declaration, where small island developing states committed to undertake a suite of actions to address a range of factors impacting mental health, including improving access to mental health care in primary care facilities. The UK and its overseas territories are committed to prioritizing mental health and suicide prevention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now yield the floor to the representative of Antigua and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Madam President. Antigua and Barbuda recognizes mental health as a basic human right and one that has a significant impact on personal, community, and national development. The risk factors that undermine good mental health are many and can manifest at any stage in life, with those that appear during childhood being the most detrimental. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic had a significant negative impact on the mental health of persons not only in the region as a whole, but in Antigua and Barbuda in particular. Although mechanisms were put in place to reduce the worsening of pre-existing mental health conditions, there was an increase in new persons accessing mental health care and treatment. Madam President, strategies to improve the mental health of the general population, prevent suicide, and protect persons with mental health conditions are critical and have always been a priority for Antigua and Barbuda. Accordingly, Antigua and Barbuda fully endorses the 6 strategic lines of action proposed by the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, to improve mental health and suicide prevention as they fully align with the country's approach. In Antigua and Barbuda, all persons have free access to mental health services at both the hospital and at the community level, and access to psychosocial treatment and psychotropic medicines. Madam President, these services will be further strengthened when Antigua and Barbuda fully transitions into having a national health insurance. I'm also pleased to highlight that with technical support from PAHO, Antigua and Barbuda has begun the process to update its mental health legislation, to one that aligns with human rights principles. This legislation should have its first reading in the Parliament no later than January 2024. In Antigua and Barbuda, we are cognizant that we cannot reform mental health legislation in isolation. Legislation must go with reform of the mental health policy and, more importantly, reform of mental health services. This includes integrating mental health in primary health care, developing community-based interventions, and implementing training for staff in promoting and protecting the right of persons with mental disorders, addressing stigma and discrimination. Additionally, we cannot ignore climate change and the impact of the stressful events associated with natural disasters on mental health. Recognizing the need for mental health promotion and prevention strategy, the Ministry of Health will, with support from PAHO, conduct a mental health literacy program in 2024. Finally, Madam President, the need for data to inform decision-making, replans, programs, and resource allocation is paramount. Accordingly, Antigua and Barbuda will strengthen its data collection and reporting. Antigua and Barbuda takes this opportunity to thank PAHO for its technical support and looks forward to continue working with PAHO to strengthen our mental health services in Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Antigua and Barbuda, for your comments. The next speaker is the representative of the United States of America.
Madam President, and let me also take this time to thank everyone for their very rich and meaningful contributions on this particular agenda item. The U.S. wants to first off acknowledge and thank PAHO for this strategy to improve the region's mental health and suicide prevention services. Mental health concerns undermine quality of life for tens of millions of people in the region and increase the risk of non-communicable diseases. We know that these mental health concerns also can contribute both to intentional and unintentional injuries. So we're grateful and appreciate PAHO's efforts to strengthen mental health system capacity in a way that increases or improves availability of care, including investments to improve accessibility and quality of community-based services, especially given the way that our region is being impacted by mental health crises across all ages and throughout one's life course. Just to highlight, last year, our Department of Health and Human Services launched a toll-free lifeline for those facing mental health crisis, 988. Since its inception, this new helpline, 988, has actually resulted in more calls with lower wait times and better services for people in state or territory, local or tribal communities. We know that such services are essential in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and also amidst an ongoing substance use crisis. At a personal level, I have been grateful for this resource, and I hope that anyone facing hopelessness knows that we are always here for them. They are never alone. In addition to investments in counseling and treatment, as others have said, it's critical we do more to address the root causes and stigma of mental health crises. Also, the U.S. is working towards increased utilization of mental health and substance use care by ensuring comparable payment for mental health care professionals that's on par with other healthcare providers. We hope that this facilitates reimbursement for comprehensive mental health care services and incentivizes more people to join the mental health workforce. And finally, speaking of workforce, the pandemic, as we all know, brought many of our healthcare professionals to a breaking point. These healthcare professionals are continuing to experience never-before-seen rates of burnout, psychological distress, and also shortages. So throughout our region, we agree we must continue to support these healthcare workers as well as their families with all that they need to heal and thrive. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to the representative of Argentina. Thank you, Madam Chair. We also would like to thank Dr. Hennes for his presentation of this item. Argentina celebrates the fact that mental health is a priority within the organization because we see mental health as the cornerstone for the social development of health in the Americas. Likewise, we celebrate the presentation of this strategy to improve mental health and suicide prevention in the region. Mr. Director, it's key that PAHO's leadership is in supporting member states to develop strategies that give priority to mental health in their agendas and allocate resources to provide access to these services. In Argentina, our president, Alberto Fernández, has determined this to be a priority for public health, and he personally led at a national mental health hospital the federal strategy for comprehensive approach to mental health problems based on community solutions with a human rights perspective and respect for gender and diversity, also with a focus to prevent stigma and discrimination. We have strengthened the strategies, and for the first time, we have the level of investment required by national mental health budget, which is 10% of the budget for implementation purposes. That budget is not only for the Ministry of Health, but also the Ministry of Habitat with halfway houses in order to deinstitutionalize it for users, the Ministry of Public Works by setting up hospitals to provide care for patients with mental disease, and polyvalent hospitals that can carry out multi-functions. We're also strengthening the surveillance system, primary health care, access to medication at the primary health care level, and many other actions. In the area of suicide prevention, our country has a program which is comprehensive to address suicide. It attempts to address it early on and prevent the risk of suicide by improving the quality of records and of suicides that have taken place and attempted suicides. We recently adopted a law on suicide prevention, providing a free phone line to provide mental health care of 24 hours in the country. We also have a high-level committee on mental health and COVID-19, and we have used this as a tool to create awareness and strengthen the principles of universal coverage, human rights, equity, non-discrimination, and empowerment of persons with mental health problems and their families, as well as taking advantage of the benefits of any multi-sectoral action that allows all sectors to mingle their financial funds for this purpose. The next week will be the 5th Summit on Mental Health that will take place in Argentina, Buenos Aires. And it's important to note that with the collaboration of PAHO, we have established a panel with 3 national directors of mental health from the Americas will speak, people who have experience in the field, and we will talk about strengthening mental health services in the Americas region for the purpose of trying to better understand the current situation and the challenges for the region. Look at innovative ideas, legal frameworks, and what are the good practices in order to make practical recommendations and develop good strategies. Finally, we support this draft resolution based on the cross-cutting concepts, gender equity, ethnicity, and human rights. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Continúo.
Thank you. The next speaker is the representative of Guatemala. Thank you, Madam Chair. Guatemala thanks the director for the presentation of document CD60/9, and we recognize that solving mental health problems is indispensable for the region. By providing care, we allow for the comprehensive development of individual and realizing one's purpose. Through the Office on Programs to tend to people within the Ministry of Health and Social Care, we have implemented many programs in this area, amongst them the following. First, we have approved an institutional policy for mental health through a ministerial agreement 2026/2023. And the purpose is to provide guidance in the health sector with social participation and leads to the establishment of comprehensive health networks. Secondly, through Ministerial Agreement 264/2023, we approved a protocol on the prevention of suicide in childhood and adolescence, with the purpose of developing a multi-sectoral tool to health providers in the departmental offices, healthcare offices. We have also strengthened the services to protect the rights of these populations by providing equity, equality, and including cultural relevance. Third, we have undertaken an effort to strengthen the institutional capacities in the Ministry of Health so that the training and promotion of mental health and prevention of suicide reaches out to the population in general, including programs for prevention, recovery, and timely rehabilitation. Madam Chair, I'd like to conclude by reaffirming that mental health care is a priority for the state of Guatemala, particularly in this post-pandemic phase after COVID-19. We therefore are continuing to develop rules, regulations, and operations to provide better mental health services. Thank you.
Otorgamos el uso de la palabra.
Now I call on the representative of Costa Rica.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Costa Rica thanks PAHO for the presentation of this strategy to improve mental health and prevent suicide in the Americas region. In consideration of this proposal to reduce suicide by 1/3 of the rate per year by 2030, we must take into account the multiple socioeconomic aspects that have an impact on the well-being of population and therefore in suicide prevention. Many of these factors are being described today in this room, and I'd like to remind everyone that behind every statistic there's a family and a community that suffers from the loss of a loved one. We recognize that the health systems are recovering from the pandemic burden, and we still have a lack of access to services such as psychology, psychiatry, and specialized workers that can provide assessments and adequate treatment to provide early care. And this, in reality, means that the Americas is one of the few regions where suicide continues to increase. We avail ourselves of this occasion to reiterate the importance of having member states be active and committed to the National Observatory on Mental Health, because this is an important measure to help us obtain data and statistics and therefore be able to contribute to making good decisions in public health and policies. The availability of specific, precise, accurate data allows those who make decisions to assess the effectiveness of policies and programs that have been implemented in the region and make any necessary adjustments if necessary. Costa Rica has undertaken many efforts to address the tragedy affecting all of us, and we must remember that support to mental health not only means just mental health, but support to the family, consolation, and members of the community as well. It's also very important to address mental health as a cross-cutting effort throughout all public policies, as required by the new Mental Health Agenda of the Americas. Finally, it's important to strengthen cooperation between countries in the region, thereby allowing for an exchange of information on best practices and for collaboration in solving common problems by creating greater public awareness on how to approach suicide prevention. We need to establish effective communication, promote the benefits of collaboration, and work in a coordinated fashion in all governmental institutions, as well as academic institutions, NGOs, and other stakeholders. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Otorgamos el uso de la palabra.
I now call on the representative of Suriname.
Thank you, Madam President. Suriname would like to thank the Secretariat and Dr. Hennis for the joint efforts for this strategy. The purpose of this strategy is to guide and support member states of the PAHO to improve mental health and suicide prevention using an equity and human rights-based approach in order to advance health, and development in the region in the context of COVID-19 pandemic recovery and potential future emergencies. The post-COVID-19 circumstances in Suriname regarding the mental health and suicide prevention burden and treatment gap do not particularly differ from the rest of the region. Mental health is one of the priority areas within our health sector. We have a national mental health plan and a national suicide prevention and intervention plan. We do have a mental health hospital and are offering bachelor and master's courses in psychology. Several associations such as the Association of Psychologists, Association of Social Workers, and Association of Epilepsy, who are working very closely in tackling the mental health and suicide problems. The budget regarding financial and human resources for scaling up community-based mental health services to ensure that resources are proportionate to the mental health needs has been increased. Where necessary, we use evidence-based remote approaches to improve access. In order to prevent suicides, we are trying to work through a multi-sectoral approach that includes all relevant stakeholders, implements evidence-based interventions, and strengthens data collections efforts to inform suicide prevention policies, plans, and services throughout the life course. The 6 strategic lines of actions to be implemented over a 7-year frame will help Suriname to further improve our actions toward mental health and suicide. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank Suriname and offer the floor to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Madam President. Chile shares the diagnosis of the current situation of mental health, recognizing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the general population, and in particular on some specific groups, such as people with mental health issues and disturbance, and as other delegations pointed out, also health workers. My country is part of the call of action to work towards recovery of mental health, improving the health systems and services. We welcome the strategy to improve mental health as proposed, as well as the opportunity to be part of this work. President Gabriel Boric has established mental health as a priority in his mandate with explicit and specific commitments, something that was unseen in the past 50 years. Among other measures, he wants to increase mental health budget, promote a comprehensive mental health law with an intersectoral commitment, and empower the development of a network for mental health care, plus increasing coverage and quality of service and care, and to have different services involving the community. In order to comply with these commitments, the Ministry of Health developed a strategic plan for mental health that assumes the urgency to respond to population's demands, expanding the strategies in the National Plan for Public Health that was developed in 2016 and for the Horizon 2017 to 2025, and the mental health strategy and other frameworks in our country. This plan adopted the lines of action from the strategy to improve mental health as developed by PAHO, prioritizing some groups that in our country require special care, as I mentioned earlier, because of their vulnerability. Children, adolescents living in institutions under state care, the elderly living with dementia and their caregivers, and thirdly, workers, in particular, health workers whose mental health was strongly impacted by the pandemic. In addition to these priority groups, the protection of right of people with severe mental health has also been given priority, in particular those residing in hospitals, whether they be psychiatric or monovalent. Chile is therefore grateful to PAHO and member states for their support, and just as our country makes itself available to collaborate wherever necessary with others. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Chile. I now offer the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Mexican delegation notes the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. Mental health must be a priority in all policies, emphasizing prevention and community approach. Thus, in order to have an integral policy for mental health and addiction, the government of Mexico created the National Committee for Addiction, COMASAMA, bringing together those areas that were dealt with in a fragmented manner. Creation of COMASAMA emphasizes the right to mental health care and prevention of addiction for our population through a community model with an approach on primary health care with full respect of human rights. This is aligned with what is stipulated in the strategy. Regionally, during the chairmanship of the expert group for demand reduction of CICAD, Mexico regionally coordinated the document of recommendations to implement demand reduction programs emphasizing mental health. Globally, our country submitted for consideration of the United Nations General Assembly 75 a resolution, Mental Health and Psychosocial Support. This was adopted unanimously. With regard to suicide, Mexico developed a national program to prevent suicide in order to establish intersectoral intervention mechanisms to respond to people requiring care because of suicidal attention and reduce death due to suicide through care and research and post-care. Mr. Director, Mexico welcomes this document and the possibility that PAHO makes possible from public health and holistic approach. We support the Secretariat in its task to provide the necessary technical assistance to countries so that based on this strategy, specific programs may be developed to strengthen different aspects of caring for mental health and preventing suicide. Mexico makes itself available to the Secretariat to provide any needed support. Thank you. Thank you. I now offer the floor to the representative of Colombia. Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, we acknowledge and express our full agreement to the document and the 6 strategic pillars it contains. If there were one dimension where social determination, inequality, and the problems of health systems, essentially primary care, where they have an impact, is precisely mental health and suicidal behavior, as well as the use of psychoactive substances. Colombia, in its National Development Plan, is updating its mental health policy from Law 1616, giving priority to an approach that is based on primary care, intersectoriality, the national care system, territorialization, focus on genders and generation, and obviously ethnic and cultural diversity of the country. At present, in deploying the primary health care with interdisciplinary teams, and this is done nationwide, we have incorporated mental health staff, between psychology and psychosocial, to reach out to the broadest areas in the territory. There are lines for mental health, and we are working strongly with the Ministry of Education to prevent suicidal behavior. We especially emphasize supply of integral programs to guarantee the right to health, and in particular mental health, to the victims of armed conflict, ethnic groups, and migrant population, always with a community approach. Lastly, I'd like to mention that a very ambitious program is being launched, combining recognition of youth as subject to rights without stigmas through a program called Young People in Peace, and it will reach 100,000 young people, and both the economic, labor, educational, health components, and in particular mental health, will be a cornerstone. We'd like to thank this initiative, and please count on Colombia to work hand in hand when it comes to mental health and suicide prevention. Thank you very much. Thank you. We can now recognize the non-state actors that have an official and link with WHO and PAHO. They can now make their interventions. Nonetheless, we'd like to make an appeal. Please limit your intervention to the time allotted. We begin with the participation of the Coalition for American Health.
The Global Alcohol Policy Alliance and NCD Alliance applaud PAHO for its emphasis on human rights. We support its position that people living with mental health conditions and vulnerable populations inform the design and development of culturally appropriate, effective, and quality mental health services. We also applaud the focus on integrating mental health into all policies through multi-sectoral collaboration, mental health promotion and interventions, and integration of mental health with primary healthcare services. We are concerned that alcohol consumption is not addressed. Alcohol use is a risk factor for almost every mental disorder. And alcohol use disorder and addiction are a massive mental health crisis in the Americas. Nearly 1 of every 12 adults in the Americas meet the criteria for an alcohol use disorder, which is almost double the world average. Our region has a high prevalence of alcohol consumption, having the second highest consumption of alcoholic beverages in the world after Europe, with the resulting health, economic, and social burden. Alcohol industry interference is blocking and undermining life-saving alcohol policy solutions. Most countries in the region invest too little to reduce the alcohol burden. We respectfully urge member states to implement the safer technical package with emphasis on restricting the availability and marketing of alcohol and employing fiscal policies to reduce consumption, to invest in national multi-sectoral strategies, to take concerted action to expand access to mental health services through community-based services covered under universal health coverage, and to support the World Health Organization framework for meaningful engagement of people living with NCDs and mental health and neurological conditions to ensure their participation in the design, implementation, and evaluation of mental health policies, programs, and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be the International Federation of Medical Students Association.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, my name is Simran Atwal and I'm representing the International Federation of Medical Students Association. The IFMSA applauds the Pan American Health Organization on the development of this strategy. Within the regions of the Americas, mental health conditions and suicide rates have increased as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The groups of people who have been the most impacted are young people, adults, those living in poverty, and indigenous populations. Therefore, we call on all member states to collaborate with communities and civil society organizations that represent marginalized and vulnerable populations to assist with the design and implementation of mental health policies, strategies, and programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Healthy Caribbean Coalition.
Madam President, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition and the NCD Alliance applaud PAHO for developing the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. It marks a notable shift towards prioritizing deinstitutionalization, destigmatization, and adopting a rights-focused and multi-sectoral approach to addressing mental health and suicide prevention. This complements efforts to revise and enact mental health legislation across the Caribbean region to safeguard mental health, especially in the face of climate crises, as underscored in the recent Bridgetown Declaration on NCDs and mental health. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated a mental health crisis. Children and youth have borne the weight of an overwhelming level of stress, anxiety, and depression in response to their altered reality, with scarce safe spaces for solace. The strategy and related efforts must account for the challenges faced by this demographic, necessitating the development of sustainable multi-sectoral systems of support. The demographic lacks the financial means to access services, underscoring the imperative for universal health coverage. Mental health providers who have been trained to sensibly address the unique challenges faced by our children and youth are difficult to find, which increases the likelihood of uncomfortable and stigmatizing experiences. Unsupportive parents and guardians may act as a barrier to access services for their children under the age of 18, hence the need for robust, well-funded community and school-based services to provide a haven for this population. Madam President, given our resource-constrained settings, meaningful investment in these and other strategies to support child and youth mental health is especially critical, considering the substantial economic and health returns. In summary, the Healthy Caribbean Coalition and the NCD Alliance strongly recommend dedicated investment in targeted interventions addressing unique child and youth mental health needs. These interventions should be deeply informed by their experiences and grounded in evidence. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We have concluded with the interventions. No, I have just been told that Movendi is waiting to be recognized, so I offer the floor to Movendi. The members of the Americas of Movendi International are very concerned because the strategy doesn't deal with alcohol strategy as a key evidence-based solution given the mental health crisis in our region. We are also concerned by the lack of attention given to the mass contribution of alcoholic damage to the current mental health crisis. Alcohol use is a risk factor for practically all mental disorders. The disorder due to this use is a mental health crisis in our region. The prevalence of disorder due to alcohol use among women is the highest in the world. Given the aforementioned, the persons and communities of the Americas have the right to be protected from damage due to alcohol, and it has been demonstrated that political solutions when it comes to alcohol will make it possible to prevent and reduce suicide and other mental health disorders. We call upon PAHO and member states to give priority to increasing tax on alcohol to prevent suicide and other mental health diseases, and to collect the necessary funds to invest in mental health services and apply the safer policy package that integrates alcohol use reduction at the population level with primary health care attention to prevent and reduce disorders due to alcohol use. A new agenda for mental health in the Americas must include political action on alcohol, and Movendi International commits to support PAHO and member states to accelerate action on alcohol to improve mental health throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you. We can offer the floor now to Dr. Hennis to respond to the comments.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you so much to the member states. We have had interventions from 23 member states, as well as interventions made on behalf of non-state actors, which we quite appreciate. Now, it's quite clear that there's universal agreement with the importance of this strategy to improve mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. We heard all the data, we heard of the challenges which have occurred in the region and globally following the COVID pandemic. We've heard of groups who were being particularly adversely affected, those in vulnerable situations, women, children, LGBT, persons who are minorities, as well as health workers. And I think the experiences have been quite consistent across the entire region. We've heard about the importance of community-based mental health approaches and moving away from institutionalization. And this is one of the significant outcomes of the Caracas Declaration over 2 decades ago. And we had made a lot of progress, but I think momentum had been lost as we approached the pandemic. So now is the time to take up the mantle and really enshrine and advance the policies which are agreed in the region on the Caracas Declaration, which is also embedded in human rights. We are well aware of the importance of laws which are consistent with the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And we're very pleased to see the progress that's been made in many countries in terms of advancing policies, plans, and laws. And we stand ready to assist countries as they take many of the laws, and we heard of an example of ordinances from 1934 that have now been updated. And now it's a particularly important time as countries are updating their policies and laws. We stand ready to assist you. We are also quite aware, all of us, of the importance of multi-sectoral approaches to mental health issues across the region. We know of the shortages in terms of financing and the investments. And it's important here that countries are trying to step up and trying to tackle things with improved financing. If not, we will never be able to make the progress necessary towards universal health coverage. The relevance of suicide is really, really very concerning in this region. And we are aware that countries are trying strategies to reduce means, to use new techniques, and for example, the availability of helplines. This is a simple innovation that actually saves lives. And I think we need to see where the experiences are taking us in terms of what could be helpful. So we thank the member state, the United States, for sharing that, that positive experience with the helpline 988 in this country. And I think there are lessons learned for other countries. I think the importance too of tackling stigma and discrimination, improving the school environment, these are all issues that we have to address within the region. And this is all part of the life course approach. The importance also of institutional capacity building, sharing experiences, and effective communications are also very, very important. And we again stand ready to work with member states as we try to scale up our approach to tackling the challenges of mental health and to reduce suicide in our region. So thank you very much for all those inputs and shared experiences. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Director, your comments, please.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm grateful for all the comments from countries and civil society. I do believe they have made valuable contributions to this discussion. First, an important recognition from everyone about the high burden caused by mental health in the region that the pandemic aggravated, but I also think it called attention and gave greater visibility to a problem that was frequently neglected in national health plans and in the response of health systems. Furthermore, in addition to the heavy burden, there's also depression, and the fact that in the region that in the last 20 years we have seen a sustainable growth of the suicide rate is something also that draws our attention. It's urgent to begin to respond to these very important issues. My predecessor, the Emeritus Director Carissa Etienne, took a very important decision, and that was to create a high-level committee with participation by governments, academia, civil society, people living with mental health problems. The Commission worked 1 year in consultation with countries, and this year in June presented their final report, which we have now translated, especially the 10 key recommendations addressing mental health and suicide prevention. They have now been translated and incorporated in this proposed strategy that we have presented to you. I recognize and congratulate countries for changes that they're already implementing, changing laws, regulations, in order to move from a model of institutionalization and stigma to a view that is from human rights and how to better integrate primary care into mental care, and also the community health workers, as well as using telemedicine, direct lines, hotlines, in other words, to expand access for persons to be able to find the support and help they need, and to also focus on suicide prevention. I think it's important that with the strategy you're about to approve, the organization will be further reinforced to provide the technical support you need to continue along this road in achievement of implementing policies, strategies that are effective in order to give mental health and suicide prevention the attention our region needs. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor director.
Thank you, Director. I'd now like to invite the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 4.6, proposed resolution, strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas. The 60th Directing Council 1, having reviewed the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas, document CD60/9. 2, recognizing the detrimental impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on mental health of the general population, increasing the burden of mental health conditions while disrupting essential mental health services in the region. 3, considering the strategic principles of the policy for improving mental health, document CSP30/9, and the final recommendations of the Pan American Health Organization High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19. 4, recognizing the urgent need to prioritize mental health and suicide prevention, using an equity and human rights-based approach to accelerate recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and work toward achieving health, social, and economic development outcomes in the region. Resolves: 1, to approve the strategy for improving mental health and suicide prevention in the region of the Americas, document CD60/9. 2, to urge all member states, considering their context, needs, vulnerabilities, and priorities, to A, support the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health by applying an intersectoral, equity, and human rights-based approach to promoting and protecting mental health that includes everyone and avoids unfair differences between groups of people due to their race, ethnicity, gender identity, disability, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, or geographic location, among other factors. B, increase financial and human resources for scaling up community-based mental health services to ensure that resources are proportionate to the mental health needs of each country, and where necessary, use evidence-based remote approaches to improve access. C, support the transition from long-stay institutionalization to community-based services to promote dignity and respect for people with mental health conditions and prevent abuses and violations of their rights. in line with the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and other core human rights instruments. D, take urgent action to prevent suicide through a multi-sectoral approach that includes all relevant stakeholders, implements evidence-based interventions, and strengthens data collection efforts to inform suicide prevention policies, plans, and services throughout the life course. 3, to request the Director to A, provide technical cooperation to member states to strengthen capacities that contribute to the implementation of the strategy and the achievement of its strategic lines of action. B, continue prioritizing mental health and suicide prevention and facilitating its integration into all COVID-19 recovery efforts by the Pan American Health Organization, as well as other initiatives across the organization. C, report periodically to the governing bodies on the progress made and challenges faced in the implementation of the strategy through a midterm review in 2027 and a final report in 2031. Thank you, Madam President.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now offer the floor to the plenary to begin the discussions.
En vista
There being no requests for the floor, I declare the resolution adopted. We'd now like to suggest that we take our lunch break, following which we will continue with agenda items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, 8.4. Have a short coffee break and continue with 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, and 8.9. If there is enough energy left amongst us all, we can even include 8.10. Let me now offer the floor to our secretary, who has some announcements to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to remind our delegates about the briefing session entitled Accelerating Action for NCDs Through Primary Care, which will take place in Room B. A light lunch will be provided for delegates that are joining this session. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Iniciamos entonces.
Thank you very much. We now have our lunch break.
Empezamos nuevamente a las 2:30 como planeado.
We reconvene at 2:30.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios. Se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones. Más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos, Inimatrelvir, Ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío. Desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%, aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El Sistema Informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando. Dice que está ahí. Sí, despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aim to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
We understand that estimating demand for various health products can be complex. Simplifying the process can help to make your work easier.
That is why we at the PAHO Strategic Fund created the Demand Capture Platform. With it, you will be able to plan your procurement in an agile and collaborative way.
This launch is the first of many tools that we will introduce to
strengthen PAHO's technical cooperation.
This will allow you in the future to visualize your historical performance, obtain real-time financial information, and monitor the status of your purchases. With our new demand planning module, you can quickly access previous year's plans as a starting point, or initiate a new plan. The result of the process will be an approved purchase plan with indicative prices, along with monitoring reports and reference milestones. As a result, you can feel more confident the right product arrives in your country at the right time and in the right quantity. To provide you with quality, data-driven cooperation, our technical experts require key information. This data will allow you to receive alerts for stockouts or overstocks, evaluate if the requested quantity is ideal, and receive recommendations for more cost-effective options based on evidence and your unique context. Our technical experts will work closely with you, providing real-time feedback on your plans to ensure the availability of quality products in the country at the lowest possible cost. We are committed to continue facilitating access to quality-assured medicines and supplies in a supportive, equitable, and transparent manner. We are grateful for your collaboration in this endeavor toward health for all.
Thank you for choosing the PAHO Strategic Fund.
El envejecimiento abre un mundo de posibilidades, la posibilidad de seguir haciendo lo que amamos y ser quienes somos. Pero sin el apoyo adecuado, el envejecimiento también puede traer limitaciones. Mala salud, vulnerabilidad, soledad. Creemos que un entorno seguro, afectuoso y de apoyo puede convertir el envejecimiento en una oportunidad. Para ser saludable, para vivir plenamente, para aceptar el cambio y seguir aprendiendo y desarrollándote. Creemos que todas las personas tienen el derecho a prosperar a cualquier edad, añadir dignidad a los años, bienestar a los años, vida a los años. La década del envejecimiento saludable en las Américas. Añadir vida a los años.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
Haiti accepted to apply the highest standards for safety, but also for green health facilities. This hospital will operate without external support of electricity. If there is an earthquake or large emergency that will affect electricity and also the water supply for health facilities, this facility will continue operating, will continue providing the services for what it was built, to save lives and to contribute to the well-being of the Haitians.
Je vais vous montrer l'importance de ce type de service d'urgence. Des services d'urgence, nous en avons, mais des services d'urgence aussi bien équipés, aussi bien distribués, c'est le seul que nous avons actuellement dans ce pays.
So the past, when the vision was established, one of the challenges was, of course, to raise the resources for it, and to have a very clear plan, very good plan. I think some of the biggest challenges to make it happen, though, were some of the circumstances in the country. All these things were, and there was one crisis after another, or compounding each other. That made it quite challenging. But because of, I think, the determination, because of the dedication to make this happen, it was done as a collective effort. It was done with the partners in coordination with the Ministry of Health. It was done with some of the best technical standards. And here we are, inaugurating it.
We care about you, and that is why we want to simplify your processes. The Revolving Fund has developed a digital version of the PAHO 173, a tool that will make your job easier. With the help of this new tool, you will be able to access information quickly with the click of a button. The launch of our digital demand planning module is the first of many tools that seek to provide information to build upon PAHO's technical cooperation. Furthermore, future enhancements will allow member states to consult financial information, follow up on purchases, and monitor shipments. With our new digital demand planning module, you can simply and quickly access your previous year's demand plans as a starting point, or you can choose to start a new one. The system will also provide condensed demand reports and indicative prices aligned with the prices published on our website. Although we have evolved to a digital platform, the information collected will remain the same. Our questions haven't changed and are faithful to the Excel PAHO 173. The steps to complete the tool translate perfectly to our digitized version. We invite you to join us in this exciting change. The Revolving Fund, along with PAHO's technical support, will assist you in a face-to-face, personalized training session dedicated to resolving any questions that may arise during the process. We are happy to count on your support for this change to be successful and to continue facilitating access to quality vaccines in an equitable and transparent way.
O envelhecimento abre um mundo de possibilidades. A possibilidade de continuar fazendo o que amamos e ser quem somos. Mas, sem o suporte adequado, o envelhecimento também pode trazer limitações. Saúde debilitada, vulnerabilidade, solidão. Acreditamos que em um ambiente seguro, acolhedor e solidário pode transformar o envelhecimento em uma oportunidade para ser saudável, para viver plenamente, para aceitar a mudança e continuar aprendendo e se desenvolvendo. Acreditamos que todas as pessoas têm o direito de prosperar, em qualquer idade, adicionando dignidade aos anos, bem-estar aos anos, vida aos anos. Década do envelhecimento saudável nas Américas. Adicionar vida aos anos.
Cada año, en países en vías de desarrollo, hay 89 millones de embarazos no deseados y se estima que se realizan en todo el mundo alrededor de 25 millones de abortos inseguros. El 97% de ellos tienen lugar en América Latina, África y Asia, regiones del mundo con leyes más restrictivas. Solo el 55% de los abortos cumplen con los estándares recomendados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud. En América Latina, 1 de cada 5 embarazos termina en pérdida gestacional y cerca de 1 millón de mujeres son hospitalizadas anualmente por complicaciones derivadas de abortos inseguros. Así, el aborto es aún en nuestra región la 4ª causa de mortalidad en mujeres embarazadas. En este contexto, el Centro Latinoamericano de Perinatología crea en el año 2015 la red CLAP MUSA, para atender a las mujeres en situación de aborto y así contribuir a la reducción de la morbimortalidad materna. La red promueve el trabajo y la colaboración entre instituciones para fortalecer la vigilancia epidemiológica, la investigación operativa y la generación de una masa crítica de profesionales formados en temas de salud sexual y reproductiva. ¿Cómo funciona esta red? Liderados por el CLAP, se encuentran distribuidos 40 centros centinelas en 13 países que trabajan de manera conjunta, intercambiando información para mejorar la vigilancia de indicadores en la atención de las mujeres en situación de aborto. La red usa la historia clínica perinatal que desarrolló un módulo especial llamado CIP-A, siguiendo los estándares marcados por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que permite sistematizar la información, generar informes locales y monitorear los cambios después de intervenciones de capacitación y seguimiento de las guías nacionales. De esta manera, en la red CLAP MUSA, todos los países de la región, sin importar las diferencias culturales o legales, hablan un lenguaje común. Así, América Latina se convierte en la primera región del mundo con una red de centros centinelas que monitorean constantemente la atención que se brinda a las mujeres en situación de aborto, lo cual servirá para el diseño, implementación y evaluación de políticas públicas.
PROMES, the Program of Essential Medicines and Supplies, is a key player in the health sector of Haiti. And from here, we make distributions to all the institutions and many humanitarian actors across Haiti. With this PAHO initiative, we managed to really improve the quality of the operation that was in highly needed here in PROMES.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí. Sí, acá. Despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí. Sí, acá. Despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to response to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%. Aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios, se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones, más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos. Inimatrelvir, ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío, desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%, aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El sistema informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
Ahora voy a entrar y lo voy a sorprender cuando se estén vacunando.
Dice que está ahí. Sí, acá. Despacito así. Por amor. La felicidad cuando pasa.
The Americas was one of the regions most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In February 2020, PAHO activated an organization-wide response to support all of its member states in accordance with the COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan of the World Health Organization. The evaluation of PAHO's response to the COVID-19 pandemic aimed to provide an objective and independent assessment of PAHO's overall performance during the response to the pandemic, and to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. This is the first external evaluation of the COVID-19 response among all World Health Organization regions, a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The evaluation was commissioned by PAHO and conducted by an external and independent evaluation team, which engaged senior evaluators and public health experts. The evaluation assessed the operations undertaken by the organization across the region and its 35 member states. The report documents key achievements, gaps, and lessons that have emerged from PAHO's response to COVID-19, which serve to inform preparedness for and response to future public health emergencies. The evaluation addressed topics ranging from governance, engagement with member states and funding model, regional mechanisms to respond to emergencies, to technology and innovation, gender and equity, as well as organizational aspects. The report provides 10 evidence-based recommendations that PAHO is currently translating into effective actions and sustainable strategies. A task force team is dedicated to implementing these recommendations. Since July 2023, nearly 150 focal points from all PAHO entities at regional, sub-regional, and country level are mobilized to discuss, plan, and implement actions in response to each of the evaluation's recommendations. Implementation is expected to run through 2024. Progress and achievements will be made public to all relevant stakeholders. This shared venture will not merely allow PAHO to respond to health crises more effectively, but also enhance its ability to anticipate challenges, innovate, plan, and lead with staunch resolve and resilience.
Buenas tardes. Si los delegados pueden tomar asiento, así podemos realizar el conteo por el quórum y dar comienzo a la sesión de la tarde. Muchas gracias. Por favor, si tomamos los asientos, los delegados, así podemos contar nuevamente.
Please, if you can take your seats, we need to count how many people we have. We need a few delegates in order to have a quorum, and thus so we can finish earlier than yesterday.
We have a just quorum. We have the member states necessary to start. So we are going to start the first item of the agenda, Madam President.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us reconvene. We're back to today's session, and the first thing I'd like to do is to express my gratitude when seeing that you're still here and interested in moving forward and dealing with all these items that are essential and of great importance, not only for this organization to continue doing its job, but whatever is done here to be of a benefit for our countries and in order to strengthen our region. So we're very grateful for the effort in continuing with us in this very same hall and paying due attention to everything. Thank you very much, and let us now move forward, move on to agenda item 8.1, which is an update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas. I bring to the attention of delegates a document CD 60/INF/1, and I invite Dr. Marcos Espinal, Assistant Interim Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and Dr. Sylvain Alighieri, Director of the Department on Prevention, Control, and Elimination of Communicable Diseases of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table. Thank you very much. I will give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this agenda item.
The Executive Committee received an update on the COVID-19 situation in the region as of June of this year. The committee was informed that while the numbers of cases and deaths in the region has declined substantially, the evolution of the SARS-CoV-2 virus has not stabilized in a predictable pattern, and new variants are still expected to emerge. In the committee's discussion of the report, delegates expressed gratitude to the Bureau for its support during the pandemic and acknowledge a need for continued measures to reduce transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 virus and prevent morbidity and mortality from COVID-19. The importance of work to address the lingering effects of the pandemic on healthcare and care system was emphasized, as was the importance of achieving regional self-sufficiency in the supply of vaccines, personal protective equipment, and other critical items. Several delegates underscored the need to strengthen capacity for the development and production of vaccines and other health technologies in the region. The Bureau was commended for having commissioned an independent evaluation of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic and for its commitment to transparency and accountability. Member states were encouraged to commission their own external evaluation with a view to being better prepared for future pandemics. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Executive Committee for submitting this report. I now yield the floor to Dr. Espinal, followed by Dr. Alighieri. First, Dr. Espinal, please. I apologize. I was reading what I had in front of me, but I apologize. As the President, we give the floor to Dr. Alighieri first to report on this agenda item.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President, Dr. Rios, Dr. Espinal, on behalf of Dr. Jarbas Barbosa, distinguished ministers, distinguished heads of delegation, colleagues, and friends, I will be presenting the COVID situation in the region of the Americas up until week 37, including some considerations regarding the status of the response and all matters related to external regulation of the COVID response to COVID-19. in the slide, and I will not go into the detailed description of the slide, but I'd like to stress 4 different moments. The first moment, towards the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, I would like you to see the impact that the emergence of variants and how it modifies the behavior of the pandemic. We've had a mosaic of different profiles of transmission in the region. And in December 2020, January 2021, we had a strong impact in the Amazon basin with the Gamma variant. After that, when you take a look at the black line that you can see, in July 2021, we clearly see the impact of the first vaccination immunization activities, and the black line is mortality in that region. So as you can see, we have an evident impact of these activities. The third moment that I'd like to highlight is at the end of 2021, exactly on Thanksgiving week in this country. That is when we see the introduction of a new variant, Omicron, that is still in our view and in our sight, and a huge increase in morbidity. Also an increase in mortality rates because of an overburden of health services, human resources, supplies, tests, beds, and the whole battery of tools necessary to save lives. And last, I would like us to take a look at the period that appears during the second half of 2023 with a significant drop in the number of cases in a context of transmission of variants of the great Omicron family. However, the average of cases during the last 4 weeks in weekly cases is of 11,000 cases reported in the region, and the average of deaths in the last 4 weeks is 500 fatalities. So the virus SARS-CoV-2 is still very much present in our world, in our region, and is still wreaking havoc, including mortality levels. On the next slide, I would like to highlight some issues. The first one, I've touched already on this one, but we have to take a look at this one with a high vaccination level, more than 60% of immunization rates, and also the influence of the uniqueness of these variants, as we have changes in variants, but we also have changes in the dynamics. But so far to date, we have not seen greater severity, and we have not seen that this escapes the response to the vaccine. The second point is that we still have a potential. The virus, SARS-CoV-2, Omicron, and all the other variants have not shown stability. So we still face a situation where we can see the emergence, the cropping up of new variants that might have a significant or higher severity levels than what we see currently, and also escaping the response of COVID. The fourth point is to do advocacy with you, distinguished ministers, director generals, chief medical officers, and we have to ensure that we share with genomic surveillance networks your samples and your results in terms of genomic surveillance. That will enable our region, our organization, the global network to better perform the risk assessment regarding severity and also the impact of the response to the vaccine. And last but not least, in number 4, this has to do exactly with what I just said within the framework of an appeal in order to have sequencing published in scientific platforms, well-known scientific platforms. And this enables us to share with you, through regional reports, the situation in terms of genomic surveillance, which is a significant progress in the last few years. We had not begun this exclusively in 2020 in our region. This started in 2010 through the various systems of surveillance of the flu lab, but we've significantly strengthened and beefed up this regional capacity. So this is the strategic plan that we used between 2020 and 2023, with the 10 or 11 pillars in the region of the Americas. 10, we have a research pillar, which has been included in other pillars or into other pillars. So we still have these pillars of the regional response through 5 nuclear axes in protection, community protection, surveillance, care to the patient, access to response measures, countermeasures, and coordination of the health sector. So once again, I would like to highlight the achievements of the region in terms of genomic surveillance, lab surveillance, in terms of immunization, in terms of risk communication, including for groups in a vulnerable situation, including indigenous populations and minorities. In aspects that have to do with health services, oxygen, infection control measures, and deployment of medical emergency teams. Also, to stress the importance of having a regional platform, highly robust in terms of logistics for strategic supplies. And without giving more details, the importance of the coordination with all the government sectors. On this other slide, we find several criteria, epidemiological criteria, where you see the top of the slide, but also social aspects, organization of elections. Life continued during the 3 years and some months when we had the pandemic, with the social life, with political life, with all the challenges that this entails, as they are linked to massive events, displacement, movement of people, in order to exercise their right to vote. But also stability in government bodies with changes in leaders in the ministries of health. I have stressed a couple of times the importance of logistics. The Pan American Health Organization, in the course of the last few years, have greatly developed its capabilities in order to serve, assist, to help, to be with you, countries, in terms of strategic supplies, including personal protection equipment, including medicines, including laboratory tests, and other aspects that I would like to highlight. All of this in a context of the existence prior to the pandemic of the strategic funds on vaccines, as well as in strategic supplies in PAHO. This has been a key element that has been highlighted in the external response, regional capacities, regional capabilities, and logistics for strategic supplies, including vaccines. I will take some time in order to describe in detail some aspects that you see on this somewhat complicated slide, particularly lab aspects. Once again, Dr. Espinal is asking me to speed up, but I'd concentrate on innovation. The region of the Americas was the first region in having PCR diagnosis at the end of February 2021 in almost all national public health laboratories, and also to have available primary health care services with antigen tests in order to accelerate the management of a patient. I can speed up and move on. One of the lessons learned is the interface between or among these 3 blocks: surveillance, primary health care, and immunization programs that are strengthened.
Esa parte ha sido presentada.
Now, this part was presented with the presence of Dr. Barbosa last Monday, so I'm going to gloss over that at this point. What I would like to point out, above and beyond the unique contribution that the external evaluators also determined, is that, as you know, PAHO offers unique contributions and did show this during the response to the COVID-19 pandemic with regard to the management of patients. PAHO over April and May of the 20 was the first one to work against the use of certain drugs, including ivermectin, with patients with COVID. We were the first to stand up and say, no, not recommended. Together with external evaluators, we looked at technical support. Member states made a difference. We know that through the virtual campus that we had available, there was an establishment of incident management centers in the countries, including at the PAHO offices, and we were able to boost technical support in a manner that made a real difference. As we know, using these systems of information and with all of the digital support that offered made a big difference. Now, there are 6 points that have been underscored as being really critical to understand the standing recommendations from the IHR with regard to the Emergency Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic, and this we have gone over with your ministries over the last few days and the last few weeks. But let me home in on 4 issues that we in the Secretariat of PAHO consider of a particular import and which we would put before you together with WHO's permanent recommendations. One has to do, as you could read for yourselves, with the COVID-19 vaccination expansion and integration. That involves broadening vaccination to develop and strengthen surveillance and laboratory capacities, to use new strategies with regard to resilience for emerging threats, because this ain't over. We have a lot of infectious challenges out there, and last but not least, the importance of maintaining and strengthening one's strategic stock for critical supplies in the region. I hope I haven't gone too lengthy or too short, and maybe I've got it just right. I hope so, and I hope it's been of interest. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Alighieri. We are pleased now to give the floor to Dr. Marcos Espinal, the interim sub-director of the Pan American Bureau, for him to present his own input on the subject.
Be brief. And I've been advised to let you know that this is going to be the last report on COVID-19 of the organization, unless something happens down the road and we need to bring back the topic. But this is after a series of progress reports that has been presented every year in every directing council. Let me just go straight to what I'd like you to present today is how COVID still is impacting the priority programs and some of the services that we provide to the people of the region. And let me start with vaccination. It's the half glass full or in half. You know, what we have is basically here, we're still not yet there. 71% of people vaccinated, basically. We still have 30% of people that are not being vaccinated. So they are basically, we know what the problem is, hesitancy, access, lack of education, and so on. So while the organization was able to help member states making sure 2.1 or 2.2 billion vaccines doses arrived to the countries, we we still see that many people in the region are not yet vaccinated. And we're talking about 1 billion people in the region, more or less. 30% is quite a lot, no? So the next one, and you focus in the blue one, which is the last round of the WHO Pulse survey, or la encuesta Pulso, donde we see that 67% of the countries were still reporting some disruptions as of the last quarter of 2022, which is a telling thing. And still, it's true. It's the last quarter of 2022. We are entering the last quarter of 2023. But, you know, we still hear that of disruptions at country level. And we are now hearing about 2 new variants that are affecting people in our countries, increasing hospitalizations in some countries, increasing number of cases, and so on. So while the pandemic has been declared like a little bit over or done, or things like that, we still have COVID, as Dr. Aldilleri was saying, the virus among us. And it's likely that it will remain with us for as similar as flu. And it's likely that we will have to get vaccinated every year like flu. So when I see these slides, you can see disruptions in all type of activities that the ministries of health are doing, care for older people, non-communicable diseases, nutrition, neglected tropical diseases, communicable diseases, and so on. I'm not going to go into details because you heard this before, but the message is that we need to continue supporting not only priority programs and integration and access to medicines and technologies. The bottom line is that we need resilient health systems so they can provide routine services in times of war, not only in times of peace. And what I call times of war is when we have pandemics and outbreaks. Because we cannot continue affording that when we have an outbreak or pandemics, countries stop doing the routine services and go to devote transferring human resources, deviating funding. So resilient health system is the key so they can do both services. And this is what I was saying, you know, the 5 strategic pillars of the director of PAHO, you know, pandemic control, implementations of lessons learned, and you saw the evaluation, and again, resiliency in our health systems is the key way. The way forward. The way forward for us is to maintain lessons, expand, or not maintain lessons, you know, apply the lessons and fix the problems, expand new technologies. We need to, you know, leverage external opportunities for recovery, the One Health approach, pandemic treaty, the IMB, and we don't need to talk about it because in the last few days we have been talking about the IMB and about the next steps and the meeting that Dr. Ugarte and the Health Emergency Department is having at the end of October. So, but we also need to continue strengthening our routine services, advance and expand immunization. We need to ensure integration of NCDs in primary health care. We need to ensure we continue eliminating diseases. And important, human resources for health. We need to make sure that our health workers are fully trained, retrained, and also be given proper living conditions and fair issues. We have seen in this one that the vaccination, it's a little bit, it's improving the coverage a little bit. As you can see, the last year has been hopeful that the new, the efforts we're doing in immunization and the creation of the comprehensive immunization program of Dr. Barbosa is going to pay off. We need to continue working in hesitancy. We need to continue working, pushing, and strengthening our programs. And I think this is an example of what is going on now because we're talking about recovery, and recovery is key to us. For instance, Barbados, currently discussing health financing reform on priorities and a universal package of services. Chile, we heard from Chile on primary health care and NCDs. Colombia, health reform proposal that is ongoing. Guyana investing in 14 new health centers to expand access to population. The countries are moving in recovery with the support of the Bureau. This is elimination. You heard yesterday. I'm not going to go into details. This is the pipeline towards 2030. Plenty of work to do. We have not completed yet the work. And finally, the organization is boosting its partnering and alliances. We don't think we know everything. No, we don't. It's bringing everyone around the table so we can find consensus and take the best value of every partner. These are some of the MOUs and agreements that the director has signed last week in Onga, and some others that are coming for signature. Thank you very much for your time.
I thank you very much indeed, Dr. Espinal and Dr. Alighieri, certainly, both of you. Thank you for your respective reports. Now, I would like to offer the floor to the plenary, ladies and gentlemen, for any comments you may have in the context of this debate. And first up, we have the representation of Honduras. Thank you very much, Madam President. Honduras is very grateful for the reports that have been put to us on the update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas, the more so since it buttresses the points that we have been making in our country to cut transmission of COVID-19, to make sure that instead of being a pandemic, it can turn into an endemic. But the various points that have been made and the update of these technical documents that you have shared with member states leads me to say that as a priority country, Honduras has certainly improved the installed capacity that we have had in the recovery of essential services, vaccination, lab work, and various different measures for health that have made a tremendous difference in our ability to alert and respond to COVID-19. Greater access to vaccination has certainly brought down the level of grave cases and the death rate. Our Ministry of Health has continued to work very systematically to increase vaccination coverage in the entire eligible population and also with regard to genomic sequencing. As a priority country, Honduras has benefited enormously from technical cooperation and financial support from PAHO, from WHO, and that has boosted our capacity to offer proper diagnosis. As to the COVAX mechanism, the situation in the country would assuredly not be the same if we had not had access to vaccinations, and we know how much better off we are now with the introduction of the vaccination and the massive strategies that were launched with the support of PAHO/WHO. As regards communication of risk factors, our country made extensive use of the material that PAHO and WHO set forth, adapting them as necessary to our own situation. We all, of course, did everything we could with personal protection equipment and numbers of other issues that, as you know, were key in our being able to mobilize resources. The role that WHO and PAHO have played with regard to the pandemic in our country is enormously appreciated. Now, what are the challenges ahead? Well, to begin with, we understand that we need to make very sure that our health sector, our health ministry, remains very closely tied to WHO and PAHO with regard to lab work, systems of vaccination against COVID-19, and all of the other elements that have made a difference. All of this pushes me to reiterate how critical it is to remember that we need to be ready to face this if it raises its head again, and we need to be very alert to influenza, COVID-19, and numbers of other respiratory issues. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Madam. Pleased to give the floor now to the representative of Uruguay. Thank you. Madam President, Uruguay is very grateful to PAHO for the support that was offered us to better meet the challenges of COVID-19. It would have been very hard indeed, not to say impossible, to meet this on our own. Once the sanitary emergency was brought to an end in Uruguay, we had already set up surveillance mechanisms to be sure that we kept an eye out for COVID-19. We understand that mortality, morbidity, the genomic sequencing of SARS-2 and others, and the need for vaccination, remain key. The management of information is also essential, and we know that the overall effort is to strengthen leadership and governance. COVID-19 continues to be something that must be informed. This is not an option, it is required. And in the winter period, it's influenza A, H1N1, and B Victory, and the respiratory virus has been important, but SARS-CoV-2 has remained fairly low. The number of cases that have been reported in Uruguay are 1,447,000, and mortality is up to 7,636 individuals in a population of 3.4 million. In terms of our capacity to expand the availability of beds and critical spaces has also been maintained. We have special people trained to work against the transmission of respiratory ailments that we had already before the pandemic. Our networks have been strengthened after our pandemic experience, and the vaccine coverage against COVID-19 is 85% for the primary of 2 doses and 61% for those who received a 3rd booster. We had additional support for particularly vulnerable populations, and we're talking about new boosters depending on WHO's recommendations, especially for the more vulnerable members of society. We are abiding by international health regulations per all of the protocols. We also are very attuned to alerts and recommendations that are immediately set forth to the technical teams and who pass them on from there. SARS-CoV-2 has been fought against in the various environments. We have a number of different specialists and epidemiologists who are trying to bring this to a close. But during the pandemic, we had secure corridors for essential workers with differentiated protocols for people who were working, for instance, in the aviation area, dealing with foreigners in Montevideo, and numbers of other special measures that the International Maritime Organization had pointed out also for transportation by sea. There were always additional measures that were offered to foreign workers in our country, and Uruguay can only thank you for the present document and express our ongoing commitment to keep working with PAHO and WHO. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Next, we have the representation of Argentina. Thank you. Argentina is very pleased to receive this update. We're also very happy to hear that WHO has stated that COVID-19 is no longer a public health international emergency, but we are going to keep very, very close eye on this to be sure that we can keep dropping the levels of disease and potential mortality. Our region, as we know, was very hard hit, one of the hardest hit by this. So we know whereof we speak. And critical inputs, of course, have made the difference, and we're going to keep working so that we have what we need to buttress the production of vaccination and other levels of assistance that we need in the Americas. We think that is absolutely key. With regard to this document, we'd like to point out that Argentina is working with PAHO in order to implement a new response within the framework of prevention and control of respiratory diseases, potential and endemic. We're also working with WHO, and I should say with PAHO itself, in the framework of prevention and control with potential for endemic and epidemic elements. We think that the SAGE group have very good points to make, and we will be following their response, and we have in our 24 jurisdictions genomic vigilance and surveillance so that we keep an eye on what is circulating both in ambulatory and in hospitalized people. All of this is surveillance that is integrated with regard to other respiratory ailments. We're taking a hard look at COVID-19 with the hope that we can generate local information, particularly with regard to mortality for people above 60 and in pediatric cases. We're working with Synergium in order to try to work for better transfer of technology for RDN in order to boost regional production of vaccination and to be sure that next time there's an emergency, we're in a better place to meet it. Any global initiative like the pandemic fund that various people have contributed to, anything that will boost our capacity for response in our health is a good thing, and we hope to be in a position to avail ourselves of those measures. Thank you. Thank you. Ecuador is next. Madam President, Ecuador is very pleased to have received this document on the update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas, an excellent document which we think is important because of its underscoring of maintaining a vigilant eye on this. Although it was back in the 4th of May, 2023, that we decided that COVID-19 was no longer a public health emergency of an international import, we do believe that it is important to recognize that it continues to be a threat globally. That is why we can't take our eye off the ball. We've got to be vigilant with regard to future emergencies of a public health nature. We in Ecuador have looked very carefully at how we can strengthen all of our surveillance of respiratory viruses and pan-respiratory diseases as a whole. This means that we have to be very up on detection, particularly with regard to issues that can become a pandemic. We need to look at our lab capacity for sequencing of respiratory pathogens. In line with these initiatives, we are launching an early warning system that focuses particularly on respiratory viruses with a potential for a pandemic or epidemic, as the case may be. This has to do particularly with particular communities in our country. Although the full scope of vaccination has reached 85% in our country, and we're very proud of this, we still know that more needs to be done to mitigate risk, and more has to be done to have access to proper diagnoses and vital treatment for COVID-19. To that end, we need preventive measures, frequent hand washing, the wearing of masks, and a better understanding of respiratory viruses. Here is where Ecuador thinks it's very important that the Secretariat keep very attuned to what we can do to strengthen international cooperation. Let us call our member states in the international region to be ready to help out as needed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleased to give the floor to Jamaica next.
Madam President, Jamaica thanks PAHO for this comprehensive report on the current situation in the region, the work done in supporting countries under the 5 strategic lines of action, and the recognition of the standing recommendations issued by the Director General. Jamaica notes the guidance for member states, particularly the continued need for sustaining and updating where indicated national COVID-19 plans and policies that take into account the WHO COVID-19 Strategic Preparedness and Response Plan and reflecting lessons learned, including those identified from Jamaica's COVID-19 Interaction Review and findings from the series of national COVID-19 research agenda. Jamaica reported its first case of COVID-19 on the 10th of March 2020. As of September 12, 2023, there were 156,421 confirmed positive COVID-19 cases, and a total of 3,655 died. It is of note that of those hospitalized, 91% were unvaccinated, and most of those that died had pre-existing comorbidities, and 98.8% were unvaccinated. The comorbidities included obesity, asthma, renal disease, cardiac disease, chronic hypertension, diabetes mellitus, malignancy, thyroid disease, and cerebral palsy. Since the discontinuation of COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern, COVID-19 surveillance has been incorporated into our respiratory surveillance systems. Laboratory capacity has been sustained with a total of 1,237,456 samples tested, and we remain in a state of preparedness and response for new surges. We have made significant progress in addressing disruptions caused by the pandemic, including sustaining essential public health functions, as well as the supply and delivery of oxygen, provisions for adequate infection prevention and control measures, including adequate supply of PPE and other countermeasures. We are utilizing the lessons learned in the pandemic to strengthen the national vaccination program, and COVID-19 vaccination has now been integrated into the routine health services. A total of 1,528,680 COVID-19 vaccine doses have been administered in Jamaica, comprising first doses, second doses, single doses, and booster shots. The demand, however, still remains below target. Jamaica appreciates the technical cooperation and coordination provided by PAHO WHO for various aspects of the COVID-19 response and look forward to continued technical support. We encourage PAHO to maintain a critical stock of supplies to mitigate the impact of no or reduced supplies to ensure equitable availability across the region and to continue to advocate for regional capacity for manufacture and distribution of critical items. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Proseguimos.
Thank you very much. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks PAHO for this final update and commends the organization for its ongoing and valuable work to support member states throughout this unprecedented time. Canada agrees with the document's proposed actions and commends the inclusion of recommendations for sustained surveillance and continued support for research on the post-COVID-19 condition. While we move toward longer-term recovery, capacity gains will need to be sustainably repurposed towards prevention and preparedness. This includes efforts to restore health programs adversely affected by the pandemic, updating preparedness plans, and integrating COVID-19 vaccination into routine health services. We take this opportunity to applaud PAHO again for being the first WHO regional office to conduct an external evaluation on its COVID-19 response, reflecting the organization's much appreciated commitment to transparency and accountability. We look forward to the translation of the report's recommendations into effective and sustainable actions, allowing the region to better anticipate, plan for, and respond to future health emergencies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Next online, we have Nicaragua. Thank you very much, Madam President. In Nicaragua, Participation in health on COVID-19 has been dealt with an intersectoral, participatory, comprehensive approach with a community network that facilitates undertaking actions in a sustained way with successful results. Nicaragua is committed to maintaining the efforts for the implementation of the National Immunization Plan against COVID-19, efficient, inclusive, to have the entire population covered, giving attention to the most vulnerable and those of difficult access. We've reached a 98.1% coverage with the first dose and 95.9% for the second dose. The tactic for implementation is home-to-home brigades, penetration in territories of difficult access, in mobile clinics, roving clinics, and health clinics. We also established vaccination places in public institutions, vaccination in businesses, and working centers, amongst others. We have permanent vaccination centers in hospitals, in clinics, community centers, maternal homes, natural medicine institutes, and homes for the elderly and homes for people with special needs. They're all places that are accessible and known to the population. In order to attain universal vaccination, we have the protagonism of the family and the community network, the commitment of health workers, and the political will of our good government that is headed by Daniel Ortega and Ms. Murillo. We continue strengthening epidemiological surveillance, genomic and proteomic surveillance of SARS-CoV-2, integrated management of cases, and we continue working on preparedness, response, and resilience when faced with health emergencies and future pandemics. With the commitment and the political will of our government, we face huge challenges in order to maintain the provision of health services in essential programs during the COVID-19 pandemic. During the pandemic and in the present, we have the leadership of the government, governance and stewardship of the health ministry. We continue strengthening epidemiological surveillance and information, as well as the network for the provision of services and multidisciplinary approach of the cases of COVID-19. During the pandemic, PAHO carried out very lofty work in providing technical assistance and resources by way of support to COVID-19. We continue managing different alternatives for the procurement of supplies that will be accessible at fair prices and of quality in order to respond to the current and future situation of emergencies. We continue working in order to ensure equitable access with medical measures against COVID-19. Likewise, diagnostic means, treatment, and vaccines complying with security, safety standards and of quality and quantity. We support this update on the COVID-19 pandemic in the region of the Americas. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Concedemos la palabra.
We now give the floor to Mexico. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mexico thanks the Secretariat for presenting this document, which describes the current situation of COVID-19 in our region, as well as actions undertaken by PAHO in order to provide technical cooperation to all member states to respond in a comprehensive way to COVID-19. On May 5th, the World Health Organization declared at the end of the pandemic because of an international health emergency. This does not mean that COVID-19 continues to be a threat to global health. Distinguished Director, in the spirit of Pan-Americanism, Mexico reaffirmed its commitment to the region and the international community to working closely with you and the organization to strengthen the response to COVID-19. In 2020, regulatory agencies in the world used the scheme of authorization for emergency use as a temporary instrument that enabled us to have vaccines against COVID. In that regard, with the intent of providing content to the national policy of the Mexican state, our regulatory authority, COFEPRIS, published this last Friday, September 22nd, a convening so that pharmaceutical companies will register and begin the transition to health registration of said vaccines, emphasizing as essential requirements to have the elements of quality, safety, security, and efficiency in order to complete the dossier. The Pan American Health Organization rated COFEPRIS as a national regulatory authority of reference, and therefore the decisions are acknowledged by different countries in the region. Therefore, this initiative will enable the vaccines approved by our country to be used by other sister nations, as was the case during the most critical moments of the pandemic. Mexico welcomes the special program of the Regional Platform for Production, and it makes available this platform for the organization to continue supporting in this effort. Thank you.
Concedemos la palabra.
We now give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, Madam President. We thank you for the update report on COVID-19. Colombia wishes to bring to your attention the following concerns regarding continuity of immunization against COVID-19. Like never before, the uncertainty, the provisional knowledge, and the speed and the variation of the virus has never been so important. The population in general, and specifically the one at risk, has reduced acceptability when faced with boosters. Different from other biologicals, in this opportunity, the population was subjected to the publicity of brands more than technologies or objective assessments, and therefore all vaccines have fell into differentiated levels of acceptability, recognition, and in some cases, resistance. The update of the biologicals for the time being will be lagging behind when compared to the variants or sub-variants of SARS-CoV-2 of COVID-19. All of the above has led to a high percentage of non-utilization of hundreds of thousands of biologicals. And what is even more concerning, it makes it difficult to establish the technical, financial, and logistic reasoning for the procurement of future biologicals. In this regard, Colombia wishes to propose to countries and to PAHO the development of a new model of negotiation under the following criteria. First, to strengthen a regional strategy for negotiation, procurement, and logistic development where the financial and technical risks will be shared by industries and countries. Secondly, to have a regional, dynamic, updated, and updatable stock that will be aimed at replacing in an intelligent way the demand of countries. Third, to strengthen as a region the leadership and the central role of the strategic fund. Fourth, to establish mechanisms, agile mechanisms, so that all countries in the region can share stocks of biologicals based on their needs. Last but not least, we ask PAHO to facilitate a meeting with the states in order to find innovative solutions to this very complex situation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And next in my list, I have Bolivia. Thank you very much, Madam President. The plurinational state of Bolivia greets with welcoming observation this point, emphasizing some ideas where a country still has actions maintained and aimed at maintaining the control of the disease. We have an epidemiological alert aimed at diagnosis and genomic determination to determine the variants that are circulating in the country by using a strengthening of the genomic surveillance system in the country. We also have the supply of vaccines to populations in situations of vulnerability and special group by stepping up those that received their dose 6 months ago. The determination of a risk communication by updating epidemiological surveillance is also one of the pillars that is still kept in the country and will be kept in the future. Strengthening the cold chain with the replacement of the already existent or increasing the storage capacity has been one of the pillars that we've been considering for the same distribution of biologicals. The preparation of a health system with the strengthening of human resources, the update of the same system based on protocols that have been established and prepared for future pandemics. We see with concern the effect of an introduction of a vaccine and its direct or indirect impact on the vaccination schedule in our country by determining low coverage in the pie affected by COVID-19. It is of concern to our country, likewise, to see the conditions set by companies when accepting the procurement or donation of vaccines, be it through international organizations or directly. Bolivia is grateful for the support received, and we request celerity in the technical operations for adequate management of protocols. We declare our commitment in order to coordinate in a timely way when faced with the possibility of new variants or the emergence of new emergencies. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. We now give the floor to Dr. Espinal as well as to Dr. Alighieri to respond to these comments.
Madam President, Dr. Barbosa, distinguished minister, few points regarding the interventions from and considerations from 10 countries of the region. I'd like first to flag that the standing recommendations from the WHO Director General are well taken into account and integrated in the national decisions and plans. Second, we heard from a number of countries, almost all countries, the necessity of integration of COVID-19 surveillance into the surveillance of epidemic-prone respiratory viruses, between brackets, in terms of technical acronyms. This is SARINET that we use in the region, which was really activated from the day one of the pandemic and linked to the genomic surveillance. Second, again, the word integration of vaccination of COVID-19 into the regular program of immunization. This is key for keeping a good coverage and protecting group at risk. And finally, even there were much more comments during the 10 interventions, the importance of restoring health programs in a context of primary health care. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Only that, solo decir, perdón.
I simply wish to add that it is important to continue deploying these efforts by way of response, vaccination, integrated surveillance, and to make sure that we build better health systems, because this is what will enable us to have an approach dealing with epidemics once again and continuity in the provision of services that ought to be provided on a daily basis by our ministries of health. Thank you very much. Thank you both for your comments. And now we would like to give the floor to the director. Please, Director.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, one more time, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts deployed by countries during this dramatic period that was the pandemic. We know that for several months, we had the epicenter of the transmission in the region. We know of the difficulties faced in order to implement non-pharmaceutical measures in countries where 50% of the economy is an informal economy, where there is a lot of poverty, where we do not have a social protection network capable of providing support to people, and that when the vaccine was made available, they faced serious difficulties in order to have access to the vaccines. So I would like to acknowledge that it was a reason and a matter of great pride. At the time, I was the deputy director, and I was able to become familiar with this, to work with you and acknowledge all the efforts that were made in order to respond to that very important emergency. Secondly, I'd like to thank the donors who made it possible for our support capacity given to countries to be multiplied x-fold. I cannot read out the entire list, long list of countries, but I'd like to recognize the U.S. that is here present. Besides all the donations in vaccines and material, they made a very generous donation through a specific plan that enabled us to have interventions in several countries, vaccination, cold chain for telemedicine, for the training of staff and others. I'd like to thank Spain as well, because for many of our countries, the first doses of the vaccines received were those donated by the U.S. and by Spain. So it seems to me that it is important to say thank you to Spain. Spain is an observer of PAHO, but they have a relationship with our organization of extraordinary solidarity that I'd like to recognize. And also Canada. Besides being a valuable member of the organization, they provided huge support during the pandemic with resources that were extremely valuable for the organization to be even stronger. It is important to voice that recognition because it was looking for these partnerships, alliances with governments, associations, institutions that supported by providing a response to the emergency, and that is important. Regarding the issues that were brought up here, I'd like to offer some comments. One on surveillance. Aside from what Dr. Alighieri has already mentioned, we have to recognize that the way we moved forward with the pandemic, we already have 25 countries in the region that have the capability of proceeding with genomic surveillance, not only in dealing with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, but in dealing with other viruses as well. So that is a legacy that is left by the pandemic, and we have to see how to strengthen, how to better integrate in order to continue moving forward in strengthening and beefing up our surveillance capacity, because we don't know when, but we know of all the risks, and we know, for example, of all the outbreaks that we have in all the countries in the region currently of the avian influenza virus and other viruses that have the potential of becoming a pandemic in our region. So we need to bolster this surveillance. And another issue on vaccination, and I take that into account. I consider the proposal made by Colombia. This morning, I had the possibility of holding a bilateral meeting with the ambassador and the vice minister. That proposal, distinguished ambassador, is very much connected to what we are considering to do on how to be able to come out of the agreements. And I don't know whether we use that expression or word. I have to use a diplomatic expression, but the agreements that were entered into by manufacturers of vaccines on a bilateral basis with countries. They used conditions that were never before used. And you know what I'm talking about. So I believe that this is high time to look for that regional outlook using the revolving fund, because these are expensive vaccines. These are vaccines that reduced the interest in getting vaccinated by people. We were able to vaccinate a lot of people in the region, that is true, because we have strong immunization programs with tradition, and making an investment with the limited resources that we have at our disposal in all countries for a vaccine that maybe will not be used and will have to be incinerated in a couple of months or in a year is always a huge risk. So I would like to thank you, and I believe that all countries will be supporting the revolving fund. The revolving fund is going to lead a negotiation that we're already holding with some manufacturers, but with the support of countries, this will be even stronger in order to come up with a regional support for the benefit of countries. Regarding national capacities, we're all with the expectation that the pandemic fund can have more resources available, because in fact, we support countries in the development of projects, and we only had 4 projects that were approved in the region. 1 regional project, 1 sub-regional, and 2 country projects, and I stand to be corrected. Sylvain can confirm this. But we supported and we developed with countries a lot of projects, really important projects. So we have to continue with the expectation, but also with the pressure, so that we can have more support for countries and for each one of the countries to be able to develop its own capacities in detection, preparedness, and response. In connection with regional production, and I thank Mexico for always stressing this issue of regulation, it is extremely important. Countries that do not have regulatory capacity developed, many a time they cannot receive donations in a speedy moment, and they cannot use what is being produced. The regional production platform is beginning with the two processes of messenger RNA, but it is important to acknowledge that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have the capacity. We already have some production capacity in many countries. We have other countries that are getting organized in order to beef up their production capacity. So I believe that with a combination of looking for partners with the Inter-American Development Bank, for example, that was one of the issues that I brought up in my meetings with the president of the IDB, and he has shown goodwill on behalf of the IDB to be able to participate in that effort, and also to look for other partners, because with a very well-developed and established roadmap, with resource mobilization, and with the use of the two funds in order to support the regional production, I believe that in 4 or 5 years, we will be ready to have a completely different capacity in production in our region. And last but not least, the issue of recovery. No one better than our Deputy Director, Dr. Espinal, he stressed this, our Assistant Director. We had a whole discussion on the issue of elimination and on chronic diseases and primary health care, and how we could even use the tools that the pandemic almost pushed us in order to expedite the adoption, such as digitalization in health, telemedicine, processes in triage, more intelligent processes. So there's a whole discussion going on, not only on technologies, but also preparing human resources. We've already talked about this in this council meeting, but how to complete that process of recovery so that we can recover from the negative impacts on maternal mortality, immunizations, chronic diseases, communicable diseases, and to continue with our health systems much better prepared to deal with a future pandemic. So I believe that these are important lessons that we learn. We shared with you also the results of the external evaluation that we carried out, which was a significant initiative taken by our Director Emeritus, now Dr. Carissa Etienne, and the commitment that I have of every year to be accountable before you, before member states, on the implementation of the recommendations that this external evaluation presented, so that the Secretariat can be better prepared in order to support the efforts by countries in the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Distinguished Director. I would like to inform the plenary that the discussion will be noted in the final report. And now let us move on to the next agenda item, which is item 8.2, and that is the report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO. And I'd like to bring to your attention document CD60/INF/2, and I invite Mr. Ronnie Massa, Director of the Department of Planning, Budget, and Evaluation of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come up to the head table.
Le concedo entonces.
Let me give the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to please report on this item.
The Executive Committee reviewed the report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO at its session in June. In the committee's discussion of the report, delegates expressed appreciation to the Bureau for its efforts to improve governance, accountability, transparency, and collaboration in the region and at the global level, and to promote greater dialogue with the WHO on issues of fundamental importance. Delegates also applauded the Bureau's efforts to facilitate participation by member states from the Americas in the various negotiation and consultation processes underway at the global level. It was considered crucial for the Bureau to continue providing such opportunities for member states to engage in dialogue and to work towards consolidating regional positions. The Bureau was encouraged to continue collaborating closely with the WHO Secretariat and member states to strengthen the work at the country level. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for that report to the representative of the Executive Committee. And now, let me give the floor to Mr. Massa to report on this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President, Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues in health. I'm pleased to introduce this item to give you an overview on this report. This report provides an update since the Executive Committee to Member States on the high-level strategic issues and opportunities related to PAHO's engagement with WHO. The report focuses on leadership and governance, as well as accountability and transparency issues that we've been discussing this week in this August body. I would like to highlight the key role our region and member states have continued to play in shaping the future of WHO, in its governance and the global health emergency architecture. The PAHO Secretariat has been supporting, and we're pleased to work collaboratively with our member states, both with the capitals and the delegations in Geneva, to ensure your meaningful participation and contribution to the ongoing strategic and governance matters in WHO. As requested by member states during the World Health Assembly in May, a second face-to-face meeting was held here in Washington, D.C. from 10 to 13 July to serve as a forum for member states to engage in discussions prior to the sixth meeting of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body, or INB, which was held on 17 to 21st July in Geneva, and the fourth meeting of the Working Group on the Amendments to the International Health Regulations, or IHR, which was held also in July from the 24th to the 28th of July in Geneva. The outcome of these consultations served to guide the conceptual drafting agreement that is under discussion right now by member states and the amendments to the IHR. Turning on to the, I would also like to note that on Monday, as for those of you who were not in the briefing session, we were also pleased to host the briefing on the INB and the working group on IHR. And again, thank Ambassador Tobar from Brazil, the vice chair of the INB, and Mr. McKiff from the US, the vice chair from the working group on IHR. Which they also provided an update, a timely update to member states on the discussions and negotiations and next steps. But turning on to the program and budget and financing matters, the approved WHO program budget for the Americas includes a 1.2% increase for the region. This is indeed thanks to the sustained advocacy and increasing collaboration between our member states, the PAHO Secretariat, and our colleagues at WHO headquarters. We would like to reiterate our appreciation to our member states for a tremendous response in completing the prioritization exercise, which helped to build the WHO program budget with a more bottom-up and systematic approach to identify priorities from the countries, informing the global priorities. At the last World Health Assembly in May, member states approved a decision to establish a WHO replenishing financing mechanism to increase flexible funding for the General Program of Work, and thereby enable the WHO Secretariat to respond to member states' priorities and address chronically underfunded priority programs, such as NCDs and mental health, that have been the center of attention in this discussion. This will be implemented through investment rounds beginning in 2024. The WHO Secretariat has requested to begin consultation with the development of the General Program of Work, and I'm happy to acknowledge our colleague, Dr. Bruce Elwer, who has joined the room, our ADG, Assistant Director General, who will also provide us an update tomorrow on the GPW14 development. And these investment rounds are to support, of course, the financing of the General Program of Work going forward. We will have, again, tomorrow, the opportunity to get an update on where we are with the draft proposal of the General Program of Work from Dr. Bruce Edward. And we will also we're planning to host a regional consultation in late October with member states for you also to have the opportunity to have more time to review the proposal and provide additional input as you deem appropriate. I'd like again to thank you, member states, for the continuous participation and feedback in these regional consultations, both on the WHO investment rounds and the General Program of Work, so that the regional voice and the country's input can really inform these important global strategic frameworks. I'd also like to note that on the 6th of September, we held also a consultation on the investment rounds, and we noted your input, and that report has also been shared with our colleagues in the WHO headquarters. Now, in terms of you have asked us in the past to report to you on the concrete results of all these negotiations and collaboration, and I'm happy to report that we are seeing an increasing trend in the financing of the program budget, the current program budget, 22-23, thanks to that ongoing advocacy and collaboration. However, more needs to be done, as discussed in the prior 2 days, for more equitable distribution of WHO funds to the regions, and in particular to the Americas. The increase of the budget envelope, indeed, for 2024-25 for the region, and the 20% increase in assessed contributions, which you member states have approved for the WHO program budget 24-25, provide additional opportunities to continue working together and requesting for more equitable distribution of funds and address chronically underfunded programs. In particular, it is an opportunity for WHO, as highlighted in the program budget 24-25, to strengthen country presence and capacity for driving impact in public health, including the definition of core predictable country presence. The PAHO Secretariat, under the leadership of our Director Jarbas, has been collaborating and contributing to WHO and the DG's Director General's initiative to define and put in place the core country presence. We have been contributing with our expertise and our best practices so that such resources that you have approved in assessed contributions can be guided to effectively and efficiently improve that capacity at country level to work with you. Underpinning all this work is the collaboration and commitment from our PAHO's executive management, technical networks, who continue to pursue strategic collaboration and engagement with you, our member states, and the WHO Secretariat. We participate in many times. I would like to acknowledge that our member states oftentimes are very early hours of the day that we see you there in those meetings, and we also continue to be committed to bring the regional meetings so that you can have more opportunity for meaningful engagement. We will continue to be available to facilitate and work with you to prepare the necessary information so that you can continue to provide the necessary input and that regional voice and the member states' voice that is needed for such important processes. We thank you and we remain attentive to your questions.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Maza, por su informe. Abrimos.
Thank you, Mr. Maza, for that very complete report. And with that, I offer the floor, ladies and gentlemen, for any questions or comments you may have. Pleased to give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks the Secretariat for this updated report. PAHO's close collaboration and communication with WHO is of the utmost importance, and we are encouraged to hear about the important work happening at the global level for which we know our region's contributions are critical. Regarding efforts to strengthen presence at the country level, we note the update on the finalization of the Action for Results Group's Plan of Action to strengthen country offices, including through the definition of a core predictable country presence. We would like to know if it is possible to share this report, including the core presence definition, with interested member states. Canada remains actively engaged through the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body in developing a new WHO convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We continue to believe that the instrument should advance a One Health approach, strengthen health systems, data and information sharing, and enhance accountability for pandemic PPR. Further, at its core, the instrument should recognize the needs of marginalized groups, women and girls, and in operationalizing health equity, address systemic inequities that lead to health disparities. Canada continues to commend PAHO's efforts to keep the region informed on and engaged in these critical global discussions. We also want to express that we benefited from PAHO's enhanced presence at recent drafting sessions for the INB and view this increased engagement as strategically important. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. The United States.
Thank you. The United States thanks the Secretariat for the report on strategic issues between PAHO and WHO and commends the organization for its continuous efforts to improve governance, accountability, transparency, and collaboration in the region and connect these efforts across WHO at the local, regional, and international levels. We appreciate PAHO's leadership in convening meetings among member states to discuss and build consensus on the negotiations of both the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body on the Pandemic Accord and the Working Group on amendments to the IHR. The success of the PAHO-led discussion demonstrates that as a region, we have much that we can contribute to global solutions, whether technical as they relate to improving functionality of the IHR, or more political and aspirational as we look to operationalize equity and greater health security for all through the Pandemic Accord. The United States remains deeply committed to the Pandemic Accord negotiations and the process to strengthen the international health regulations through targeted amendments, both for adoption at WHA 77 in May 2024, and we recognize that the path to success in both will go through our region where our shared but diverse perspectives will bring solutions to the very challenging issues being debated now in Geneva. The United States views equity as a critical aspect of these negotiations and is focused on enhancing transparency and coordination to promote more equitable, effective, and faster actions. The IHR are a foundational international legal instrument to address and stop the international spread of disease, and the United States continues to work to ensure that the Pandemic Accord and IHR are complementary and not duplicative or contradictory. The United States maintains its long-standing objectives and priorities for the Pandemic Accord, which in conjunction with the IHR include A, enabling rapid and equitable responses to pandemic emergencies to save lives and end their acute phase more rapidly, B, building and strengthening pandemic preparedness capacity to prevent, detect, and respond, including through health systems capacity. C, reducing pandemic risks posed by zoonotic diseases by enhancing multi-sectoral action, including with a One Health approach. And D, strengthening governance and accountability to break the cycles of pandemic, panic, and neglect. Mindful of the timeline, we are examining ways to streamline and simplify the negotiating text and want to land on a text that is meaningful yet concise and reflects key provisions which could garner consensus. We look forward to continuing our work with member states in the region to capture language in the Accord and through the IHR amendment process that meaningfully advances these elements in pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Was the Bahamas requesting the floor, I wonder? Nope. All right. Then Mexico has it. The Mexican delegation takes good note of the presentation of this report with regard to the intergovernmental negotiating instrument to negotiate a new instrument with regard to pandemics with the standards of the IHR and the rules of WHO. We take good note of the input of this organization in multilateral issues of both processes. Technical input is essential for this region. We need a regional position in order to reflect the needs of the Americas more clearly in those instruments, we are very sure that international standards will be met, that we'll be in a better position to face international challenges. There are some issues on which we probably don't have consensus, and there maybe we ought to take another very hard look at the text, an exhaustive look at the text, the speaker says literally. The text from WHO, we think, pushes us to look at the 20% increase of the contributions should translate into better impact in this organization, because every increase, and I include Mexico, particularly in this context. Thank you very much, the interpreter says to the person who has begged Mexico to speak at a human speed. Thank you. Thank you. We hope that this will lead to better understanding by all. Thank you, Mexico. What we would like to suggest is a very brief break, please. I think we all need a cup of coffee or tea. Oh, no. Oh, but there's another suggestion, says the chair. Let's see, wait a minute. Hold it right there. Beg your pardon, says, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon, says the president. I need that cup of coffee, you know that. That's for sure. Don't know about you all. Well, there we go. Round of applause. I think that's unanimous. Okay. So after the apologies to each of you, hang in there. We will end this particular item by having listened to the statements and thanked everyone for them. We give Mr. Maza the chance to respond with a few well-appointed comments, after which the director will have his word. Go ahead, Mr. Maza. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Intervene, Canada, USA, and Mexico. And allow me to try to respond to the points you have made. One, on the core predictable core country presence. I believe there is some text to that in the WHO program budget and the general program of work. We will check with my colleague, Dr. Bruce Aylward, and see if we can find that text and share it with you. But it's basically having the necessary positions to respond to the country needs for technical cooperation, depending on those needs and priorities of the country. There is a typology of countries that follows and assess a determination according to where the country's health system's maturity is, of countries that would need directed technical cooperation specifically for policy dialogue, to the spectrum of direct technical cooperation and implementation of programs in countries. So there is, and I will consult with my colleague, Dr. Bruce, as well, if we can have that document available to member states. With regard to the negotiations on the INB and HR, just to note that this indeed is a member states-led process. The Secretariat, with their technical teams in public health emergencies, who are here as well, will continue to accompany the member states. And just to update that at the end of November, there will be another regional session where we will bring capitals again and the missions in Geneva to ensure that the member states are also up to date with information and prepared to participate in the upcoming meetings in November. End of October, apologies. With regard to the issue of ensuring that the WHO funds, the 20% in increased assessed contributions, are invested in countries, just to reiterate that indeed, as outlined in the approved program budget, as you will recall, member states, that is one of the arguments that was made. The justification is that this 20% would go to invest directly in countries, and we are looking and waiting for the funds that will come so that those can be directed to create the additional capacity needed at country level. With that, I'll thank you again, and we will continue to look at information to make it available to you in time so that you will prepare to continue participating in the WHO deliberations. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Massa. Señor director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Massa. Director, please.
I just want to add very briefly, first I think that, again, that it's very important, the participation of all member states in the negotiations about the new instrument/accord and the change in the international health regulation. And I think that we have convened 2 face-to-face meetings. We have the third one, as Mr. Massa reminded us. This will be, I think, that a very good opportunity to share information. The Secretariat is not making recommendations about the decision. It's totally up to the countries to make their sovereign decisions. But it's very important for this region that we ensure that every country will receive the information and will participate. Some countries in the region, they don't have a strong permanent mission in Geneva. The time that these meetings are happening at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in our zone time is not friendly, to say the least. So I think that these 3 days that we will have here in Washington, that we are, again, inviting Ministers of Health, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, because we are talking about some complex political and diplomatic issues, so it's good to have both ministries here, the mission in Washington, the mission in Geneva. So I think that this will be an excellent opportunity to share information, to support your debates, and hopefully, I think that's a very good opportunity also to have some consensus about the strategic topics that the Americas can come together in the discussion next year in the World Health Assembly. We had a conversation also with the Minister Bernard, the outgoing president of CARICOM, and also with Minister Welcome, that is the member of the EB, WHO, and offered to have, during these 3 days here in Geneva, if the ministers of the CARICOM want to have a specific meeting, let's do that, because the small island development states, I think that they have more difficult sometimes to participate, and it's really important that their perspective, their situation, their experience be reflected in this global debate. A second topic is that Thursday we will have the debate about the informative session, about the GPW14. We have already among us ADG, Bruce Aylward, that will be presenting all the information. I think that is also a very good opportunity for our member states to be aware, to make their comments, their suggestions. A third topic is that we are providing, and I think that it was mentioned by the US, maybe by Canada too, we are, of course, working to improve the coordination with WHO Geneva. For the first time, just one example of that, we have many, but not to take many times, but we are now sharing all the information about the human resources with Geneva that in the past it was not available. We are sharing them, only asking to have a footnote saying that these 800 staff, 30% of their payments comes from WHO Geneva, the other 7% comes from PAHO UMRO. So, but I think that this is the way that you need really to coordinate, to be transparent, to share information about the planning cycle, sharing information, to having the global reports, all the efforts made by the countries in the Americas to reflect there. So this is the line that we are working in many different areas, and I really appreciate your comments. And finally, about the WHO co-predictable country presence, I think that this is a very important initiative. I commend the director for this initiative because the countries approved an historical increase of 20% in their assessed contributions, even in the situation that many countries are facing economic and social difficulties. And the idea to have a more strong presence in the countries to facilitate the technical cooperation, to work close to the Ministers of Health, I think that's fundamental and is totally aligned with our own vision. As we mentioned in the debate about the budget, 81% of the increase of the budget that we have in PAHO for the next biennium, we are we proposed and you approved will be used to strengthen our country presence. We are at this moment in a negotiation with Geneva, because we, as I also mentioned, but I want to reiterate, we want to thank our member states because in many times in Geneva during the discussion, you reminded all the countries in the world that we need to have a more equitable distribution of these funds. We are very fully committed with a global perspective equity. We know that some regions need to receive more support, but we also cannot forget all the difficulties that you have in this region: poverty, extreme poverty, inequalities, climate change, vulnerabilities. So we really need to have a more equitable distribution of these funds that our Director General is making the decision that I'm fully supporting, to have this money to support the countries. But countries in the region, they also need to receive more support. Even in the key countries that were approved by our member states in 2019, when you approved the strategic plan, we don't have full teams in these key countries. So I think that this gives an idea that we, of course, with flexibility, but we are presenting proposals to have funds in a more equitable distribution around the world among the 6 regions. So we can also, for our member states, for the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, to increase our capacity to be close to your Ministry of Health, to be working with you on the ground to strengthen your health system. So these are from some ideas that I would like to share with you about these strategic relationships between PAHO and WHO. I think that we are working together, we are looking for more coordination, but also to speak on behalf of the region to say that we want a more equitable distribution of the funds. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Well, dear colleagues, friends, it's time for coffee. 10-15 minutes, the time has finally come.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad de todos. Todos deberíamos tener igualdad de oportunidades para disfrutar de una vida saludable y plena. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos.
Welcome to the digital platform for the PAHO Program Budget 2024 to 2025. To continue increasing transparency and strengthen PAHO's accountability to member states, a digital budget platform has been created. This platform provides key information about the program budget and is composed of 4 main sections. The executive summary provides an overview of the strategic direction of the program budget 2024 to 2025. The programmatic structure includes the results of the prioritization exercise completed by 44 countries and territories. It gathers key information about PAHO's outcomes, including the budget and an explanation on how the results will be achieved for each of them. Interactive features allow you to view more detailed information for each outcome. The budget gathers information by outcome and functional level, country, regional and sub-regional, as well as information on expected funding sources. Country Overview brings together the budget by country and territory, prioritization results, and links with useful information related to each country. For more information, visit the Program Budget 2024 to 2025 website.
A mediados de enero del 2020, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud activó una respuesta ante el impacto de la pandemia por COVID-19. A través de sus equipos regionales y nacionales del Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes en América Latina y el Caribe, la OPS apoyó a los ministerios de salud y otras autoridades nacionales a ampliar sus operaciones de preparación y respuesta frente al nuevo virus. El Sistema de Gestión de Incidentes se organizó a través de 10 pilares de respuesta. Pilar 1. Coordinación, planeación, financiación y monitoreo. Apoyo a la actualización de 20 planes nacionales de preparación y respuesta para COVID-19. 498 millones de dólares recibidos por el secretario de la OPS para el apoyo a la respuesta a la COVID-19 de los países. Fondos recabados de una variedad de donantes y organizaciones internacionales. Pilar 2. Comunicación de riesgo. OPS trabajó con las autoridades nacionales en la comunicación de riesgos y la participación de la comunidad para combatir la desinformación y ofrecer lineamientos técnicos en comunicación y materiales en inglés, francés, portugués y español, así como en neerlandés, criollo haitiano y varias lenguas indígenas. Implementación de iniciativa piloto de la OMS para ampliar la participación de la sociedad civil y las comunidades en Ecuador, Guatemala, Guyana y Panamá. Pilar 3. Vigilancia epidemiológica. Publicación de 64 alertas y actualizaciones epidemiológicas sobre COVID-19 desde el 16 de enero del 2020. Apoyo a países a fortalecer la vigilancia a través de distintas redes y plataformas como EIOS, que fortalece la vigilancia basada en eventos, GoData para investigación y seguimiento de casos y otros sistemas como vigilancia basada en indicadores y vigilancia centinela. Desarrollo de herramientas de modelización y cartografía, y un portal GeoHub para visualizar las tendencias de los indicadores de COVID-19 para apoyar a los Estados miembros en la implementación de medidas de salud pública contra la COVID-19. Pilar 4. Puntos de entrada. Monitoreo de medidas de salud pública y requisitos de entrada para viajes y transportes internacionales. OPS sistematizó la información reportada por los países. Esta información aún se actualiza en línea y está disponible para todos los países. Pilar 5. Laboratorio y diagnóstico. Las Américas fue la primera región de la OMS en ofrecer reactivos de diagnóstico de laboratorio a los países y en abril del 2020, 28 países ya podían realizar pruebas del SARS-CoV-2 por detección molecular. OPS ha facilitado 22 millones de pruebas rápidas de detección de antígenos. Creación de la Red Regional de Vigilancia Genómica COVID-19, COVIGEN. Participan 33 laboratorios de 30 países y territorios. Se han compartido más de 600.000 especímenes del SARS-CoV-2 de América Latina y el Caribe a través de la base de datos. Pilar 6. Prevención y control de infecciones y protección de los trabajadores de la salud. 33 países y territorios reportan que cuentan con un programa nacional de prevención y control de infecciones. Más de 24.000 trabajadores de la salud y personas con mayor riesgo de exposición a la COVID-19 accedieron a información provista por la OPS. Implementación de programas de protección respiratoria en 10 países. Pilar 7. Manejo de casos, operaciones clínicas y terapéuticos. 300 equipos médicos de emergencia movilizados y 383 sitios alternativos de atención médica establecidos, generando más de 50.500 hospitalizaciones y más de 2.200 admisiones en atención crítica. Creación del Grupo Técnico de Oxígeno que apoyó a 28 países en fortalecimiento de capacidades. Acceso a medicamentos, Inimatrelvir, Ritonavir. Intercambio de información de manejo clínico. 149.000 casos de la región fueron compartidos en la plataforma global de la OMS, que aún se encuentra en línea. Pilar 8. Operaciones de apoyo logístico y cadena de suministro. Apoyo a las autoridades nacionales para mitigar los riesgos de desabastecimiento y retrasos en adquisición de suministros médicos. La Reserva Estratégica Regional de OPS para Emergencias, localizada en Panamá, exportó 580 envíos entregando 1.624 toneladas a 37 países y territorios, incluyendo EPP, pruebas rápidas, entre otros. OPS ha adquirido suministros por valor de $851 millones a través de 1.236 proveedores. Pilar 9. Fortalecimiento de servicios y sistemas esenciales de salud. Participación de OPS en el Acelerador de Acceso a Herramientas COVID-19, ACT-A, ACT-A, y en el mecanismo COVAX, realización de 802 evaluaciones técnicas de suministros médicos para COVID-19, apoyo a la compra de equipos biomédicos y emisión de 284 alertas de autoridades reguladoras a través de la Plataforma Regional sobre Acceso e Innovación para las Tecnologías Sanitarias, PRAIS. Creación de la Plataforma de Innovación y Producción Regional para promover el desarrollo de tecnologías esenciales en salud. Trabajo conjunto con Biomanguinhos Fiocruz, Brasil, y Synergium Biotech, Argentina, para desarrollar vacunas ARNM y coordinación con mecanismos de integración subregional, organizaciones internacionales, fabricantes de vacunas y entidades financieras internacionales para fortalecer la producción de vacunas en América Latina y el Caribe. Pilar 10. Vacunación. Creación del Grupo de Trabajo para la Vacunación contra la COVID-19 en las Américas. En diciembre del 2021, 51 países y territorios iniciaron programas de vacunación que continúan hoy. Más de 153 millones de dosis entregadas a 33 países de la región a través del Fondo Rotatorio de la OPS para el acceso a las vacunas. 17 países de las Américas ya alcanzaron la meta del 70% de cobertura de vacunación COVID-19 al 30 de junio del 2022. 33 países recibieron apoyo técnico y financiero para adquirir equipos de cadena de frío. Desarrollo de estrategias de comunicación para generar demanda y aceptación vacunal, incluyendo información para el público sobre la eficacia y la seguridad de las vacunas. OPS continuará dando cooperación técnica para ayudar a Estados miembros a adoptar un enfoque holístico de la respuesta a la COVID-19, con vista puesta en la preparación y la resiliencia frente a otras amenazas emergentes.
There's so much to see here. So much work has already been done. Building momentum to create more of this quality of life. In a world with less communicable diseases, more people have the chance to build better, healthier, safer lives. But the momentum cannot stop here. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that as long as communicable diseases continue to spread, the quality of our lives is at stake. We are all at risk until everyone is safe. That's why PAHO's Elimination Initiative has set its sights on eliminating more than 30 communicable diseases and related conditions by 2030. To achieve this, we must ensure everyone in the Americas has access to vaccinations, quality health care that includes timely diagnosis and treatment, as well as water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. This is not a dream, it's a right, and everyone's responsibility. We should all have an equal opportunity to enjoy healthy, impactful lives. There's so much more to see here, so let's work together for a disease-free future for all. There's so much to see here. So much work has already been done. Building momentum to create more of this quality of life. In a world with less communicable diseases, more people have the chance to build better, healthier, safer lives. But the momentum cannot stop here. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that as long as communicable diseases continue to spread, the quality of our lives is at stake. We are all at risk until everyone is safe. That's why PAHO's Elimination Initiative has set its sights on eliminating more than 30 communicable diseases and related conditions by 2030. To achieve this, we must ensure everyone in the Americas has access to vaccinations, quality health care that includes timely diagnosis and treatment, as well as water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. This is not a dream, it's a right, and everyone's responsibility. We should all have an equal opportunity to enjoy healthy, impactful lives. There's so much more to see here. So let's work together for a disease-free future for all.
Hay mucho por ver aquí. Se ha trabajado mucho por generar un impulso en el incremento de la calidad de vida de las personas.
En un mundo con menos enfermedades transmisibles, más personas tienen la oportunidad de construir vidas mejores, más saludables y seguras. Pero el impulso no puede detenerse aquí.
La pandemia de COVID-19 nos ha demostrado que mientras las enfermedades transmisibles sigan propagándose, nuestra calidad de vida está en peligro. Todos estamos en riesgo hasta que estemos seguros.
Por eso, la iniciativa de eliminación de la OPS se ha propuesto eliminar más de 30 enfermedades transmisibles y afecciones relacionadas para el 2030.
Para lograrlo, debemos asegurarnos de que todos en las Américas tengan acceso a vacunas y atención médica de calidad, que incluya diagnóstico y tratamiento oportunos, instalaciones de higiene, agua y saneamiento.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad de todos. Todos deberíamos tener igualdad de oportunidades para disfrutar de una vida saludable y plena. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Se ha trabajado mucho por generar un impulso en el incremento de la calidad de vida de las personas.
En un mundo con menos enfermedades transmisibles, más personas tienen la oportunidad de construir vidas mejores, más saludables y seguras. Pero el impulso no puede detenerse aquí.
La pandemia de COVID-19 nos ha demostrado que mientras las enfermedades transmisibles sigan propagándose, nuestra calidad de vida está en peligro. Todos estamos en riesgo hasta que estemos seguros.
Por eso, la iniciativa de eliminación de la OPS se ha propuesto eliminar más de 30 enfermedades transmisibles y afecciones relacionadas para el 2030.
Para lograrlo, debemos asegurarnos de que todos en las Américas tengan acceso a vacunas y atención médica de calidad, que incluya diagnóstico y tratamiento oportunos, instalaciones de higiene, agua y saneamiento.
Esto no es un sueño, es un derecho y una responsabilidad de todos. Todos deberíamos tener igualdad de oportunidades para disfrutar de una vida saludable y plena. Hay mucho por ver aquí. Trabajemos juntos por un futuro libre de enfermedades para todos.
Welcome to the digital platform for the PAHO Program Budget 2024 to 2025. To continue increasing transparency and strengthen PAHO's accountability to member states, a digital budget platform has been created. This platform provides key information about the program budget and is composed of 4 main sections. The executive summary provides an overview of the strategic direction of the program budget 2024 to 2025. The programmatic structure includes the results of the prioritization exercise completed by 44 countries and territories. It gathers key information about PAHO's outcomes, including the budget and an explanation on how the results will be achieved for each of them. Interactive features allow you to view more detailed information for each outcome. The budget gathers information by outcome and functional level, country, regional and sub-regional, as well as information on expected funding sources. Country Overview brings together the budget by country and territory, prioritization results, and links with useful information related to each country. For more information, visit the Program Budget 2024 to 2025 website. Welcome to the digital platform for the PAHO Program Budget 2024 to 2025. To continue increasing transparency and strengthen PAHO's accountability to member states, a digital budget platform has been created. This platform provides key information about the program budget and is composed of 4 main sections. The executive summary provides an overview of the strategic direction of the program budget 2024 to 2025. The programmatic structure includes the results of the prioritization exercise completed by 44 countries and territories. It gathers key information about PAHO's outcomes, including the budget and an explanation on how the results will be achieved for each of them. Interactive features allow you to view more detailed information for each outcome. The budget gathers information by outcome and functional level, country, regional and sub-regional, as well as information on expected funding sources. Country Overview brings together the budget by country and territory, prioritization results, and links with useful information related to each country. For more information, visit the Program Budget 2024 to 2025 website.
Bienvenido a la plataforma digital del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025 de la OPS. A fin de continuar aumentando la transparencia y fortalecer la rendición de cuentas de la OPS a los Estados miembros, se ha desarrollado la versión digital del presupuesto, la cual provee información clave acerca del presupuesto y está compuesta por 4 secciones principales. El resumen ejecutivo proporciona una visión general de la dirección estratégica del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025. La estructura programática incluye el resultado del ejercicio de priorización completado por 44 países y territorios. Reúne información clave acerca de los resultados intermedios de la OPS, incluyendo su presupuesto y una explicación sobre cómo se llevarán a cabo los resultados para cada uno de ellos. Se puede recorrer cada resultado intermedio en forma interactiva y ver información más detallada. El presupuesto reúne información por resultado intermedio y nivel funcional, país, regional y subregional, así como información relativa a las fuentes de financiamiento previstas. Contexto de país reúne el presupuesto por país y territorio, los resultados de la priorización y enlaces de información útiles relacionados con cada uno de ellos. Para más información, visita el sitio del presupuesto por programas 2024 a 2025.
La rabia es una enfermedad mortal, pero 100% prevenible con vacunación. Cada año mueren 60.000 personas en el mundo, el 40% niños. El 99% de la transmisión en humanos es provocada por perros. Las Américas han logrado reducir la incidencia de la rabia humana en un 98%. Aunque en 2023 ya se han registrado 3 casos en la región. La eliminación total de la rabia en las Américas está cada vez más cerca. México fue el primer país del mundo en obtener la validación oficial por la Organización Mundial de la Salud de libre de rabia humana transmitida por perro. La rabia se transmite a través de animales infectados, mamíferos domésticos y salvajes. Vacuna a tu mascota para evitar la rabia. Protege tu salud y la de tu animal. Eliminar la rabia es tarea de todos.
Aging opens up a world of possibility. The possibility of continuing to do what we love and be who we are. But without the right support, aging can also bring limitations. Poor health, vulnerability, loneliness. We believe that a safe, caring, and supportive environment can turn aging into an opportunity to be healthy, to live fully, to embrace change, and keep learning and developing. We believe all people have the right to thrive at any age. Adding dignity to years, well-being to years, life to years. It's the decade of healthy aging in the Americas, adding life to years.
The COVID-19 pandemic hit our region especially hard. Despite being home to 8.4% of the world's population, by March 2023, the Americas had recorded 25% of the COVID-19 cases and a shocking 43% of global COVID-19 deaths. The global response to the COVID-19 pandemic saw key economies struggling to meet the challenge of developing vaccines at production speeds and scales not witnessed before. For the Americas, the financial support of the U.S. government has been immensely significant. The allocation of $75 million to PAHO has enabled the organization to play a leading role in tackling the pandemic and helping to improve the lives of those affected in the region. With the United States government funds, PAHO was able to increase vaccination levels and reach to populations living in conditions of vulnerability that were of difficult access. This accomplishment put the region of the Americas second highest in the world for COVID-19 vaccination coverage, at 71%. PAHO also provided technical support to 33 countries and territories in such areas as vaccination operations, communications campaigns, expansion of cold chain networks, and increasing manufacturing capacity. Direct procurement, distribution, and delivery of critical supplies is one of the most transformative interventions PAHO has been able to provide thanks to U.S. government funding. These purchases allow countries to have timely access to COVID-19 supplies while releasing financial resources for urgent needs besides the pandemic. With U.S. government support, PAHO financed the desperately needed renovation of Haiti's central pharmaceutical hub, known as the Program on Essential Medicines and Supplies, or PROMES. The PROMES warehouse facility in Port-au-Prince receives, stores, and distributes vaccines and medicines to institutions throughout Haiti. PAHO also supports the regional platform to advance the manufacturing of COVID-19 vaccines and other health technologies in the Americas, which convenes public and private stakeholders to incentivize regional production of essential health technologies. Brazil's Oswaldo Cruz Foundation and Argentina's Synergium Biotech have been selected as regional institutions for development and production of mRNA vaccine technology to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines. Many of PAHO's interventions developed, implemented, and expanded during 2022, such as strengthening genomic surveillance, vaccination cold chains, and technology sharing among vaccine manufacturers, will improve future responsiveness and deliver better outcomes. It is also important to recognize the broader benefits of PAHO's work in strategically guiding countries to use their COVID-19 control efforts as an opportunity to prioritize and build up response capacity across the region. By supporting PAHO to maintain the momentum of its COVID-19 response, the U.S. government's valuable financial assistance has put the region on track to recover, rebuild, and enable more resilient health systems. PAHO will continue to support member states to work together to strengthen their national capacities to detect and respond to public health emergencies, improve health surveillance systems, and ensure that countries are able to rapidly scale up preparedness systems without compromising health outcomes. By working across sectors, across borders, and across languages, PAHO and its member states can achieve and sustain a healthier region in the post-COVID world.
El Sistema Informático SIP es un producto gratuito de OPS que registra la atención perinatal desde la primer visita antenatal hasta el alta de la madre con el recién nacido, contribuyendo a la toma de decisiones oportunas. La historia clínica se ingresa simultáneamente a una computadora o cualquier otro dispositivo móvil y se transmite online o de forma diferida con las máximas garantías de seguridad y privacidad. El SIP Plus puede vincularse con cualquier otro expediente electrónico que exista en la institución o en el país. El SIP Plus elabora reportes automáticos de indicadores de la población asistida y resultados perinatales, identificando brechas de inequidad que orientan la gestión de servicios. Cuanto mejor y más accesible sea la información, mejor será el cuidado de la salud. SIP Plus ayuda a 22 países a cumplir sus compromisos por la salud de madres y recién nacidos. SIP Plus es la solución en registros perinatales y lo mejor está por venir.
If the delegates take the seats so we can start the session and count for the quorum. Thank you. ¿Pueden por favor tomar los asientos correspondientes a sus delegaciones? Así podemos hacer el conteo para el quórum. Muchas gracias.
Please take your seats.
If we have two more delegates that take the seat afternoon or this late afternoon. Okay, we have quorum now, so we are going to start the session, okay? Thank you.
Bienvenidos a todos.
Welcome.
Bienvenidos nuevamente.
Welcome once again. We shall resume the meeting. We had concluded item 8.2, so we will now continue with 8.3, the implementation of the international health regulations. I would like to draw the Council's attention to document CD 60, Inf 3, and I invite Dr. Maria Almiron, Interim Head of the Unit of Information on Health Emergencies and Health Risk Assessment of the Pan American Health Organization, to please come to the head table. Right now, I'd like to call on the representative of the Executive Committee to report on this item.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee reviewed an earlier version of the report on this item. The committee affirmed the central role of the international health regulations in the global health architecture. It was nevertheless acknowledged that the COVID-19 pandemic and other recent outbreaks have revealed weaknesses that need to be addressed. Stricter IHR compliance and stronger international solidarity were seen as critical to prevent, prepare for, and respond to future international health emergencies. Member states were encouraged to strengthen their use of the IHR monitoring and evaluation framework. Delegates expressed appreciation for the Bureau's efforts to support states, parties in the region in their implementation and compliance with the IHRs, including through regional meetings on the self-assessment process. The Bureau's efforts to facilitate participation in the IHR review process were also applauded. It was considered essential for all member states to participate in that process in order to build regional and ultimately global consensus. At the same time, concerns were voiced about the rapid pace of the review process of IHRs and the need to ensure sufficient time for national consultations on complex issues was underscored. It was considered essential to allow sufficient time to agree on realistic amendments and achieve the highest possible degree of consensus. It was emphasized that while those negotiations are ongoing, efforts to strengthen IHR core capacities and implement the existing regulations must continue. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report on this item.
Muchas gracias por su.
Thank you very much to the representative of the Executive Committee. I now would like to yield the floor to Dr. Almiron to report on this item.
Director, Assistant Director, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and dear participants. I am glad to introduce the agenda item 8.3, Implementation of the International Health Regulation Document CD 60/INF/3. Pursuant to the provision of the International Health Regulation, the current report centers on acute public health events, state parties, core capacity, administrative requirement, and governance. This report also highlights issues requiring concerted action by state parties in the region of the America and by the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to enhance future application and implementation of the regulation. Between January 1st, 2023, and July 31st, 2023, all 35 state parties in the America, 100%, confirm or update the contact information of their IHR national focal point. 184 users for all the 35 state parties has the credential to access the WHO Event Information Site portal. Routine tests of connectivity were successful for 29 of 35 state parties, 83%. From July 16, 2022 to July 15, 2023, 173 acute public health events of potential international concern were identified and assessed in the region. Out of the 173 events, 67% of them, the national authority were the initial source of information. 106 events affecting 24 state parties and 8 territories in the region were of substantiated international public health concern. 83% of them attribute to infectious hazard. All 35 state parties in the region of the Americas submit the IHR annual report for the 76th WHA. In 2022, the regional average score of IHR capacity was 67%, the same as 2021. The highest average score was for surveillance, 85%, and the lowest for policy, legal, and normative instruments to implement IHR, 55%, together with the capacity to respond to the radiological emergency, 55%. The IHR roster of experts includes 450 professionals, 103, 23%, of whom are from the region of the Americas. They comprise experts designated by 11 of the 35 state parties in the region: Argentina, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, Cuba, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, and the United States of America. We highly encourage all member states to designate the national professional for the IHR roster of experts. The future governance and implementation of the IHR are in the hands of the member states to which the IHR belongs, and are related to the ongoing process led by member states through the Working Group on Amendment to the IHR and the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body. The Bureau will present their final report and recommendation to the World Health Assembly in 2024. It's essential that member states continue to engage actively in the deliberation. The Directing Council is invited to take note of this report and provide any comment it deems pertinent. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Dr. Almiron, for your report. I now yield the floor to the plenary for discussion.
Ofrecemos la palabra a Honduras.
I call on Honduras. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honduras would like to thank the Directing Council for having presented this report on the implementation of the international health regulations. Our country is in agreement with the implementation of the IHR and their enforcement, which is a legal international framework that defines national capacities even at the point of entry in order to handle events that are of importance to public health, and also agrees with the implementation of related administrative procedures, such as developing a voluntary component for follow-up and assessment of the regulations through the implementation of external voluntary evaluations and joint evaluations. In compliance with what is established in IHR,
Honduras has participated in the amendment of the IHR. Honduras believes that we should provide greater technical and financial support by PAHO and WHO to countries, particularly under capacities C1, which are legal and normative instruments, C3, financing, C6, human resources, C11, points of entry and cross-border health, C15, emergencies caused by radiation. These were scored under 50% according to the evaluations made in 2022. Likewise, the country requires greater empowerment in order to strengthen IHR, and for the year 2024 has requested an external voluntary evaluation for the purpose of providing a more transparent vision under the assessment by export of our basic IHR capacities in order to establish a clearer roadmap to be followed and to strengthen those weaknesses that are considered to be priorities. Honduras would like to thank the Directing Council for its attention.
Muchas gracias, Viceministro.
Thank you, Vice Minister. I now call on the representative of Argentina. Thank you, Madam Chair. Argentina takes note of the report. Our country would like to reaffirm our commitment to full implementation and compliance with IHR as a key factor in preparing our national response. First of all, we would like to thank PAHO for having introduced a virtual platform, ISPAL, in order to introduce annual country assessments. We are pleased that the surveillance of the countries has raised the regional average to the highest in 2022. In terms of legal preparation, we understand the difficulty that it represents for ministries of health to work on this, and we believe that the pandemic experience, better than ever, has demonstrated how legal frameworks are critical factors that make more difficult a rapid response to an epidemic. In order to strengthen implementation of IHR, we are strengthening our own. Recently, we have updated information of our contact point, and we are including a number of users for any kind of WHO event, not only in the health sector, but other sectors. Therefore, we believe it would be important for Argentina that once we have defined the users, PAHO could help us in training for that site. In terms of the debate taking place in Geneva, we would like to reiterate that the ENB tables and the working group on IHR should not duplicate their debate so as to avoid overlapping positions and weakening the health regulations, which are the only binding legal framework that all countries implement, not only during emergencies, but on a regular basis. As to the next meeting of the working group, we think it would be helpful to have in advance what groups they will focus on, and that we see the amendments so that we can examine each proposal and each section individually. Finally, we would like to thank PAHO for organizing information meetings on the region that includes not only the Ministries of Health, but also the Foreign Office and missions negotiating in Geneva, in order to have a better understanding of the processes, being able to share our positions and generate joint positions. Even though they may not be regional, they could be sub-regional, as some countries have done within Mercosur, to position themselves and better represent the interests of our region. Finally, we hope that any future debate will be announced in sufficient time in advance so that we can have realistic documents with the greatest level of consensus possible. Thank you very much. I now call on the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada would like to thank the Secretariat for this report, highlighting the progress towards the implementation of the IHR, as well as the challenges faced in the region. Canada notes the importance of and continues to support the timely sharing of accurate and sufficiently detailed public health information related to public health events from member states to PAHO and the WHO as well as between member states in accordance with the IHR. Canada also continues to support the efforts to build on lessons learned from COVID-19 to strengthen the IHR with the aim of improving global health security. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank you for the report presented. The COVID pandemic showed up weaknesses that existed in applying international health regulations, and we agree with the opinion of other member states that we need to strengthen our surveillance and response capacity to any event that represents an international public health emergency, which historically has been assessed with low scores. Currently, there's a challenge and risk for the surveillance system in countries that are part of the migratory corridor and that can lead to irregular migration. Therefore, it forces member states in the regions of the Americas to be prepared to respond to these events, which can generate a public health emergency of international significance. Madam Chair, it is very important to strengthen the basic capacities of countries under the international health regulations. That's why we support the proposal that came up at the last informal meeting that took place in Chile at the end of last year, which consists in strengthening these capacities, those that have been assessed as weak by the country, and develop a regional and short and long and medium-term regional plan for the Americas with the assistance of the U.S. for the purpose of reducing the gap which we identified that exists in these capacities, a gap which, because of its nature and complexity, requires very particular focus in order to correct it and improve it in the future. For all above reasons, Panama agrees with what has been presented when the implementation report on IHR was presented. Thank you very much. Thank you. We call on the representative of Barbados.
Madam President, directors, distinguished delegates, Barbados, as a signatory to the International Health Regulations 2005, and remains committed to improving on the 13 core capacities in order to comply fully with the regulations. Barbados continues to benefit from extensions as well as capacity building in pursuit of full compliance with the existing regulations. However, there are still gaps that require further improvement, such as chemical and radiological prevention and preparedness, and the need to have the requisite systems in place for One Health approaches. The most recent self-assessment report, also known as the SPAR for 2022, Barbados recorded improvements in policy, legal, and regulatory scores, where a draft food safety and a draft radiation policy bill were prepared. Barbados acknowledges that the journey to full compliance with the existing IHR 2005 regulations has been challenging, and the continued support from our strategic partners, PAHO, and other regional and international stakeholder agencies will be required to achieve full compliance. With the amended regulations, not only Barbados, but also other similarly circumstanced states and the WHO itself will require substantial investment of technical, financial, and other resources to realize the enhanced capabilities of the new system. Barbados remains fully engaged with the process of amending these regulations and will be joining like-minded member states in endorsing the final version that facilitates an early alert system for significant public health events without unduly burdening or penalizing member states. We therefore urge PAHO to lead the management of significant adverse public health events using cooperation and solidarity rather than stigmatization or punitive measures. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now yield the floor to the representative of Mexico. Thank you, Madam Chair. The delegation of Mexico recognizes that the report presented on the implementation of the international health regulations and the compliance with it is a strategic input for member states that allows us to see the implications for our region. At all times, and specifically, Mexico would like to underscore our belief that we will be working on these regulations and respect the spirit of the regulations. For this reason, our country has actively participated in this process to bring about a change in the World Health Organization with the intention to strengthen the importance and guidance provided by IHR. Our delegation would like to reiterate our full willingness to continue the dialogue amongst member states of WHO for the purpose of providing a good response to the acute events that can affect public health. Finally, Mexico's delegation would underscore the importance of the binding requirements of the IHR when a world emergency occurs. Thank you very much. And now I'll call on Brazil.
Obrigada, senhora presidente. Agradecemos pelo excelente relatório apresentado sobre a situação da aplicação e implementação do Regulamento Sanitário Internacional e seu cumprimento, que chama atenção para muitos pontos de interesse de nossos países. Gostaria de iniciar elogiando a preparação das iniciativas que tiveram, no sentido de mobilizar os países da nossa região para participar de exercícios de revisão do RSI. O Brasil incentiva a repartição a continuar promovendo reuniões regulares para nos coordenarmos enquanto região sobre os temas em debate no âmbito do grupo de trabalho responsável pela revisão do regulamento. Reitero o compromisso brasileiro ao diálogo e à cooperação regional. Chama a atenção do Brasil o parágrafo 5 do relatório que diz: de 16 de julho de 2022 a 15 de julho de 2023, identificaram-se e avaliaram-se na região 173 eventos agudos de saúde pública de possível importância internacional que representaram 36% dos 482 eventos analisados em todo o mundo no mesmo período, o que significa mais de 1/3 dos casos registrados em todo o globo. Por isso, a importância ao contínuo processo de fortalecimento da nossa região, das capacidades de detecção, prontidão e resposta às emergências em saúde pública, assegurando sistemas nacionais de saúde sólidos e robustos. No âmbito das discussões...
Pedimos disculpas, está pasando algo.
Can you hear the English interpretation? Is it on? Okay.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. You may continue, Brazil. Thank you. During the discussions in Geneva on the amendment of the regulations and possible implications on a pandemic, we would like to reiterate the importance of the impact each regulation has on public emergency by increasing the role and voice of member states and the priorities for the fundamental health system. It's very important to align and establish uniformity in both processes of avoiding overlapping. Equity has to be a key concept to guide this process and should be part of it. I'd like to also state that it's very important to implement these regulations at the technical level and ensure that they are in compliance with our health regulations and that they ensure equitable access to health systems. Thank you.
Concedemos la palabra al representante de Estados Unidos.
I now call on the representative of the United States.
Madam Chair, the United States welcomes the report and commends PAHO and PAHO member states for continuing to support implementation of and compliance with the international health regulations. We strongly support the IHR, which is the overarching and foundational legal framework for preventing, preparing for, notifying, and responding to international health emergencies. The COVID-19 pandemic and other recent international health emergencies underscore the critical importance of full implementation of and compliance with the IHR obligations. The United States is committed to working together with PAHO member states and global stakeholders to amend the IHR to make them clearer, more precise, and fit for purpose based on the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the lessons learned. As work progresses to both amend the IHR and negotiate a new pandemic accord, we are committed to continue working together for the success of both processes so that the global health architecture can be strengthened. We will continue to work to ensure that the pandemic accord and IHR negotiations processes are complementary and that the resulting agreements are not duplicative or contradictory. We're grateful to our fellow PAHO member states for their open conversations during the IHR and pandemic accord negotiations. We believe that if we find solutions that work for our region, we will be closer to finding a solution that can work for all. These negotiations only highlight the importance of regional collaboration in preventing, detecting, and responding to infectious disease outbreaks. We're especially appreciative of constructive feedback shared by PAHO member states that are directly informing the revisions of some of our proposed IHR amendments. We value hearing your experiences and incorporating your suggestions into our tiered alert system proposal as we collectively design a better reporting system for the future. Outside of the ongoing negotiations, we will also continue to work with member states to help enhance IHR capacities and capabilities and encourage meaningful member state collaboration regionally and with PAHO to strengthen the prevention, preparedness for, and response to international health emergencies, including pandemics. We're grateful to Dr. Barbosa and Dr. Ugarte for organizing the upcoming PAHO regional consultation on the INB and IHR next month here in Washington. We cannot overstate the value of working together as a region to find solutions to complex challenges we face in these negotiations. We look forward to productive discussions and building consensus that we view as essential to global consensus. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Following the list I have before me of those who have requested the floor, I call on Guatemala. Thank you, Madam Chair. My delegation takes note of the report on the implementation of the international health regulations. The government of the Republic of Guatemala, through our Ministry of Public Health and Social Assistance, has given priority to the implementation of the international health regulations, a legally binding instrument for the member states of the World Health Organization. This delegation is pleased to note that in the period between November 2022 and April of 2023, with the cooperation of Pan American Health Organization, we organized multisectoral workshops on evaluation of the 15 capacities established in the regulations. This was a collaborative, multidisciplinary, intersectoral effort involving more than 40 governmental institutions. And in August 2023, a self-assessment report of the capacities of the regulations was presented as an indispensable input to the visit of the international assessor and the presentation of the results relating to the recommendations of Guatemala's Plan of Action 2024-2027. Thank you very much. Thank you. We continue by calling on the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The UK strongly supports the international health regulations as an important public health framework for countries to use to plan and prioritize investments. We welcome that support for IHR implementation and capacity building continues in parallel with the work to strengthen the IHR themselves through targeted amendments. Once there is agreement on a strengthened version of the IHR, we will work with our partner countries to flex support to meet new priorities or requirements, and continue to work with others to build capacity and capability, with a particular consideration for small island developing states contexts. We note and welcome efforts already underway, including to adapt tools such as the SPAR tool for SIDS contexts, and note that further guidance on IHR implementation for small island contexts and overseas territories, or small populations with similar constitutional links to UN member states, would be beneficial to aid translation and implementation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the delegation of Chile.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chile would like to thank you for the report that we're looking at this afternoon. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic created an awareness, the necessary awareness, to identify in a timely fashion any event that could end up threatening the public health of our countries. We are hoping that this will become an ongoing practice when new threats to public health of our populations arise. In this notification, we see that there has been an effort to strengthen the surveillance systems that currently are able to detect and rapidly identify risks, as well as the recovery that we've seen in the health sector post-pandemic. In the effort to continue strengthening public health, we would like to express our support to the negotiations that are taking place for the purpose of amending international sanitary regulations and a new pandemic treaty. This will give us the proper guidelines to deal with future health emergencies. Both documents, which we hope will not duplicate one another, when we'll focus on equity and human rights, will allow us to clearly address preparation and mitigation of an emergency, as well as its timely implementation. Finally, cooperation between countries, as we've seen this afternoon at PAHO headquarters, multilateralism and governments' will allow us to move forward. Chile is committed to continuing to work towards achieving an agreement in all the necessary processes that will be taking place at future meetings here and in Geneva. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. We continue with the representative from Dominica.
Thank you, Madam President. As a signatory to the WHO, World Health Organization, Dominica has demonstrated its commitment to the international health regulation by actively engaging in the implementation and compliance with the regulations. Here are some key aspects highlighting Dominica's commitment to the IHR. Designation of focal point. Dominica has designated a national focal point responsible for coordinating the implementation and communication related to IHR. The national focal point is supported by the established standard protocols, further strengthening Dominica's commitment to actively adhering to IHR guidelines. Madam President, Dominica has established a robust disease surveillance system to monitor and detect potential public health threats. National Public Health Surveillance and Response Team, NPHSRT, led by the national epidemiologists, served as the core component of public health surveillance and IHR focal point in Dominica. It was formally appointed by the Minister of Health to act as the national focal point for Dominica in 2007. The Health Information Unit leads the National Public Health Surveillance and Response Team in its role as the national focal point, with the epidemiologist having the overall responsibility for the NFP functions. The National Public Health Surveillance and Response Team is a multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary body responsible for ongoing surveillance of health threats to the country and for initiating the actions necessary to investigate, control, and prevent such threats. It ensures that prompt and accurate reporting of communicable diseases for analysis, interpretation, and appropriate actions. It also facilitates the implementation of effective intervention activities aimed at controlling and preventing the spread of communicable diseases within the country. Additionally, Dominica has successfully undertaken the comprehensive review of its existing communicable diseases guidelines and has developed a national pandemic preparedness plan. This strengthens Dominica's ability to detect and respond to health emergencies promptly. Madam President, we also have made significant progress in strengthening its lab capacity and biosafety measures. The country has improved its diagnostic capacities, ensuring accurate and timely testing for infectious diseases. Due to unwavering support of the Pan American Health Organization, Dominica became the pioneer among the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States in acquiring the in-country PCR capacity of COVID-19 testing. Furthermore, Dominica has implemented measures to enhance lab biosafety and biosecurity, ensuring the safe and handling of transportation of hazardous biological materials. At the points of entry, measures
such users in their access. And let me also take advantage to reiterate that the organization has a number of training courses for so many of the new people who have to access the system. I'd like to also thank the United States for the support to strengthen country capacity. There was something said by Chile also that's important: multilateral work and the commitment to work together in order to achieve health for the region and the world. Guatemala deserves congratulations because of the voluntary external assessment that they have carried out, showing proof of commitment and transparency, and underscore what Brazil had already said at the Executive Committee session and has once again reiterated, having to do with the percentage of events that occur or are recorded in our region. And as we wrote in the report, this actually shows the capacity of the surveillance system in the country's greater sensitivity, which makes it possible to capture these events as they occur, and also greater transparency and the country's notification capacity. This being said, and we are with 15 years of implementation of the IHR, we have together followed this lengthy path and we have learned from one another. We have gone through 7 internationally important health emergencies. We did this together. The most recent one, the pandemic, is the one from which we've drawn most lessons. And this is really a starting point to look to the future, to more years of cooperation and support. I conclude my remarks. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Almiron. Let me now offer the floor to Dr. Espinal for his comments. Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me begin by congratulating countries for their compliance and commitment to the regulations. As you have observed, the countries do report, the countries are always up to date, they're trying to increase their capacities, and they work with the Secretariat to enhance their capabilities and to tackle outbreaks and emergencies. Now, however, we are presently at a turning point. There's no turning back right now. For rounds of debates have already taken place concerning the proposed amendments to the IHR. The fifth round, I believe, is in 1 week's time. If I'm not mistaken, it starts on 2nd October. What is important is to participate, to have your voices heard, to express your ideas. There are over 300 amendments to the regulations that are under discussion. The Secretariat has provided all of these amendments through the national link as entities, and we have shared all the information with member states. The meetings and the discussions will be in Geneva. There are many of our countries that don't have missions or delegations there, but to be registered is important because there will be hybrid opportunities to participate. So it is important that our region participate. These are negotiations among countries and only among countries and with the governments of the countries. The voice of this region must be heard. Let me just conclude saying that the idea is to reach agreements that are beneficial when it comes to these amendments based on 3 principles: equity, sovereignty, and solidarity. And this is important because we're all involved in this. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Espinal, for your comments. The debate will be noted in the final report. So taking advantage of the remaining time this afternoon, let us move to agenda item 4, status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. I would like to bring document CD60 INF/4 to the attention of the Council and invite Dr. Suzanne Cerrulla, Director of the Latin American Center of Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health of the Pan American Health Organization, to come to the head table. Welcome, Doctor. I now yield the floor to the representative of the Executive Committee to report on the item.
Madam Chair, the Executive Committee examined the report during its June session. The committee considered that the report provided useful information and recommendations that would serve as a basis for action by both member states and the Bureau. The committee acknowledged the need to ensure access to sexual and reproductive health services and protect sexual and reproductive rights as part of efforts to empower women and girls, improve their health, and achieve gender equity and equality. Delegates emphasized the need to ensure access to a full range of sexual and reproductive health services, the need to continue efforts to reduce unintended pregnancies, particularly among adolescents, was also underscored. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this matter.
Gracias por su reporte.
Thank you for the report. So under this agenda item, I'd like to offer the floor to Dr. Cerrulla, who will report on the matter. Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates of this 60th Directing Council. It's my pleasure to introduce agenda item 8.4, status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. At the 30th Pan American Sanitary Conference, member states requested the Pan American Bureau to report on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health in the region of the Americas. This report complies with that objective and is framed by mandates adopted by member states, and in particular the strategy for universal access to health and the coverage, and the plan of action for the health of women and children, adolescents. The document underscores that most countries have improved coverage in services in reproductive health, reaching in the region approximately 84% above the global average of 74%. However, these indicators show inequalities among the different countries of the region and within the countries. Barriers to access to health services are greater in populations living in conditions of vulnerability, which means that certain groups systematically present worse outcomes in reproductive health. To address these inequities is fundamental in order to achieve universal health, protect human rights, promote gender equality, fight against discrimination, and improve social determinants of health. The report reiterates the importance of promotion and implementation of policies, regulations with a focus on primary health care, strengthening the capacity and effectiveness of primary health care in integrated health networks, ensuring services with an integral approach to health, sexuality, and reproduction. It is fundamental to reinforce intersectoral work and the protocols for care between the health, education, social protection, safe and justice, all of those areas, in order to implement integral policies and programs that make it possible to intervene on health determinants and respond to the violation of sexual and reproductive rights. Likewise, it is necessary to strengthen the political commitment that guarantees appropriate, sustainable financing for the implementation of cost-effective interventions for states, society, and persons. The Secretary would like to thank Member States for their contributions to the document, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Suzanne Seruya, for the information and contributions. We'd now like to open the floor for discussion. The floor is offered to the representative of Honduras. Thank you very much, Madam President. Honduras is grateful to the Directing Council for presenting the report on status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. This, which we consider is complete and comprehensive. We fully concur with the recommendations to improve evidence-based interventions. Our President, Her Excellency Iris Xiomara Castro Sarmiento, has placed the topic of women's rights and sexual and reproductive rights as a priority pillar on her political agenda through actions to accelerate movement towards achieving sustainable development goals, such as enacting laws that protect and empower women and allow them to participate in the productive area, with allowing people with disabilities to have protections also for the LGBT community, LGBTQI+, in particular for the young women and young people in the country, and best availability and analysis of data to move forward to attain the SDGs. Honduras, as a priority country, reiterates its commitment to adopt the measures recommended in the report and improve the situation of the health of women, girls, boys, children, adolescents, and those whose sexual and reproductive rights have been affected, such as updating the policy frameworks in Honduras to guarantee the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights and universal access to the health services without discrimination, strengthening primary care with the participation of women, community participation, intersectoral participation with intercultural and gender sensitivity, training, human resources, as well as resources in other institutions having to do with sexual reproductive rights, reinforce efforts to guarantee the continuity and recovery of sexual and reproductive health services that fell during the pandemic, maintain necessary investment to guarantee the sexual and reproductive rights of the entire population, for which we require continued and ongoing support from PAHO WHO. Honduras fully endorses the necessary measures as laid out in the report to improve the situation. We appreciate the Directing Council's attention. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now recognize the representative of Argentina. Thank you, Madam President. First of all, Argentina would like to thank the Secretariat for including this topic on the agenda and the Latin American Center for Perinatology, Women and Reproductive Health for preparing the document. We're also grateful for the consultations carried out by the Secretariat concerning the document, comments that we shared through the Intergovernmental Committee on Sexual and Reproductive Health Services for the Americas. We appreciate the monitoring and generation of data that this document seeks that are important for the analysis in order to develop evidence-based public policies. We also welcome the reference to unintended pregnancies and suggest that future debates contain broader language, providing an approach from rights of childhood and adolescence that allows us to address and avoid unintentional pregnancies, contemplating the phenomena surrounding them, and look at the work strategies in health policy. With regards to unintentional pregnancy in adolescence, our region continues to move forward with concerning access to sexual and reproductive rights, especially to reduce childbearing in adolescence. Nonetheless, there are many obstacles to the access by girls and adolescents to their sexual and reproductive rights. We also wish to emphasize sexual violence as part of the social determinants of unintended pregnancy and the importance of improving the model of care for sexual and reproductive health that is person-centered, guaranteeing individuality and autonomy. We think it's important for PAHO to establish the right criterion to take care comprehensively of unintended pregnancy of girls. This, as the document points out, is a problem that requires an intersectoral approach, an approach looking at the many oppressions and exclusions that impact the lives of girls and adolescents in the region. Lastly, we agree on the need to incorporate in the discussion the perspective of sexual diversity and new masculinities. We make ourselves available to, in the future, share the efforts carried out in Argentina to promote the strengthening of the indicators that already exist in this matter. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the representative of Canada.
Canada commends the PAHO Secretariat and CLAP in particular for developing this paper and acknowledges that this is a significant step towards identifying gaps and recommendations to increasing access to sexual reproductive health services in the region. This information paper is an important milestone for PAHO as it underlines identifying gaps and findings and gathers data to highlight the sexual reproductive health situation in the region, which should be used as a basis for action by member states and by PAHO. Canada believes that advancing the sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls is a key way to support empowerment of diverse groups of women and girls and contribute to gender equality, with the goal of closing gaps in access to services at all levels. Access to these services is also critical to supporting empowerment of diverse groups of women and adolescent girls. Lack of attention to SRHR contributes directly to maternal mortality, adolescent pregnancies, HIV and other STIs, poor health, and the disenfranchisement of women and girls. As the international community prepares to mark 30 years of the International Conference on Population and Development, we look forward to working with PAHO and other regional bodies to fulfill its program of action, including reducing health inequities of all forms and in all aspects of health, especially with regard to SRHR. Canada has been and will continue to be a strong and vocal advocate for the full, effective, and accelerated implementation of the ICPD Program of Action and the outcomes of its review conferences. Going forward, Canada would like to request the PAHO Secretariat deepen its effort to advance SRHR within the region under existing mandates, strategies, and plans of action. We would also like to request the Secretariat adapt the contents of this document into a format more befitting of public awareness raising and more broadly disseminate the evidence-based resource to the public. Finally, we would also like to request the Secretariat please develop a series of knowledge-sharing events to present key examples from within our hemisphere on relevant aspects of SRHR and how national programs and policies have impacted critical health issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative of Canada. Let me open a parenthesis here. We know that it's late in the day. We are somewhat behind schedule with our program, and we still have requests for the floor from 8 participants. And we will be offering the floor to them. Nonetheless, we'd like to conclude today's session with this topic. So we will continue offering the floor, and the next speaker is United States of America.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States thanks PAHO for their report on the status of access to sexual and reproductive health services. Despite recent setbacks, the United States remains committed to advancing and protecting sexual and reproductive health and rights. The U.S. recognizes that sexual reproductive health and rights and access to services are fundamental to achieving gender equity and equality and to improving women's, children's, and adolescents' survival and health. Promoting reproductive empowerment and bodily autonomy, including through voluntary access to contraceptives and prevention of gender-based violence, remain key priorities for the United States. As noted in the status report, the continued access barriers to health care faced by the LGBTQI+ population stem from stigma and discrimination in society, including from health systems, and reinforces that we need to continue to promote and protect the human rights of LGBTQI+ people. As such, we would like to see a progress report on these issues for the next Directing Council in 2024. Finally, we thank PAHO for their menu of recommended actions to address inequities in access to sexual reproductive health services among all populations in the region. We also encourage PAHO to include strengthening comprehensive sexuality education and information to support adolescents and youth's sexual and reproductive health and rights as a part of its menu of recommended actions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the representative of Uruguay. Thank you very much, Madam President. Uruguay acknowledges the importance of guaranteeing access to sexual and reproductive health services as a fundamental right of all people. These services are essential to promote gender equality, well-being, and autonomy of people, as well as to prevent disease and to promote healthy sexual life. Sexual and reproductive health services is a right for the people of Uruguay and an obligation of the state guaranteed by a law. All health providers have sexual and reproductive health services in place and regulated according to the Ministry of Public Health. In the National Integrated Health Service of the country, there are obligatory services provided, such as access to a broad budget of contraceptives, pregnancy control, and humanized, respectful care to institutional delivery, voluntary interruption of pregnancy and safe abortion, the diagnosis of treatment of STI, screening and treatment of cervical cancer. It's part of the health system, as well of oncological colpocystectomy is a requirement in order to issue the labor health book or ID. There is also a concern about sexual and reproductive health for men, and services are provided. We have guides of clinical practices for early detection of breast cancer and screening for cervical cancer. Sexual education is part of primary, secondary, and technical professional education at schools. These actions ensure that the birth levels in Uruguay are declining. Uruguay historically has presented a low level of maternal mortality, 3.1 per 100,000 live births. In 2022, there were no maternal deaths due to unsafe abortion or legal abortion. Institutional care for pregnancy occurs in 98% of births, and obstetric prenatal control is at 95% of the population. Sexual and reproductive health and gender and generational violence are addressed. These are obligatory in the national system. There are specific health programs to address these aspects of health and teams trained in providing this service. The country has implemented policies that ensure the high-quality sexual reproductive health services for national men and women and migrants. Our efforts are focused on integral sexual education, avoidance of adolescent pregnancy, the use of modern, safe contraceptives, and support during respected delivery, and also safe abortions. We're grateful for presentation of this document, and we reaffirm our support for sexual and reproductive health services. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mexico takes note of the report on access to sexual and reproductive health services. With this situational analysis, the measures proposed to expand access to sexual and reproductive health services and guarantee sexual and reproductive rights. Let me avail myself of this opportunity to update you on recent progress made by Mexico in this area, aligned with the report. On the 16th of September of this year, the state of Mexico made a historic decision in decriminalizing access to abortion at the federal level throughout the country. This unanimous decision not only represents a significant step in the fight for reproductive autonomy of women, but also commits our public and federal institutions to offer services free of charge and safe. From the regulatory perspective, we are implementing a comprehensive plan to facilitate access to medication of interest to sexual and reproductive health. Through regulatory measures, we are seeking to reduce the barriers that make access to these essential medications difficult, such as mifepristol. In additional and important note, Mexico is committed to the human rights of the LGBTQ+ community. We have inaugurated the first institutional center of pharmacovigilance, specialized pharmacovigilance for the health of this community. This first center has as its goal to strengthen surveillance of medications used in hormonal therapy, gender affirmation treatment, and treatment against sexually transmitted diseases such as HIV. Also, this center will be an invaluable resource for managing the risks of patients who are in specialized clinics and ensure the safety of the medications used. In sum, the delegation of Mexico would like to reiterate its commitment to improving access to sexual and reproductive health services, ensuring the sexual and reproductive rights of all persons. Our country will continue to work together with the Pan American Health Organization and all member states to move forward in these areas that are fundamental for human dignity and sustainable development. Thank you. I now call on on the representative of Guyana.
Madam President, Guyana recognizes that sexual and reproductive right is an extension of basic human right. Guyana has, over the last 3 years, has adopted a sexual and reproductive rights policy that is presently being rolled out nationally. And in terms of extension of family planning services, we have a 98% contraceptive rate at all level 1 facilities. In terms of adolescent services now present in 68% of all level 3 facilities, and especially in those areas that are where there's high teenage pregnancy rates. PMTC is available in all level 1 facilities, almost 98%. Antenatal services is at 98% of all level 1 facilities. In terms of termination of pregnancy services, Guyana has one of the most liberal termination of pregnancy laws, and its termination of pregnancy is available free of charge in at least 7 public health facilities. We have over 35 doctors who have certified and provide termination of pregnancy services to all these facilities. In terms of maternal services, child health services are done at both all level 1 up to level 4 facilities. So Guyana, as part of its extension, believe that sexual and reproductive right is being extended and to all without any discrimination. Both Guyanese and the immigrant population also benefit from these services. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on Venezuela.
Sí, muy buenas tardes, señora.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Venezuelan state, as guarantor of the agreements made before this body, has supported a continuous campaign in the area of sexual and reproductive health, addresses the comprehensive health of girls, boys, and adolescents, as well as adult populations, to consolidate the right to enjoy a healthy sexuality, recognition of it, promote a culture of medical care during pregnancy, to decrease the possibility of high-risk pregnancies, family planning, life free of sexual violence, access to contraceptive and safe methods, and the prevention of sexually transmitted diseases. The Ministry of the Popular Power for Health and the whole state apparatus continuously communicate information in the communities and territories, educational centers and labor centers, and any place where there is an audience such as commercial and environments or education or recreation. We also update the teams on new paradigms and access to services by providing monitoring and recording an assessment of results in order to provide continuity to the various sectors who participate in the national plan to prevent and reduce early pregnancy during adolescence. Madam Chair, through our university educational system, together with the Ministry of the Popular Power for Health, we have undertaken more than 684 information days and prevention days for a total of 40,308 students who've been trained in the area of sexual and reproductive health matters. In 2023, more than 400 contraceptive methods have been delivered free of charge, of which 28,362 were for adolescents as a means of providing home-to-home services and through community services. Also, we have applied barrier methods in most vulnerable populations in order to ensure public health, family planning, and the control of sexually transmitted diseases in the Venezuelan population. With a course of life focus and providing differentiated care in health centers as spaces for the prevention and promotion of health. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. I now call on the delegation of Guatemala.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The state of Guatemala considers it very important to find out of progress made in the area of access to services, particularly in reference to sexual and reproductive health. The Ministry of Public Health and Social Assistance, together with other national institutions, works on behalf of access to sexual and reproductive health in compliance with the existing rules without any discrimination whatsoever, including access to indigenous populations, disabled persons, and people who are in a vulnerable position. Beginning in the year 2000, Guatemala implemented a reproductive health program of the Ministry of Health by offering to the general population access to family planning methods on a temporary and final basis under the Law of Social Development, Decree 42/21, that established the basis for promoting other laws whose strengthening will take place in the area of reproductive health to benefit women, children, and adolescents. Madam Chair, we are aware of the importance of family planning and that teenage pregnancy affects their health, development, and life course. Guatemala has contributed to guaranteeing sexual and reproductive health services for those persons cared for by the Public Health Network. With this in mind, the Ministry of Public Health and Social Assistance has undertaken technical, legal, and administrative activities at each one of the ministerial levels to make available family planning methods and at a timely fashion and ensure there is no slowdown in the availability of these products. Our purpose is to reach all sectors of society and thereby reduce the gaps in access to family planning services. To comply with this, the National Committee on Insurance of Contraceptives includes several of the state institutions, amongst them the Ministry of Health, Public Assistance, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Public Finance, the Guatemalan Institute for Social Security, the Pro Bienestar de la Familia Association, the Presidential Secretariat on Women, the Guatemalan Association of Medical Physicians, Female Medical Physicians, the Body for the Development of Women, and the Women's Ombudsman, and indigenous peoples who are accompanied by international experts. These institutions in the committee have different profiles of individuals to promote and provide family planning services and develop different activities. By virtue of the agreement with the UN Population Fund, we have bought contraceptive methods which will be received in November of this year, with accessible prices and modern family planning methods, highlighting the role of the UN system and international organizations that specialize in health in order to achieve common goals. Finally, it's important to mention that training workshops for the staff that provide health services of adolescents have taken place, particularly using the National Guide on Contraception for Adolescents to bring these contraceptives to the youth population in Guatemala. All of the above are some of the efforts made by the state of Guatemala, Madam Chair, to ensure fundamental rights as granted by the political constitution of the country of Guatemala, particularly in the area of education, health, and social assistance. Thank you. I now call on the representative of Ecuador. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ecuador is grateful for this report on access to sexual and reproductive services that mentions key challenges to ensure the well-being and access to sexual and reproductive health services. It's important to note that Ecuador has implemented policies such as the National Plan on Sexual and Reproductive Health that promotes inclusion, equality, and respect of human rights in this area. We would like to note that the Ministry of Public Health provides free access for various contraceptive methods without any restriction to the entire population, including migrant women, and migrant women. We also provide user-friendly services to adolescents in 1,350 health units, both at the first primary care level with an emphasis on sexual and reproductive health as well as mental health, and in obstetrical services and delivery. We provide specialized attention to HIV persons in many units and provide care to gender violence persons in 15 units and 37 primary health care services that apply the Purpura Code, and a Purpura Code that provides emergency contraception, where we have implemented a mechanism for registry and complaint with the Attorney General of the state, and in coordination with bodies that protect rights, that provide care to victims, families, and national police. I'd like to note that in Ecuador in 2022, we saw 38,800 live births, children of adolescents from the ages of 15 to 19 years of age, which represents a rate of 47% for every 3,000 adolescents, which shows a trend towards decreasing teenage pregnancy as compared to the preceding year, where the rate was 49.7. So we saw an annual decrease of 2.4 percentage points. Finally, Madam Chair, allow me to mention that Ecuador fully supports the measures to improve sexual and reproductive health and is grateful to the national efforts. We intend to strengthen cooperation in sectoral and intersectoral policies in order to ensure the rights of our population in this crucial area that affects their well-being. Thank you. Thank you. We continue with the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief because I'm the last country to speak today. In the current scenario, we see a challenge to ensure policies that are not all guaranteed, plus the full access and health care of our population in all life course. We welcome the countries that are already doing this and obtaining results. Most of the countries and territories in the Americas have improved coverage of sexual and reproductive health by doing it so through primary health care. In order to move forward, we'd like to point out that together we need to coordinate in order to train stronger teams in accordance with human rights and sensitive to sexual and reproductive health issues, to recognize the importance of building common actions to address unplanned pregnancy in teenagers, and 3, reaffirm our common wish to promote and support and underpin human rights and sexual and reproductive rights and the basic rights of all people, especially young girls and women in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the representative of Brazil. We have now concluded the plenary session, and now I'd like to call on Dr. Cerrulla to make her comments. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the 11 member states that have commented on this report. There are many examples of the firm commitment made by the countries to strengthen the implementation of policies in this area, which will allow us to decrease inequality and will result in steps forward. Let me highlight here that some countries have made step forwards in their political frameworks in a manner that is very relevant to others, such as occurred recently in Mexico with the decriminalization by the Supreme Court and with countries like Honduras, where the president herself has expressed an interest in considering the sexual and reproductive rights as human rights. And Brazil and Ecuador have referred to similar situations. Guatemala has particularly shown that some countries, in addition to providing services, have taken on the necessary approach, the intercultural approach. And Venezuela has addressed a very special matter, the prevention of teenage pregnancy, as also suggested by the United States. And here, once again, I'd like to thank the support expressed by the United States and say that, yes, comprehensive education of adolescents in sexuality is a priority. If there is one topic that I think has brought all countries together, is the question of teenage pregnancy. Yes, unfortunately, our rates are very high, and fertility amongst adolescents is not an acceptable level for our region. The reduction of teenage pregnancy is part of a development strategy because it will lead to decreasing intergenerational poverty amongst the poorest families in the region, which are the families whose head of family is often a woman who generally had a teenage pregnancy. So the comprehensive sexuality education, as suggested by the U.S. and moving in that direction, is a topic that is of very dear to the region. And here, let me take the examples of Argentina and Uruguay, countries who have been able to lower their rates through extensive educational policies and the implementation of modern methodologies, notably implants and diaphragm. The report also shows the need of having sustainable, comprehensive investment and application of SDG 13, which is the application of sexual and reproductive health. But compliance with this SDG will all allow us to reduce almost 70% of maternal deaths and 60% of neonatal deaths, which again will have an impact on another 2 of the 13 objectives under 3.1 and 3.2. There is no question that SDG 5, which is the SDG relating to gender equity, will also be affected by these changes. One of the fundamental topics for us is to provide cooperation to the countries that most need our cooperation and interventions that are cost-effective. Here, I would particularly like to thank Canada for the support extended over the last few years, allowing us to move forward with new innovative activities such as telemedicine in very remote areas such as the interior of the Peruvian Amazon. And I'm particularly grateful for Canada's recommendation to disseminate and prepare another format for this document is crucial in order for this to reach other publics, decision makers, and the health authorities in all countries. With this, I conclude my comments. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cerrulla. Let us now call on the director for his comments.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I only would like to thank Director Cerrulla for the presentation of her report. This report was done as a request of member states last year. I think Argentina, with support of Canada, United States, Brazil, and other countries requested this. And it's a priority topic for the region. And the data we have, in spite of progress made, tell us in what direction we should move in order to reduce the unacceptable teenage pregnancy rate we have in the region. It's one of the highest in the world, and that's a good indicator that there is a lack of access to sexual and reproductive health services in many of our countries, particularly amongst girls, poor girls and adolescents, and the most vulnerable populations in the region. So I think that the suggestion of being able to share this is a very good one. Also, the implementation of the plan of action that was approved in 2018 is significant. It's a plan of action that has many actions included in it, and I think it's time to share with the member states what progress we're making, what are our gaps, and how are we going to be able to increase some of our initiatives to attain the goals set by the member states in 2018. So I thank all of you for your contributions on this very important point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, señor director. Queremos informar a los...
Thank you, Mr. Director. I'd like to report to member states that the discussion will be recorded and registered in the final report. Now, with your permission, and as we announced earlier, we will conclude this afternoon's meeting with this topic. Tomorrow, we will continue with items 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, 8.8. We will have a break, a coffee break. Then we will continue with 8.12, 8.9, and 10, and then items A, B, and C. Now I will call on the Secretary for announcements.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a special announcement. We'd like you to please note that tomorrow a neighboring organization will be undergoing a security test during the morning hours. This event will not affect the directing council meetings. However, please be aware that you might notice a number of police cars, ambulances, other types of emergency vehicles on 23rd Street in front of our PAHO headquarters building. You might also hear a number of sirens, and they'll also be part of this event. All of these and other similar types of operations are part of the overall security test that the organization is conducting. Thank you.
Antes de terminar,
before we conclude, I'd like to emphasize that we need to start punctually at 9 a.m. and that the coffee breaks need to be short so that we can maximize the use of our time and conclude as provided. Thank you very much. Good evening.